It's Friday. Y'all know what that means. It is Friday Free-For-All. We are going to answer all of your Notre Dame team recruiting questions. We would love to talk some college football as the season's right around the corner. We do have some questions about that. And so this is going to be a fun day. I have a feeling we're going to talk about one particular subject one time. And then we don't need 87,000 questions about it. We appreciate all the questions, but when we are just going to do this one first, guys. So obviously we know what everybody's talking about, what everybody wants to know about. Eric O'Brien with a super chat about it. Thank you, Eric, for the super chat. But he said, how worried should we be about Keon's visit to Alabama? We have an intel piece on this yesterday on Irish Breakdown, the message board. That's why you should be a premium member. Essentially, it's this, guys. Notre Dame was well aware of this visit beforehand. Keon has communicated it to Notre Dame. He's been very open and honest with Notre Dame. There are some people around him that just want him to be certain of his decisions, see other places, et cetera, which is going to lead him to visit some of the schools he's interested in. I expect him, obviously, he's going to be visiting Alabama today. There's people reporting it's a 3-day visit. That's a little misleading. That's kind of like saying an unofficial is a 3-day thing. It's really you get in, drive up Friday afternoon, evening, you're there, then you have the next day, and then you kind of get up the next morning and drive back. So that's kind of what the 3-day visit looks like. Notre Dame sources that I have and sources around Keon that know Keon, they all seem to be pretty confident that when it's all said, he's going to end up at Notre Dame. But at the same time, I think it would be a bit – I mean, if I'm going to sit there and tell everybody, Ryan, that no, nothing to worry about, nothing at all for a kid to visit, an edge rusher to visit Alabama, nothing to see here. I think that would also be as misguided as the sky is falling and oh, he's gone and all that stuff. Those are two extremes that I would encourage people to not take hold of. I think it's one of those things where feel confident about the position Notre Dame has put themselves in, but also be real, look at and say, hey, when Alabama puts their target on the kid, they've got a great success rate, and we're going to learn a lot about whether or not this coaching staff can keep him. But yes, are we concerned about it to the degree that if they weren't a player at all, he wouldn't visit, right? So, I mean, that's kind of where things are. So Notre Dame feels good about where they stand with him. People around Keon, people that know Keon, feel that at the end he's definitely all Notre Dame. However, he is taking the trip. And anytime a kid goes to Alabama, Ryan, you'd be foolish to just completely dismiss it as no big deal, in my opinion.
No, I agree with you. I think that, it's definitely something worth talking about. There's no doubt about it, right? I mean, you have a committed kid that's going to what has been at times a dynasty under Nick Saban, right? So
Sure.
it's a fact that we have to deal with. There's no doubt about it. My biggest pushback is that, one, our intel is our intel, right? Like that we think that Keon Keeley is very solid in Notre Dame. The other part of it is that this is not the first time we're talking about this, right? Like we've talked about this with Alabama before. We talked about this with the University of Florida before.
Right. Ohio
State. We were going to keep talking about it. The point blank to this is that Keon Keeley is a legit 5-star top 10 player in this year's class. Right. And until he signs on the dotted line, people are going to keep coming after him. Okay. And the one thing I also want to say is that there's a lot of people, and I've seen it on the message board, on Twitter, all over the place, that are saying like, oh, well, he's obviously not locked in because he's taking this visit. I am going to say this. This young man is a 17-year-old kid that has other people around him, right? He doesn't make every single decision for himself. There is some influence to the support system that is around him. So let's not paint him as that. He doesn't believe in Notre Dame. He's not locked into Notre Dame. Right. That doesn't have to be true. So let's chill.
We could say, yeah, he's not locked in from the standpoint of he's taking visits, but at the same time, look, I guess my frustration is do I want every kid that's committed to Notre Dame to stay committed? Yeah, but it doesn't make him a bad kid, because otherwise is Austin Novosad a bad kid?
Right, because he's committed to Baylor right now and taking visits.
Yeah, Notre Dame's flipped kids before, right? This is part of the look. The reality is this is big boy football, right? Bingo. Notre Dame fans have been begging for years. We've got to get more 5-stars. Got to get more.
This is what happens.
Well, this is what happens.
Yeah, it comes with the territory.
Yes. And if you're a 17-year-old kid who's an elite football player and Alabama, and you're from Florida, the South, and Alabama likes you, look, if you're it's kind of like this. If the best academic institution in the country is interested in you for your chosen field, you'd be foolish to not at least give them some consideration, right? And that's what this is. Now, I believe that the main influencers around Keon, from everything we know, are pro Notre Dame.
Sure.
And so I think that bodes well for him. I think Keon is pro Notre Dame, but I also think there's people around him that say, hey, look, I just want to make sure that this decision is being made with all the data and all the facts and all those type of things. So end of the day, should people be concerned about it? Yeah. Anytime Alabama pushes for a kid, there's cause for concern, but this isn't a situation where it's just a matter of time and the sky is falling and all that other kind of stuff. I would encourage you not to do that. I don't anticipate Keon coming out of this visit flipping his commitment. I don't think that's going to happen. Right. I don't think he's going to come out of his commitment and say, I'm all Notre Dame. Right. I just think people were going to be along for the ride. Okay. Yep. And Alabama's not going to stop. If Keon Keeley said the day after his visit, I am all 100% Notre Dame, that's not going to stop Alabama from calling. And if he stops answering, that's going to stop Alabama from sending coaches to a school. That they didn't get to this point where they've got like 6 titles in the last 13 years by just being like, oh, okay, you're not interested right now. All right, we'll move on. Right. So that's what happens in big boy football. So Notre Dame has to stay on top of it. There can be no period between now and signing day that Notre Dame doesn't treat him like they have to treat him like an uncommitted player. Right. Sure, that's that. I'm not saying he is. That's not what I'm saying. What I'm saying is when a kid commits, there's always going to be a change in your contact. Right. That's what I'm more referring to. That can't happen with Keon from now until signing day. They need to talk to him and engage with him like he's a kid that they still have to convince, because to a degree they still do, to a degree, because there are other schools that are going to keep calling and keep coming and keep chasing, because
and all the way until they sign.
Yes. Honestly, I would argue he's the best prospect in high school right now. In my opinion.
You would have an argument if you wanted to.
Right. And I know there's the quarterback. Look, to me, there's no more dominant, high ceiling player in the country right now than Keon Keeley, in my opinion. And he's got the proven production to show it. Mm-hmm. So people aren't just going to back off that kid. They're just not, right? Just like Georgia's going to keep trying to talk to Arch Manning and all these other type of things, right? That's just the reality of it. Just like Notre Dame's still trying to flip kids that are committed to other schools, right?
Right. Yeah.
You think Notre Dame stopped calling Jason Moore just because he's committed to Ohio State?
Not a chance.
No.
Not a chance.
Right? So that's the reality of it.
I'll say this too, is that there's a lot of schools that get a little territorial with this type of stuff, right? Sure. So Keon Keeley's out of the state of Florida. Do you think that, for one, Alabama, Florida, they all want Keon Keeley because he's a fantastic football player? But also, let's not be nearsighted to think that, like, wow, Notre Dame came down and got a kid right out of her backyard, and that doesn't piss him off a little bit. Like, let's be honest about it.
And not just piss him off, concern him.
Sure.
I mean, we've talked about this before. The last thing that these schools in the South want is for kids in the South to realize they can go to Notre Dame and get the education, which everybody knows about, but also play at elite football and be high draft picks.
Right.
The last thing that they want is for a kid like Keon Keeley to go to Notre Dame and be a top 5 draft pick. Yep. That would be really bad news for them, because now all of a sudden Notre Dame's going to go into this thing saying, hey, like Marcus Freeman has said this, right? Look, we need to show kids that we can play. You can come here to play championship at elite level. We can get you in the NFL and you get a great education. Right now, Notre Dame is only doing really one of those at a truly elite level. They're trending in the right direction in the other two, but they're not able to compete with the Bamas and the Georgias and the Ohio States yet when it comes to championships, because they don't have one since '88, and producing the high level draft picks. Why do you think Harry Hiestand has recruited so well over the years? Is it just because of his force of personality or his reputation amongst O-line people? He's the best coach? No, because the results are you go play for him, you're going to be a high draft pick.
Right.
I mean, sure. Ryan, how many offensive linemen have you talked to that said that? Like almost everyone that's any good?
Everyone,
right?
Yeah.
So that stuff matters. And so at the end of the day, these things won't change until you get to the point where you can be on the same footing as Alabama when it comes to selling those 3 things. And so Notre Dame has to find a unique pitch with Keon. Hey, go there and be the next so-and-so, or come here and be the first Keon Keeley. Mm-hmm. Right. That's going to be the reality. But help us accomplish something that's going to make you a legend, as opposed to just being the next guy in line to win championship number 8 at Alabama, or whatever the case may be.
Yeah.
So I think that would be the pitch, and hopefully it works. We'll see. But look, guys, I would just encourage you all. I don't have a problem asking questions about Keon. He's a star. Of course, we're going to talk about Keon.
Right.
But I would just say try not to get on the emotional roller coaster with this one. Same thing with Peyton Bowen, because there's nothing we can do about it, right? And we'll give you if there's intel to give. I promise you, we'll give it, and we'll do our due diligence to find it. We're not going to blow smoke and say, "Oh, don't worry about it, don't sweat it." That's not what we're doing for him or Peyton Bowen. Mm-hmm. But we also are going to tell you, look, here's the reality. Because if we really think a kid's going to flip, I'll tell you. I mean, just go back last summer and listen to what I said about Amorian Walker every single time his name came up. Like, I don't think this kid signed with Notre Dame, right? Because we knew the circumstances. So that's where I'm at with this one. So hopefully that addresses the Keon Keeley stuff. And I know there's a lot of questions about it. And I didn't want to just dismiss it, Ryan, and be like, hey, we're not going to talk about it. You know, I had said that in the chat. I was like, you know what? We need to talk about it, right? Because sure. I just it's going to be addressed and people want to hear about it. So I did want to give that the due diligence, and that's why we chose to start things off with it and talk about it and address it, and hopefully that sort of satisfies everyone's appetites for those questions.
And if it hasn't, you can go to boards.irishbreakdown.com. There's a long thread on Keon.
Oh, yes. Yeah. And we've both interacted in it. Some of us have been a little bit pithy with it. I don't want to point fingers at anybody or anything like that, but you know, we'll try to give honest feedback about it and let you know how we feel. And if there comes a point in time where we'll get concerned, just like we did on the board with Dante Moore, we'll let you know.
Sure.
Right. And we'll let you know for sure. Mm-hmm. So let's move on to some other questions, guys. So now that we have the Keon stuff out of the way, a couple interesting questions here at the beginning before we get to a really interesting college football topic. I'm very curious to hear your guys' question on. Peter, this is sometimes some of y'all's names are really great.
Wait, what's the avatar?
Peter Pumpkin Eater.
Says, yeah, that's good stuff.
Sorry, go ahead. Happy Friday, Brian. I think the SI rankings are excellent, but can I ask why are they not in the composite? You can ask that all you want, but that's not really a decision that we have anything to do with. So, I mean, that's just determined by those other sites. I would imagine, if I had to guess, that part of it is because SI All-American only does an SI 99. They don't do like a full top 200 or 250 or 300, which makes it a little bit more challenging to include in a composite or consensus because there's so much fewer kids that are ranked than other guys. Yeah. SI All-American also avoids some of the other stuff, the fluffy stuff like, you know, star rankings and all that other kind of stuff, which can tend to add points to a thing or whatever the case may be. And honestly, I can say with great authority that the SI All-American people don't care whether they are or are not involved in any kind of consensus or composite. Their focus is just on putting out their rankings and being as accurate as they can. No fluff involved. No, none of that stuff. Just, hey, here's what we think. Right or wrong, here's what we think. So I think that's kind of where they are. All right, let's get some questions for you guys down here. I'm going to start off with you guys. So Ryan, we'll start with you, Ryan, on this next one. We'll go to Vince, and then I'll kind of share my opinion on it. So John A1 asks, who are your top 5 players entering the 2020 season in college football? So this isn't just a Notre Dame related question, guys. This is sort of a top 5 players in college football heading into the 2022 season, in your opinion.
All right, I'm going to be very forthcoming that my list is going to have some NFL draft implications in it. I'm sorry.
Shocker.
It's what I know. It's what I know, man. It's what I know. No order. Will Anderson, Bryce Young, CJ Stroud, Jalen Carter, Michael Mayer. No order.
Okay. So you said you had 3 non-quarterbacks, right? Jalen Carter, Will Anderson, Michael Mayer. And then Bryce Stroud and CJ Stroud, Bryce Young and CJ Stroud.
Bryce Stroud sounds like a good football player, though.
Just kind of throw that into one. Like, we'll get the 2 quarterbacks because they're always going to be in some sort of list. Ryan, I think the only one I would maybe contemplate switching out is I would consider Bijan Robinson in there instead of Michael Mayer. It would be debatable. I was actually surprised one of you guys said Michael Mayer because I hadn't thought about it, but I was like, well, let's see if they do. I'm not sure if I'm ready to go. I think he's top 10 for sure. You know, but I would probably, I mean, the 2 quarterbacks I'm with you on, Jalen Carter's an absolute monster. I mean, I thought he was the best D lineman Georgia had last year, and they had 2 first-round picks on their D line last year. 3 first-round picks on their D-line last year. That's right, because I keep forgetting Travon Walker and I keep forgetting about Devontae Wyatt. That's the one I keep forgetting about. So and I thought he was their best player last year. There's some corners, the people will throw out, Ricks is a guy that I'm not really a high on the Ricks train in that regard. I think he's still a lot of hype, as far as to consistently proven substance. There's a lot of really good receivers. I'm not sure if I would put any of them in this conversation. I don't think any of them are like stars. I think a lot of them are stats guys. Maybe. Yeah. He's got to show me he can be the guy though. That's the one thing, where like, look, he was a tremendous player last year, but it's a lot easier to be that guy when you've got, Garrett Wilson on one side of you, and then you've got Chris Olave on the other side of you. So we'll see this year if he can be that guy. Now, of course, the one game he played in last year, either one of those two guys, he had over 300 yards receiving. My asterisk on that, as phenomenal as that was, is he was being checked by a lot of dudes that weren't that good because of all the injuries that they had in the secondary last year. It's not like he was out there torching Clark Phillips every other play.
No, they stopped throwing at Clark Phillips.
Right.
Like, all right, we're good.
Right. Let's pick on the backup running back who just scored a touchdown, who's also now playing defense. Let's go after that guy.
Clark had an interception, forced the fumble. They're like, we're good.
Yeah, we're not going to throw at that guy anymore. So that would be it. Vince, what's your 5? And then I'm curious if you guys kind of have some other guys whose names kind of pop in your heads as you look at this kind of
So you guys covered, I wrote down, 4 or 5 guys. You guys covered all of them except for Jackson Smith and Jigba. I think that kid, I think that kid's a stud. Everybody's bringing him up over here in the chat as well for good reason. I mean, this kid's arguably the best wide receiver in the country. And I think I'm a little bit biased because we also get to see him in person on September 3rd, and I'm really excited about that. So, diving into Ohio State and things like that, like he excites me. Like I'm excited to see what he can do versus Notre Dame. So he would be the only one I would add to the guys that you guys were already talking about.
For me, he's a top 10 player. Again, I have to see him prove that he can be the guy.
Sure.
Do I think he will? Yeah, that's why I have him in the top 10. But when I think of Will Anderson, when I think of Jalen Carter, when I think of Michael Mayer, I'm talking about guys that can just physically take over a football game. And Jackson Smith and Jigba, as primarily a slot last year, is not a guy that I look at and say, is he going to go into a playoff game like Devontae Smith did and take over ball games? That remains to be seen to a degree for me. But again, it's more of a nitpicking elite players in order to figure out who's truly the cream of the crop. It's not he's not that good. He's not going to have big numbers this year. No, he's a stud. I think I would make the case he is the best receiver in college football. Ryan, I think you and I are on the same page. Jordan Addison's a pretty good player. I think Jordan Addison's incredibly overrated in regard to people looking at him as like a top 10 player. He was not the best receiver in college football last year. I know he won the Biletnikoff Award, but that doesn't mean, in my opinion, you're the best player in the best receiver in college football. That's who they pick. But in any other guys that kind of jump out at you as like the Ricks kid from Alabama will get a lot of talk. I think Keeley Ringo's a better player than he is. I just my opinion as far as we're talking about cornerbacks.
He's much more talented. If I had to throw out a couple more guys, Miles Murphy from Clemson would probably be maybe somewhere in the top 10. He's a fantastic defensive end. I really like Antonio Johnson, the safety from Texas A&M. That kid was a stud last year. He was such a good football player. And then this is kind of an off-the-wall pick because it's not a Power 5 guy, but I think Andre Carter from Army deserves a little hype.
I was going to ask you about
15
him.
sacks or something.
Yeah.
Man. Yeah. Brian, he's like a verified 6'6.5", 250 pounds. Like they don't come to Army very often. Man.
Yeah,
like,
you're not going to have – I don't want that guy in combat because it's like how do you hide that guy behind a
he was a
– You put him behind a
zero. He was a 0-star recruit somehow. I don't know how.
Then he's no good.
He must be a late bloomer, I guess. But yeah.
He can't be good then if he's not.
Right. He doesn't have any stars.
Yeah. He had a sack against Wisconsin last year, had a sack in the bowl game against Missouri. So here's the crazy thing. He had 1 sack the year before. 1 sack.
I know.
Good year.
Like talk about kind of breaking out of nowhere. 2 tackles for loss against both of those teams. So I always like when those kids, I always like looking at how they perform against the better teams on their schedule or against Power 5 teams.
Yep.
And he's performed pretty well in those games, no doubt.
He's a good player, man. Good player.
Yeah. Michael Mayer, I think, is the one. I think that like Clemson has 2 guys that I think, if healthy, can be on there. Miles Murphy, Brian Breezy is another guy that I think deserves, when he's healthy and on, he's one of the 3 or 4 best defensive linemen in college football, in my opinion. The problem is I can't put him in this conversation yet. He's like a player to watch type of discussion because he hasn't proven to me he can stay healthy and dominate for a full season. I just hope that if he dominates this year, that's 11 out of 12 regular season games, not the November 5th game in South Bend. He's a guy.
I'll say this, Bri, like his flashes, like he hasn't put it all together yet, obviously because of injuries and just I didn't love how Brett Venables used him in that defense too, to be very honest with you, but his flashes are up there with Jalen Carter. Like he's got special traits as a player. He just hasn't obviously tangibly done it enough right now.
A guy that's on my radar as a breakout who's not in that discussion now, who I think could jump in now, I think Xavier Worthy is going to be a star. I absolutely love that kid. And between him and Bijan, they are going to complement each other really well. You can't take them both out of the game. If Texas can get some other guys to step up and provide some support, I think Xavier, because he had, look at his numbers now, 62 catches for 981 yards and 12 touchdowns as a true freshman with Casey Thompson and Hunter Card throwing him passes. Now, I think Quinn Ewers is overrated and people, number one quarterback of all time. Nonsense, but he's not a bum either. He's got talent. He's got a much bigger arm than some of those guys. And the one thing is, I felt at times they struggled to get him the ball vertically against some of the better defenses because the quarterbacks couldn't get it to him. That's not going to – for all the things we could criticize and nitpick Quinn Ewers about, getting the ball down the field is not going to be a problem. So I would not be shocked if Xavier Worthy is the player who's contending for the best receiver conversation with Jackson Smith and Jigba. Because I think right now he's the clear number one to me. I don't think he's arguably the best receiver in college football. I think he is the best receiver in college football. I'm just not. There's a lot of other good players. I'm just not quite as high on like the Jordan Addisons. I think I love Josh Downs. I would honestly, I would have more nightmares and headaches trying to defend Josh Downs than I would Jordan Addison, in my opinion, as just an individual player. Now, Jordan Addison is going to have better players around him than Josh Downs will, but that's kind of my stance. But Xavier Worthy is a guy that's sort of on let's keep an eye out on that guy, as far as someone who could break out. There's really no linebackers that I look at and say that they're possibly
the only one that popped in my head, and he's more of a wait and see kind of guy because he did have a lot of production last year, but now he's going to be the guy is Trenton Simpson from Clemson. Yeah. He's a really talented player.
And he's going to have some dudes in front of him. We talked about the two other guys, but Tyler Davis was a guy we were thinking was going to be that star a couple years ago, and he's still a good player. He just it's kind of overshadowed by even better players. So Trenton Simpson is going to be unblocked a lot this year.
And he can run, sir.
Yes,
how about you a Noah Sewell fan? Noah Sewell might put up some numbers.
We'll see. I want to see how he's going to look without some of the guys in front of him that he had last year and also with the new defense. Sure. I'm very curious how he's going to adjust to new defense. I think he's a good player. I get real nervous about Pac-12 defensive players, to be honest with you, just because I feel like line play in the Pac-12 has been pretty bad in recent seasons. So it's kind of like, let me see how he does against so-and-so, this team, that's not a Pac-12 team. So he's in my conversation for top 7 to 8 linebackers, like the kid from Alabama, but none of those kids to me, like Trenton Simpson's the only guy to me that has just the dynamic all-around athleticism, production, and all that to maybe be in that conversation. I think there's like one other kid. I'm trying to there's an SEC kid.
Trivia question.
Yeah.
Trivia question. Who led college football in total tackles last year?
Oh, I don't know.
FBS.
I'm not sure.
You have nothing?
No.
Vince? You got something for me?
No.
Jack Campbell in Iowa.
Jack Campbell from Iowa. Okay. That's it. 143 tackles last year, man. He was balling.
That's some generous statistical
recording. Dude had 6 fewer solo tackles than JD Bertrand.
Yeah. That's a lot of assists.
Oh, well.
86 assisted tackles. That's some Luke Kuechly type.
The football.
Jumping on top of that pile at the end.
Listen,
assist right there. Assist.
I kept stats for my team. Okay, assists are very circumstantial, man. I'll tell you that.
I was the linebacker in the meetings. That was like, we're watching video, and I was like, nope, that's another tackle.
My man had 3.5 tackles for loss and 1 sack. He was a dog pile assist guy, is what he was last year.
Nah. He's Phil Parker's guy, man. You don't know what you're talking
generous
about.
assist, baby.
Yeah. All right, let's get to some more questions here. That was a great one, John. I love talking college football. Tommy Guns 44. Hey, that's going to be a great topic for us to kind of take out and put onto the new College Football CFB Nation channel. I just thought about that. If you haven't subscribed to that, you got to do it. Tommy Guns asked, what kind of growth do you think you'll expect to see between the 2 fall camp practices that you'll get to see all of? So he's not talking about the first and second practices, Vince. I think he's referring to sort of the 2 open practices, the full practices.
Right. So the first one we get is the first practice, like literally the first practice where they will only be wearing helmets. And that's it. So it's going to be more of a X's and O's running around. We'll get to see, kind of what guys look like coming off a summer in person for the first time, like that kind of stuff. And then the next one we get to see, I think it's like practice 10. Does that sound about right?
Somewhere around there, yeah.
Yeah, so it'll be about halfway through.
I think it's like the 19th or something like that.
Yeah,
right?
It'll be about halfway through. It'll be full padded practice. I would imagine we'll get to see them scrimmage. Usually that's the one where they bring in referees and you get to kind of see like a controlled scrimmage type of situation. So they're almost completely different practices. So I do want to preface my comments with that because we're going to be seeing completely different things. Because you and I both know, Brian, seeing a guy running around with just a helmet on is a lot different than seeing guys run around full padded. I mean, it just is. I've been really impressed with guys with a helmet, and then they put on the full pad. You're like, oh, he's not who I thought he was. You know what I mean? I'm not saying that that's going to be that for Notre Dame, but those are things that you have to take into account, right? So we're talking growth from the first full practice to the second full practice. I want to see the speed of, for example, Tobias Merriweather. And what I mean by that is speed of recognition. In his first practice, what's he going to look like? It's his first practice, not in a high school uniform. What does that look like? Him running around? Is he keeping up with everybody? And then when you get halfway through, okay, now what does he look like now that he's had half the practices under his belt? Is he starting to fit in? Is he starting to look like the rest of the team kind of a situation? And you could say that for all of the incoming freshmen, not the ones that were here in the spring, but the ones that came in the summertime. You could say that for all of those guys. So that's one thing I'll be looking for. I'll toss it back to you, Brian. What else are you looking for from 1 to 10?
Physicality. So you're talking about growth. Like so aside from growth, the one thing I want to see is the energy still there, right? Like that's the thing you kind of get nervous about in the middle of fall camp. When you got a team that really plays with passion and loves playing football.
Good call.
Middle of the season is the hard time to be fired up and pat. Middle of camp is the hard time to be that. Obviously you want to see. For me, it's the growth. What kind of growth do you think? It's like, okay, middle of fall camp, Tyler Buckner should start to look more comfortable leading the offense, directing things. You start seeing more of that. We should start to see, the secondary receiver battle should be interesting. I've always felt that early in fall camp, if your defense isn't ahead of your offense, that's concerning.
That's a problem. That's a huge problem.
Usually.
Because offense is about timing, defense is about athleticism and running around, being around
and knowing what your job is.
Right? Yeah, right.
And the other part of it is the exception, however, Vince, is when you have a part of your team that's elite. Like we thought the defensive front seven was going to stink in 2017 because they were getting dominated from jump to end. And we thought, well, it's just – and then we found out, no, the D-line was pretty good. It's just the offensive line was truly elite. Right. And so to me, when I look at that, that's an exception. But the other exception, Vince, is, the reason, hold on a second. The reason that you have to look at it is those are exceptions. Last year, it was, okay, is the D line just that good? Or is the offensive line that bad? When you kind of realize it's a little bit of both.
Yeah, true.
And I think part of the reason the defensive line struggled a little bit early in the season, first couple games to stop the running game, is because of how bad what they were going against was in practice.
Right.
And so they weren't used to the physicality. Because Florida State, Ryan and I talked about this the other day, Florida State doesn't have a super talented offensive line, but they had a try hard and they had a big offensive line, good size offensive line.
Sure.
Big, good size offensive line. And that created some problems where they were just dominating the Notre Dame offensive line. Well, then we realized that the Notre Dame offensive line just stinks. So you start getting a little bit, and that's more common than 2017, if we're going to be honest.
Sure.
So you hope that you're not in a situation where the offense is dominating the defense early. You want to always see a little back and forth. But middle of fall camp, is usually when the offense should start controlling the action. And the reason I say that is the defense only can throw so much at the offense before the offense kind of knows what coverages that you're going to see. You know, it's going to be 10 practices in. They know what coverages are coming. They know the blitzes that are coming. That is when, if your offense is going to be good, that is when the offense starts to really kind of take hold and be kind of and start to dominate the action. So if this team is going to progress the way you hope a team progresses and a great team progresses in fall camp, defense should really look good early.
Yeah.
Offense should start kind of taking hold of the middle. And then by the end of fall camp, you're saying like, hey, look, I think this team is going to be pretty good.
Should be even, should be, elite play on
back
both
and
sides.
forth day to day.
Exactly.
Yeah, it's kind of, or maybe even period, defense dominates 7-on-7, offense maybe gets the best of them in team, things like that. So those are the things you want to see. And the other thing that you talk about growth, Tommy, is the individual growth. By that practice, that should be around the time Lorenzo Style starts asserting himself as the guy, a receiver, if that's going to happen early in the season.
Good point.
That's the time when Maris Luafau really says, like, hey, I've got this group, not just from a production standpoint, but from an emotion and energy. You start to see who the players are feeding off of by practice 10. Practice 1, everybody's fired up. By practice 10, it's like, okay, I don't really feel like being here today. Every college football player in America midway through fall camp is like, I don't really know if I love football this enough.
Yeah,
you know what I mean?
It's a month.
Because
it's a month.
And it's not as bad as it used to be when there was 2 days and stuff where you're just like, you really are testing your will. But it's still a grind, especially for younger players. But you really start to see who your leaders are and how people respond to them.
Yeah.
Because when you have those days where it's like, look, every team goes, Bama's going to go through it. Georgia's going to go through it. Ohio State's going to go through it. That day, we're just like, as a team, a lot of dudes are just like it's not that they don't want to be there. That's hyperbolic, but it's just like, I got nothing, man. I'm tapped out. I'm tired. I'm sore. I'm this, I'm that, because all summer we're running around and we're catching balls and we're, but there's no hitting. Now you're 6-7 days of just nonstop hitting and you're just like, and then who are the leaders that get them through those tough periods?
Sure.
That's, to me, one of the biggest things of growth that I want to see by middle of fall camp, which is about where that practice will be.
And position battles, I think, are going to become a little bit more clear by the time we get to the middle of camp, right? I mean, there's always going to be a battle. You always want, the guy who's number 2 or number 3 or whatever to push the guy that's ahead of them. You always want that throughout the season. But I think once you get halfway through fall camp, those battles start to shake out a little bit. And we're going to have, I think, some answers to who is winning certain battles by the time we get to the second full practice. You're going to see who's getting the majority of the reps, who's going out with the 2s. Now, there are times, and you can attest to this as a college coach, where you put the number 2 guy as the number 1 guy just to see how he does that day, right? And coaches in the past have done that when the media is there, just to F with people. I mean, they
especially
do
when there's a quarterback battle. Hey, the media's going to be here. Let's make sure that number 2 is getting those snaps.
Yeah. So, I mean, there is that, and you have to sift through that a little bit. But I think we're going to see some of those position battles shake out a little bit more once we get to the second full practice as opposed to the first full practice.
Yeah, I want to point to that too, Vince. I hope that there's a day where we come to practice and Drew Pine lines up at number 1.
Sure.
You have to get your number 2 quarterback some snaps with the number 1s.
Absolutely.
Have to. And fall camp's the best. Early, middle of fall camp's the best time to do that, because what you don't want to do is give your starter 60 to 65% of the snaps from day 1 on. Right. Otherwise, he's going to get dead arm by the middle of fall camp.
I hope it's not the day we have full practice access, but I'll say
that's fine. Because the other guy's still going to get snaps. He's just going to get snaps. Sometimes that's good. Like, oh, Tyler went and worked with the 2s today, and he was leading them down the field. I mean, that's something you learn from a guy.
Sure.
Because it's not just about getting your number 1, or your number 2, number 1 reps. It's also about seeing how your number 1 handles when he's not surrounded by the dudes. He doesn't have Mayer to throw to. He doesn't have Tyree to hand off to, or Lorenzo to rely on. So I think those type of things are always part of what you want to do. But you've got to get your number 2 some snaps.
I agree with that.
An individual player that I want to see growth from is I want to see how Drew Pine responds to last spring. Because I think Drew was pressing a lot because he was trying to win the starting job. I want to see if he can just calm down and relax and go be you, and then let the chips fall where they may.
Yeah.
Stop pressing,
And he's a competitive dude. Yeah. I expect the best from him. I do. I think that, he's gotten a lot of, bad publicity. And I'm not saying it's just the media or whatever. He didn't play well. He knows it. and he'd be the first one to tell you that he didn't play well, right?
Mm-hmm.
Now's an opportunity he's had all summer to kind of get back, be him. I want to see the Drew Pine that I've seen at other practices, right? You know, the rah-rah guy, but also see that in his play as well. I want him to push Tyler Buckner, right? I want him to push him. I want him to be like, hey, if you can't handle it, man, bro, I'm right here. I got this, you know, and we've said it in the past. Drew Pine can win you a lot of football games. No question about it. So he has to push Tyler Buckner. He has to in order for Tyler Buckner to reach what we think he can reach this year. So, yeah, I agree with you. I think Drew, I hope to see a rejuvenated Drew, and I hope to see the Drew that we've seen in the past at practice as well. The swaggy Drew that we saw against Wisconsin. He didn't play a perfect game, but he had some swag about him, right? That's what I want to see from Drew.
And he could get himself out of a funk in that game.
Right.
Which he didn't do in the spring.
Yeah, absolutely.
And I'm not talking about the spring game because that was just it was not a normal game situation. He's leading one team on a drive and he has to sprint down to the offensive coordinator, get the new play, lead the other team on a drive.
That's so
I'm not talking about the spring game. The issues that I had with Drew in the spring were just things I was hearing all spring, things you guys saw all spring. You know, the turnovers were higher, all that kind of stuff. So those are things that we'll see. So good question so far.
Yeah, no doubt.
Here's one. John A1 says, which cornerback tandem was the best at Notre Dame post Lou Holtz? 2018, that would be Julian Love and Troy Pride. 2010, which is an interesting because it wasn't really it wasn't a duo. It was, you had Darren Walls, you had Gary Gray, and you had Robert Blanton. It was more of a trio of guys. And then you had 2002, which was Vontez Duff and Shane Walton. So post Lou Holtz, what was the best cornerback tandem for Notre Dame? For me, it's kind of easy. I mean, I think it was 2018.
Love and Pride for me.
Yeah. It was them to me.
Yeah. I don't really remember 2002 that well, if I'm being completely honest.
They were pretty good.
It's kind of
Yeah.
Well, yeah, I know Shane and Duff, and I know the names obviously and the kind of the legacies they have. But a little young.
Yeah.
I was 11. So
I was watching those games through different eyes because I was in college at the time.
Okay.
So,
yeah.
They were pretty good players. I just don't think they were really dynamic athlete. Like, you know, they just weren't super dynamic guys.
Yeah.
But I would put them second. I would put Duff and Walton second ahead of the 2010. The 2010 group was good. It wasn't a great unit. It was a good unit, but they would have some problems against the elite level of competition they played at times that year. But it was a pretty good group. Good group. Super chat from Coach Bent 574. Thank you for that very much, Coach Bent, and glad you're feeling a little bit better while you're dealing with COVID. Starting with the 93 team to present, which player has had the best combined NFL and Notre Dame career? Consider the entire Notre Dame careers of 93 team guys. I mean, that's kind of easy, don't you guys think? I mean, isn't it Bryant Young?
Oh, that's what I wrote down. Okay.
I was going to say Bryant Young.
That's what I wrote down.
I mean,
yeah. So let's take him out.
What was Bettis's last year? Was
92.
Yeah,
92.
So he doesn't
92.
count. So he's out.
Right.
I mean, is Bryant Young in the Hall of Fame?
He just got elected.
Okay. Yeah.
To it.
Okay.
Yeah. And I think he's the only one. I mean, so let's take him out. We all agree on BY.
Okay.
Right. So let's take him out. Who are some other guys? I mean,
Quentin Nelson,
Bobby Taylor. I thought was a pretty good NFL player. He was post 93. Zach Martin's been tremendous.
Yep.
I forgot
Harrison Smith.
He's been the highest paid guard.
I would argue that there's a good chance that Notre Dame has 3 Hall of Fame ends up with 3 NFL Hall of Fame. There's a chance that Notre Dame ends up with 3 Hall of Famers from the Brian Kelly era.
Okay.
The 2 offensive linemen and Harrison Smith.
It's possible.
Right. Now, again, safety's that kind of that weird position, like the designated hitter of MLB.
True, but he's been the highest paid safety here. I don't know if he still is, but he's you know,
he'll wait a little bit. Zach Martin doesn't have to play another snap, and he's going to go in the Hall of Fame.
Agreed.
So
and Quentin Nelson's like 3 more seasons of what he's doing now from being a no-brainer Hall of Famer.
Right. Unless yes, absolutely.
Now I'm just saying, like, if Quentin retired now, do I think he's a Hall of Famer? No, he doesn't have the
longevity of work,
but he's close. Because he's keeping up on like the Gale Sayers, Terrell Davis type of longevity.
Sure.
You know what I mean? But it would be different if his career ended because of an injury and he just chose. But let's be honest, Quentin Nelson's not quitting, so it's really kind of a useless point to make. But they've had some good players. Like the late '90s, early 2000s didn't produce a ton of great NFL players. Like Justin Tuck was a really good NFL player for a long time.
Sure. Yeah.
Tom Carter was okay. Bobby Taylor was probably the best, but Tom Carter was pre-93 as well, so that doesn't even count. Jeff Burris was a decent NFL player for a while. He wasn't in the league of those other guys. Stephon Tuitt had very short-lived, injury-riddled, but when he was playing, he was pretty good.
Ronnie
Stanley's been good so far. He's been injury-prone. Yeah. But he's really only had like that one great year. He kind of built towards that, and then just the injuries have kind of kept him down. If he can stay healthy, he could be in that conversation.
3 years ago, he gave up 6 pressures the whole season. It was insane. Ronnie Stanley had 6 pressures in 16 games. That's not sacks.
That's nuts.
6 pressures in 16 games. And it's a running offense, but still, it's insane.
Right.
Here's a question, I think, though. Bryant Young, we were all pretty quick to say Bryant Young, and then a mix of so I would say Zach Martin's my second guy after I would say he's second after him. How close do you think that gap is, I guess, is my question. Do you think Zach's close to Bryant Young, or do you think there's a clear gap?
I think Zach's close.
Yeah.
Because, to me, Zach has been the best guard in the National Football League for at least 5 or 6 years. Maybe there's a season where this guy had a really good season. And the only person that's really challenged in the last couple of years is
Quentin Nelson. Yeah, exactly.
From everything I've read and everyone that I talk to that follows the NFL, I think Harrison Smith is also in that conversation. Harrison Smith for about a 3-4 year period is probably the best safety in the NFL from people I've talked to and things I've read, or he's at least in that conversation of it.
That's one of the things that you check off as a Hall of Famer, though. Were you the best at your position for any period of time?
Right.
He has that checked off, in my opinion.
Right. A guy that I would have been very curious about, if not for injuries, is Aaron Taylor, because he won a Super Bowl. He started his career pretty good. He just couldn't stay healthy after a while, but he started off as a pretty good player. Remember, he was on that Packers team that beat the Patriots and then lost to the Broncos. He was a starter on that offensive line.
Okay. I lost track of him when he went to the NFL,
before injuries kind of suck in.
Here's another one. Jeff Fain was a good player in the NFL for a while there too.
It was a little short-lived, but
he was the best center for a little while. Yeah. He was.
Yeah. So, so there's injuries have kind of hurt a couple other guys too. I think there's been some guys that I thought, curious how this guy could do.
Jalen Smith.
Yeah, Jalen Smith is one. I think if not for the knee injury, Jalen Smith would have been a phenomenal player.
I agree.
And there's been solid players. Ray Zeller was okay. Derek Mays was a nice, complimentary receiver for a time in his career. Just looking to some other guys right now that were Courtney Watson didn't do a whole lot. Julius Jones had a couple nice years for the Cowboys. He had a couple 1,000-yard seasons.
Yeah, he did.
Yeah, Justin Tuck we talked about. Anthony Fasano was a decent NFL player. Ryan Harris is a really good NFL. He doesn't get talked about a lot. Ryan Harris is a really good NFL football player. He's got 2 Super Bowl rings.
You know who was pretty good, who was actually better as an NFL player than he really was a college player, was Ryan Grant. Was actually good for a couple years with the Packers. He was a pretty good player.
I would argue the same thing about Luke Pettigrew. Oh. Now, Ken, he was first-round draft pick, so he clearly wasn't a bum in college, but I felt he was a little bit better in the NFL than he was in college, because that's back when I was actually still watching the NFL.
Luke was good, man. That was a good Giants line. He was a good player.
Yeah. Golden Tate was a good NFL player, not special. John Carlson before the injuries. I'm just kind of looking through over the years.
Cal Rudolph's been a good tight end.
Yes, very, very solid, steady tight end. Not great, but you look, like Vince said, you've got to give yourself some ability to say, hey, look, this guy was a good player for a period of time.
Right.
That matters as far as
that. Have a resurgence with the Bucks. You watch.
Right. Yeah. Right. Tyler Eifert.
He
didn't get hurt.
Well, because he was on the verge of. That 1 year he was a Pro Bowl player. He had 10 plus touchdowns. Yeah, it was insane. Crazy. Michael Floyd's another one. If it wasn't for the off the field issues, I think he was on the verge of becoming a really good NFL. He was coming off a 1,000-yard season in Arizona, and
they had a great 3-man punch at wide receiver down there in Arizona for a little while.
Yeah,
sure did.
So.
Theo Riddick was quietly a good NFL player for a few years.
Again, before the injuries. Yeah. So I just, you'd like to, hopefully in the next 10 years, we're talking about somebody as a quarterback, breaking into that conversation, because a lot of linemen and tight ends in that conversation.
Yeah.
Which leads to another question that I wanted to bring up, guys. I thought there was a question here that I thought was really good. Speaking of kind of this topic of conversation, right? So it's a really easy transition, but just your ordinary Joe, Vince is your guy, rocking the IB gear and his avatar there. O-line you or tight end you?
Man.
Which moniker is more deserved.
It,
So let's set the premise, Ryan,
Okay.
of what that means first.
Mhm.
Like,
Yeah.
what does it mean to be O-line U or tight end U? Do we believe that it's about dominance in the college level, then leading to high draft picks? Like, to me, that's what it means. It's
Yeah.
I don't care about what they do in the NFL. It's dominance in college for a period of time that then leads to producing a lot of drafted players, especially higher drafted players.
I like that premise. Yeah, I like that premise. My next question would be, are we talking from a purely historical perspective, or are we taking this back like 10 years? That's my next question.
I think for me, the whole tight end U thing, O-line U thing has been a relatively recent invention because so I would say I don't really want to go beyond 15, 20 years for that. I mean, because if you're going to go all time, you start bringing in the Joe Moore era and,
Sure.
you know, and I don't know if that was really a thing back then. And I don't know if you and I, if any of us were old enough during that era to really be able to say what other teams were like. We watched Notre Dame when we were kids.
Yeah,
you know. So, and I think I'm the only person that was in double digits in years the last time Notre Dame won a championship, right? And Joe Moore was in his prime. So,
well,
let's just kind of go last, say, 10, 15 years.
First of all, it's easier to be tight end U than it is to be O-line U because there's less people involved. I mean, there's 5 starters on the field for the offensive line. There's, in theory, 1, maybe 2 starters for tight end. So I think it's easier to be tight end U than it is to be O-line U. So I want to throw that out there.
I don't disagree with that. I would say, though, I think it's O-line U over tight end U. If I had to say
State
one
your
is
case.
more appropriate. I mean, because the names, right? Like, not only were they great college players, talking about Ronnie Stanley, Zach Martin, Quentin Nelson, Nick Martin, Mike McGlinchey, like their names right there. They're also, most of them developed into really good NFL players, and there's a lot of first-round draft picks, I just said as well.
And definitely higher draft picks.
Yes. A lot of the tight ends, I mean, Notre Dame has had a string of a lot of good, like really good college tight ends that developed into like solid to good tight ends in the NFL, right? So we're talking about, you know, guys like Kyle Rudolph and Tyler Eifert before he was injured, John Carlson. Like, it's a good list. But for me, if you're stacking that tight end group against, I mean, if we're taking it back like 15 years, we could talk about the U giving out guys like Jeremy Shockey and Kellen Winslow Jr. and Jimmy Graham and like that brand of tight end too, right? So I would say O-line U, Notre Dame has a little bit of a gap in my opinion, but tight end U I think is a conversation.
Vince?
For me, what it comes down to, if we're just looking at, for example, college recruiting, I think they recruit tight ends better than they do offensive linemen. If you're looking at a star ranking and you're looking at a ranking situation, that's what I think. Now, I will also say that I think that if you're looking at the entire longevity, I'm with Ryan. I think the offensive linemen have been more successful in a NFL draft situation, a NFL period, all of that. I think offensive linemen have more of a legacy in the NFL beyond Notre Dame than the tight ends do. And so if I had to pick one, and I was kind of setting you guys up by saying tight end is easier than offensive line, I'm still going O-line U. I still think that the O-line is Notre Dame's calling card right now. Yes, they are fantastic with tight end. And this is a great conversation to have because I still think that they're better than most colleges across the country in both, right? But if I have to pick one, it's going to be O-line U because I think they've had more sustained success at offensive line and then beyond in the NFL.
I'm going to throw something out there to you. Here's my issue with calling Notre Dame O-line U as more deserved as tight end U. Ryan, your NFL draft comments are very on point, but my only pushback would be you just see a lot more offensive linemen being drafted in the first round. I mean, Cole Kmet was the first tight end drafted in 2020, but he wasn't taken until the second round.
Right.
You're not going to see an offensive tackle go, and you're not going to. I don't think you're going to see a draft where there's not an offensive tackle or offensive lineman
taken in like the first 5,
right?
Or the
first round.
Yeah.
So, but here's the bigger pushback for me. Notre Dame was clearly the best offensive line operation from an NFL draft standpoint and all that during Harry Hiestan's tenure. But number one, it took him a couple years to really get the whole thing going because he had to recruit top players. He had some really good players like on the 2012 line, but then there were some guys that weren't that good. With all due respect to Mike Golick Jr. and Christian Lombard and Braxton Cave, they weren't to the same level as like the other guys opposite McGlinchey and Nelson and Stanley in 15. right? Like 2012 had good players. Braxton Cave spent some time in the NFL, and I think would have had a longer NFL career if not for the injuries he sustained during his Notre Dame career, in my opinion.
Right.
Well, Mike Golick Jr. did a great job in 2012, gave you everything he had,
Absolutely.
but he just
No doubt.
wasn't a super, and I think he would tell you this, he wasn't a super talented player. He's not Alex Bars, right? And I think that's the difference between, for me, is the time period where Notre Dame truly dominated offensive line play was a very short window, and then Harry left. And Notre Dame plummeted, in my opinion, 3 out of those 4 years. And then they were okay under Ed Warner. So you can only argue Notre Dame was O-line you for only like half of Kelly's tenure, right?
But that half was so dominant.
I get that. Whereas tight end, I mean, literally every starting tight end at Notre Dame has been drafted going back 20 years. You know what I mean? And you know, you've had guy after guy after guy. You know, you had Eifert and Rudolph together in 2010 and 11, or excuse me, in 2010. You know, you had Eifert was the best tight end in college football. Michael Mayer, I think, is the best tight end in college football. And in between, you had some good football players. You know, Ben Koyak was a good football player. You know, I think Troy Nicholas had one good season. I thought he was overdrafted a little bit for just one good season.
Yeah.
You know, Alizé Mack, when he was right, was a good player. Durham Smythe was a good player. The counter argument is, but you could make a stronger case that other schools are tight end you over Notre Dame, where if you look at that window Ryan was talking about, there was no discussion about who tight O-line you was. Iowa, for the last 10 years, can flat out go toe-to-toe with Notre Dame in regard to pumping out NFL tight ends and productive college tight ends. They haven't always gotten the hype that they deserved in the NFL draft with some of their players, George Kittle, but they're also the only team, as far as I know, in the last 15, 20 years, have 2 tight ends taken in the first round of the same draft.
Yeah, that was impressive.
I think that was the first time that ever happens, and just in general.
So, I mean, that's pretty impressive, right? So I just think that if you're going to go longevity, I lean towards more tight end. But as Ryan, as you said, the short-term brilliance of the Harry Hiestand era, to me, makes that impressive. And now here's the thing, he's back.
Right.
And so I think we're going to see that established again. So it's going to be interesting, but I think that at the end of the day, they're both well-deserved. I'd probably lean more towards O-line if we're going to keep it a shorter window. If we're going to take it 15, 20 years, it has to be tight end you, because if we take it to 15, 20 years, there's a lot of years with some really bad offensive line play in there. If you know, so if we keep a Kelly era, it's O-line. If we go back 20, it's got to be tight end, because like the Charlie Weiss era after 06, the offensive line play was atrocious.
Right.
Atrocious.
Well, I was gonna say, especially even if you want to take it even further back and just do it from a completely historical sense, I would argue tight ends over.
Oh, it's no question.
In general, because then you're talking about like Mark Bavaro, Irv Smith,
Ken McAfee, Dave Casper. There was a Notre Dame team, I think, that ended up having 3 first-round tight ends on the same roster.
Right.
Like there was one year Oscar McBride, who didn't get drafted but played in the NFL, was like their 4th tight end. I mean, they had some insane tight end depth in the Lou Holtz era, and hardly any of them caught more than ever caught the 30 passes, just because of the type of the offense they had. But yeah, Irv Smith and Derek Brown played together for a couple years. I mean, and it just, if you're going to go back, the further you go back, all time, like go back like the last 50 years, Ryan, it's a no-brainer. It's Notre Dame. I mean, I wrote an article today actually at irishbreakdown.com about how Michael Mayer was named to the watch list for the Walter Camp Award, which goes to the best player in college football. Go to offensive player, defensive player, whatever. The Notre Dame's had 4 guys win it, which is tied for second behind USC, who's had 6. And their 6 is sort of an asterisk because one guy won it twice. It's 5 players have won it 6 times. OJ won it twice. The first Notre Dame player to win the Walter Camp Award as the best player in college football was Ken McAfee, who was a tight end. This is back in the 70s. So, and that's whose records Michael Mayer's been shattering the last couple of seasons as well, by the way. And with what he's done. So I just thought that was interesting. To your point, Ryan, if we're going to go all time, Mark Bavaro's not considered a top 5 all time Notre Dame tight end. If that tells you anything about how good tight end play has been in Notre Dame.
He was phenomenal with the Giants. Phenomenal.
He was.
Yeah.
He was. So, I mean, and it's just I mean, he was pretty good with Notre Dame too. He was a 4th round draft pick. So, it's quite the tight end tradition at Notre Dame. There's no doubt about that. Great question so far. Really sparking a lot of good conversation. Here's a really good with Vince. I'm gonna have you start off with this one. So, Vince, will the 2022 season be defined by Coach Rees's quarterback development ability?
The word defined is a strong word, but I can't disagree with that statement because we've made, I don't want to say excuses. We've made arguments for what has transpired.
Justifications.
Justifications. That's
with
a better
Coach
word.
Rees.
That's a better reason. That's a better word. Justifications for the quarterback play or development under Coach Rees, as he has been the quarterback's coach, right? And I think they're all justified. I do. I think they're all justified. There's no more excuses at this point. There's no more. Tyler Buckner has been under the tutelage of Tommy Rees, and if Tyler Buckner has not developed, then you have to look at Tommy Rees. You have to. And, I think that this season is going to go a long way to tell us where the development of these quarterbacks are. I do. Now, there's a lot of good things that you can point at. I think Jack Cohn's development within the season last year was really, really good. I think you got to give Tommy Rees a lot of credit for that, right? I think that playing Tyler Buckner last year in the manner in which we talked about in the preseason and what we wanted to see, that happened. I think you got to give Tommy Rees a lot of credit for that, not only as the quarterback's coach, but also as the offensive coordinator, right? I think that this year, with Tyler taking over and being the full-time starter and needing him to be a complete quarterback, if he is, you have to give credit to Tommy Rees. You have to. If he's not, then I think you have to question Tommy Rees's ability to develop quarterbacks. I think you do. And so this year it's crucial. It is a defining year for Tommy Rees, no question about it. And then moving forward, let's say he does it this year, we're all satisfied, then Tyler needs to take another step next year. And can he get him to that next step? So I think it'll be another defining year. So if he passes QB development 101, well, there's a 102 class coming right behind him, and what you're going to have to take, and you're going to have to pass that too. So I think it's an ongoing debate for Coach Rees, but I think that's a legitimate question going in.
Ryan, you got more to add to that?
Yeah, no, I was going to say I agree with Vince. I think define is a little too strong just for the simple fact of just singular on Coach Rees, because I think there's a lot of parts of this team that are going to have to get better and get more, get taken to a higher level. And we're talking about also Coach Freeman's first year, right? Like he's going to kind of define what the 2022 season looks like as far as how he runs a program. Sure. I will say this though, to Vince's point, and I agree with it 100%. 2022 is going to define a lot of the perception of Tommy Rees, because I think there's mixed feelings on him a little bit, right? Like I think there's a lot of people that can say, I like how he calls a football game, but there's also parts, from the quarterback recruiting side, from the quarterback development side, that needs to get answered, right? It needs to get better. So I think the 2022 season can define whether he is, one of the better offensive coordinators in college football, or can define whether he's just kind of thought about as kind of a lackluster offensive coordinator, if that makes sense.
This is the first time Tommy Rees will be coaching a guy that he chose as a recruited, signed, and has only been the only person to coach him. So that is something certainly to keep an eye on, and I think adds more to the whole idea of this is the first chance I think we can really truly say this is all on you, right? And so that's kind of where I'm at for this.
Well, and it's very similar to when we talked about Coach Quinn last year, right? Remember we talked about the fact that this is going to be his defining year because all of these guys are his guys. It's a very similar conversation for Coach Rees, I think.
Right. It didn't go great for Coach Quinn.
Right.
No, he did not pass that class.
I think we would all agree that we think he's a better coach than Jeff Quinn was.
That's fair too.
All right. Here we go. Good questions. So we did have a super chat from Brendan Manning. He says, with numbers tight in 2024, do you think the staff should have waited on Wafel? Seems like there's a lot of high-end talent on the D-line board. Ryan, I'll kick that one to you.
It's a great question. I will say this. I push back on the tightness of the class sometimes, Brendan, just for the simple fact that everything could change so quickly with how the game is kind of formatted today with the transfer portal and early designation to the NFL draft, and numbers could change very quickly. To your question, though, me and Brian have talked about this on the podcast, so it's not a secret. I probably would have waited a little bit on Waitful, just a little bit. I would have let the board develop a little further because, to your point, there's a lot of really talented players on there, man. And I probably would have taken a little bit of it into the 2022 season, their high school season, to kind of continue to evaluate some of these players. So, yeah, I think for part of the question, I probably would have waited just because I think the board's really talented, not necessarily because of the numbers as much. But I do push back just a little bit on the numbers because that thing could just change so quickly.
I think the other thing, Ryan, is I think sometimes you have to understand too, and Brendan, I think this is a very fair question.
Absolutely.
Ryan and I both asked it, but I think sometimes you have to understand that this staff doesn't view recruiting as just acquisition of the highest ranked best players possible from a physical talent standpoint. I've talked to several Notre Dame coaches over the last year, last 7-8 months especially, and one of the big mantras from Coach Freeman has been, you have to make sure that you're not just bringing in talented players, but you got to bring in kids that serve that fit this place. And any coach will tell you that knows how to develop rosters. There's been kids that you go back and look at Alabama's years. There's going to be a couple kids a year. You're like, why they sign that kid? Because that kid may not be a star. He may just be a role player, but there's always a need for a guy that's going to bring the energy and the leadership that a Kurt Hinish is going to bring. Now, if another Kurt Hinish is coming along next year, say, I'm not taking that guy. You need better talent. That's a good argument to make. But understand what you're sacrificing by not taking that kid. The leadership, that work ethic, the whole, if you don't bring it today, you're going to have to deal with me. Right? Not every great player has that, right? And so it's called roster building, and it's important. It's not like, when we were playing, college football, and I cannot wait for it to come back out. I mean, you're just trying to get all the 5 stars, right? And when your dynasty's really rolling, that's pretty much all you land, except the positions where they don't have any 5 stars. That's not real life. In real life, hey, you know what? Maybe this kid isn't as good as such and such and such and such. But you know what I'm going to get from this kid? I'm going to get a kid that I know can play the nose. I know a kid that's going to give me everything he's got every single day he's here, that's going to be a leader, that's going to bring toughness. And he's a top 250 player. We're not like we're talking about some guy that's like a, some 3-star kid who can't play, right? This is a kid that can play. But if I'm just talking about recruiting rankings, I get that. I understand the whole, did you really need to take him now? But I think the reason they took him is there's nobody like him in the class that's going to provide some of the intangibles they're looking for. Doesn't mean that other kids aren't hard workers or good leaders. It's just when you find that kind of kid, that whether it's Western PA kid, Jersey kid, there's just certain regions in the country where it's like, you feel like if you're going to get a kid from there, you're getting a worker. I think that's kind of the thing. And there's a lot of the kids that Notre Dame's landed from Jersey over the years, from Quentin Nelson to Clarence Lewis. Sure. I mean, when you talk to Notre Dame coaches about Clarence Lewis, for instance, nobody outworks that kid. We'll have some questions about him later in the chat about his productivity, but nobody outworks that kid. And you hear that with almost every Jersey kid that Notre Dame has signed the last 10, 15 years.
There's a reason for that.
You hear similar things from Western PA kids like Robert Hainsey's and guys like that. Those are the workers. That's just because they come, the type of background they come from, the blue collar nature of it, the coal mine family, tree type of thing. That's just, you just get that kind of mentality.
Well, in any team sport, you need glue guys. You do. They're not necessarily going to be the best player on the team, but you need those guys that are going to just work, and they're going to expect work out of other guys. Those guys can be found on every single winning team, period. Whether it's baseball, football, soccer, doesn't matter. You need those kind of glue kids to hold it together, right? It's one of the things that makes good teams great, in my opinion. Yes, you need those superstars. You do. But you also need those glue guys. And maybe he becomes one of those glue guys.
They only make grinders in New Jersey, baby. That's all I got to say.
There it is.
He just went and ruined it.
Never been.
And he ruined it.
No plans.
I have a super sticker from TRAM28. Thank you very, very, very much for that super sticker. He also had a super chat from TRAM28. Will Notre Dame try to land a second tight end in the 2024 class? I think Jack Larson could be a stud, but I actually like Brady Prescorn out of Michigan a little bit more. So I'll just address this one really quick. The plan as of right now, according to our sources, they're only going to take one tight end. but I do believe they are still recruiting other tight ends because that's not a definitive. So as of right now, based on numbers, based on the roster, they're only going to take one, but I think that ultimately will change as the roster changes. So I just quickly address that one and get to that answer.
And it's a good tight end group in 2024 as well.
Very.
So that could change also. Yeah.
Very. It may be a kid that because it also is, we thought we were going to get this number there. And so now we're going to take here. Those are all part of the conversation that will adjust that. And I honestly think at the end of the day, they will end up with a second tight end. It's just right now, when you talk to sources, they're just focused on one right now. Hulk Strongest. What's up, guys? Actually, what's up, guys? I keep hearing people say that Notre Dame is a middle-of-the-pack team in the SEC, but besides Bama and Georgia, who else beats them? Any thoughts? I have one thought, first of all. SEC fans are so obnoxious. Like, every Ohio State's a middle-of-the-pack, everybody's a middle-of-the-pack SEC. Like, give me a freaking break. Your conference isn't that good, right? I mean, you got your butts kicked by ACC teams in the bowl games last year. You know what I mean? Like, whatever. But, okay, anyway. So that's my initial shade reaction. But Vince, your thoughts on Notre Dame being a middle-of-the-pack SEC team? You're muted.
Yes, sorry. I was pulling up. I wanted to make sure I had all the teams in front of me. So I was pulling up the SEC teams, and as I'm looking at this, middle of the pack means there's 7 or 8 teams that are better than Notre Dame. Right? I mean, there's 14 teams in the SEC right now, about to be 16. Okay. But I still think Notre Dame is better than Oklahoma and Texas. So that doesn't matter to me. And when you're looking at the teams in the SEC right now, they're like a top 5 team in the SEC. Easily.
They're a top 3 team in the SEC.
Fair enough. I was trying to be a little bit more vague, but you're absolutely right. They're not middle of the pack. I'm sorry, not even close.
Who's number 3 after Alabama and Georgia? Are we going Texas A&M? Like who's the next team?
I think Notre Dame wins that game too.
Florida, LSU, the team that Notre Dame is 2-0 against during their like. Here's the deal: Bama smacked Notre Dame twice. Right?
Fair enough.
We agree.
Yep.
Notre Dame, Georgia, during a time when Georgia was really good, a year they went 12-2 in a year where they were the national runners-up. Notre Dame lost by 1 and 6, and in both games had the ball at the end with a chance to go win. Right? That was not a butt kicking. They beat Vanderbilt. It was an ugly game. They beat them. They played like crap and still beat Vanderbilt.
Yeah.
They've beat LSU twice. So where is this dominance from the SEC over Notre Dame? Because remember, 2014, Notre Dame's got they were touchdown underdog against LSU. 2017, LSU, they're going to beat Notre Dame. And Notre Dame beat them both times and beat them physically both times, right? That's the other aspect of this. So look, SEC fans are just obnoxious, to be honest with you. And really have no understanding of anything outside of their division. Like that's what like Ohio State fans, the ones that engage with us on YouTube outside of Archer, they have no clue. Like one guy was like, "What?" Remember that I had that show where I kind of compared the depth charts, and I said, you look at Notre Dame's defensive line. Notre Dame should be considered having the best defense. They have the advantage of the defensive line. And I said Notre Dame's best defensive lineman has had more sacks last year than all of Ohio State's 5-stars. And the guy was like indignant, like, I can't believe you say that. And I'm like, he has no clue who Isaiah Foskey is. None.
Exactly.
None. And I'm like, he had more sacks last year than Zach Harrison has for his career by several. And all the 3 5-star defensive ends they had last year, Isaiah Foskey had more sacks than all of them. Riley Mills had the same number of sacks last year as Jack Sawyer. Same number of sacks last year as Zach Harrison. Justin Ademilola had twice as many. The point is, there's so many fans, and this is what I respect. This is why we treat Archer with respect, why we treat Ladarius with respect. When Antoine used to come in here, we treated him with respect because I respect other fans that want to actually engage and learn and with other teams.
Become educated about
it. Because it drives me nuts when people will make argument, well, this team sucks. Well, name me 3 people on that roster. Oh, I can't. I just know they suck. Okay. How do they suck? They're not my team, so they must suck. It's just like, come on, don't be stupid. And you get a lot of that with Ohio State fans, all due respect to Archer, and you get a lot of that, even more of that with SEC. And I can say that about Ohio State because I grew up in that freaking state. And trust me, I've been dealing with like fans that are ignorant of everything outside of their team my entire life. So, it's just something to kind of laugh at and just roll your eyes at and move on from, to be completely honest with you.
A mid-tier SEC team is who? Mississippi State. Like, what are we doing here right now? Kentucky? I mean, Kentucky might even be an upper tier net team now, right? Like, I mean, who's a mid-tier team? In the,
Absolutely. Auburn.
Right.
Like Missouri?
You can't, I'm sorry, you're definitely not going to find 7 teams better than Notre Dame. That would put them in the middle.
No.
It's not going to happen. Sorry.
Yeah, it's patently absurd.
Yeah.
Now, was that true 7 years ago? Yeah, definitely. Notre Dame had teams like that.
Sure.
There's no question. The problem is what's funny to me is there's a lot of fans that are not Notre Dame fans that will say, well, you guys are still living on the history, blah, 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 blah. I'm like, well, you're doing the same thing with what you think Notre Dame is now. You still think this is Notre Dame 10 years ago. You know, you still think this is the slow, unathletic team that played Alabama in 2012. It's not.
I say let them think that.
It's not. Georgia fans will, and that's why you'll actually hear more respect about Notre Dame coming from Georgia fans than any other SEC fans. Why? Because Georgia saw it firsthand. Like,
yes, that's right.
They almost beat us both times, right? Like, they have respect for Notre Dame. I remember watching when Notre Dame walked off the field against Georgia in 2019, there were Notre Dame fans there, like at the tunnel, clapping for them, but there were Georgia fans in that area clapping for the Notre Dame players too, sort of like out of respect for, like, hey, y'all brought it today. We gained respect for you. And you'd hear Georgia fans saying that to Notre Dame fans walking out of the stadium. You know, I mean, it's same if that's Ohio, you guys suck. You know, it's like that's Ohio State fans, right? But Georgia fans were like, hey, you know what? We gained a lot of respect for you guys.
Can't wait.
You know, it's why I have more respect for Georgia fans. And there's dumb Georgia fans. There's dumb Notre Dame fans. There's dumb fans of every fan base.
No question.
Hey, easy there. That's my people. Okay.
Well, but you're not wrong.
But it's true. And we all know that, right?
Absolutely.
But it just, do those dumb people dominate your fan base or not? Like they do for Michigan, Ohio State? That's the bigger question for me. Good questions. Great questions today, everybody. John Wayne's Winchester.
That's one of your favorites.
Recently signed up for the message board, by the way.
Ooh.
The opening kickoff song by Dropkick Murphy is okay, but it's literally titled Shipping Up from Boston. Last time I checked, Notre Dame isn't located in Boston. What pre-kickoff song would you want instead? I don't really care about the title. I think it's a catchy song, but what pregame kickoff song would you want instead? I honestly have never thought a second about this, guys.
Nope.
Do either of you have an opinion on that?
I really don't.
Yeah.
A kickoff song is such a new thing anyway, right? I mean, back when I was in the student section, it was I like that.
What was the Vince? Well, I missed it. What was it?
That's I like that better than a song, to be honest with you, because everybody's in unison, everybody's doing it at the same time, and that's gone away a little bit, to be honest with you. So I like that better than music anyway.
Whatever you're going to play it needs to be the band playing it, not the,
that's fair.
You know what I mean? Like that would be my thing. Like
they're
coming out, play the song that they play that from I forget what it is. I can't believe I'm drawing a blank on this, but the Star Wars song that they play, Vince. Notre Dame will play that. The Notre Dame bands plays that a lot. I'd do something like that. You know,
defense,
whatever. I don't care. Just have the band play it, not some music blasted in. I don't really care about the kickoff music. I mean, the music they have is fine, and they only play it for the opening kickoff, right? I mean, like you said. So
I think, they're getting everybody hyped and the whole thing.
Yeah, I think we should do a pre-recorded of Vince making that noise again as the kickoff song.
I'm all about that. Yeah. Here's one for you, Ryan. We have a question from John A1 about recruiting. Is Dylan Edwards similar to Tutu Atwell from Louisville as far as use at wide receiver spots, explosive plays, etc.?
I don't hate it. I mean, Tutu was about 5'9" and 155 pounds. I mean, but I think that the comparison is more now. I doubt that Dylan Edwards, when he's a prominent player in college, is 155 pounds anymore. It'll probably be closer to 170. I think I wrote on the message board at some point, like, I mean, think of how DeAnthony Thomas was used at Oregon, right? Like, I'm not saying that he's going to be as good as DeAnthony Thomas because he was a darn good college player, but stylistically speaking, I actually like that one a little bit more because I do think that he can actually come out of the backfield a little more. Like Tutu was only occasionally getting like some jet sweeps when he was at Louisville, right? But DeAnthony Thomas, like they would literally line up at running back sometimes and like give him toss sweeps and do all that type of stuff, right? So I think that when you're looking at Dillon, I think he's a little more of a true running back than Tutu Atwell was, obviously. So I would say more DeAnthony Thomas than Tutu.
Next question. We actually we got we got that one from Brendan Manning. See here, let's get down to some questions down here. Here's an interesting one. John A1, Charlie Weiss wasn't a good head coach, but could he be a good offensive coordinator or quarterback coach in college football, Vince? What do you think?
I think he could. I think he was I mean, obviously he's a Super Bowl winning offensive coordinator. Okay. Yes. Did he have Tom Brady? Yeah, he did have Tom Brady. Okay. But he's still a very good offensive coordinator.
But he had Tom Brady before Tom Brady became
Correct.
Tom Brady.
Correct.
Also,
look, yeah. I will never question Charlie Weiss's offensive, play calling, or I mean, he was good at it. Okay. And Notre Dame's offenses weren't necessarily the issue when Charlie Weiss was the head coach, if we're talking whistle to whistle, right? That wasn't the issue. He can recruit as an offensive coordinator. He can call good plays as an offensive coordinator. His issues were he had no idea how to run a program. He tried to run it like an NFL team, and that doesn't work when you're in college. Okay. You can't go out and get free agents. You can't, when somebody gets hurt, right? When somebody gets hurt, he had a bunch of backups that never got any time because they focused on the starters all the time. He didn't know how to run a program. That was Charlie Weiss's downfall. Okay. I think he could be a very good assistant coach. Now, he's gotten to a point in his career where that probably wouldn't be the case unless he's just bored and that's what he wants to do. But I think he would be a very good coordinator, and that probably would have been a better step for him. Now, I don't know that he would have taken that step as offensive coordinator of the Super Bowl champion New England Patriots to an offensive coordinator at a Power 5 college level, but he needed to see how a college program was run, and he never had that opportunity. He only saw the NFL, and so I think that was his big downfall.
Kansas Jayhawk legends, Charlie Weiss, if we're being honest here. But yeah, I mean, the question is, that was supposed to be a joke, but Brian didn't laugh again. He doesn't think I'm funny anymore. I'm sorry.
It's okay.
Charlie Weiss could call a good offensive game, in my opinion. We saw it in New England. I think that there were a few years in Notre Dame where the offense was good. They had a lot of firepower at points, right? So I think, yes, he could recruit. He could call an offensive game, no doubt. Like Vince said, there's not a top level ability there, right? To be the overseer of everything. But I don't think most people would question that Charlie Weiss was a good play caller.
Right. But here's why I say my answer is no.
Oh, man.
And the reason is because I've said this a million times. In college football, much more in the NFL, it's more about what you do Monday to Friday than it is what you do on Saturday. And the problem that Charlie had is Charlie didn't stop knowing how to call a game in 07, 08, and 09. He just couldn't teach him how to play football Monday to Friday. That was the problem. And so that would be my big question, where Brady Quinn was sort of this, and Samardzija and Stovall, they were sort of ready-made technical players when Charlie took over. Because the one thing I think and Vince, you and I have talked about this in shows in the past, the one thing I think the Thai staff did a good job of, and there were very few things, they actually taught fundamentals well. Notre Dame never got beat because they were fundamentally unsound under time. I mean, they knew how to line up. They knew how to, run decent routes and knew how to do all those things. They just didn't have – their schemes were terrible, and their best players were all real young. Well, those guys kind of went into their juniors and senior years when Charlie was there. But after that, they fell off a cliff because then it became about Charlie's guys that he recruited that they never taught how to play.
Right.
And that was the big thing. So if he was a quarterback coach, an OC, and he was able to walk into a situation where, like, let's say Bill O'Brien left, like, right before the season, like, suddenly had to leave, there's some emergency, they had to hire somebody, and they hired Charlie Weiss, I'd say Bama would do pretty well this year because Saban would demand certain fundamental things, but he's got a quarterback that's just ready to go. I mean, with Bryce Young, you aren't teaching Bryce Young how to drop, and he knows how to play. Then he would do well, but when the next year, when Bryce Young leaves and he's got to coach a kid from scratch, he wouldn't do as well because he never showed me the ability to teach kids how to play. You don't have to worry about that as much in the NFL. And that's why I think Charlie would not have been a good OC or quarterback coach. What's that?
Guys come to you ready-made. I mean, that's
right.
That's what the NFL is.
He kind of leaps around year to year to teams that, like, already have established players and veterans and stuff. Yeah, Charlie will do well, but that's not real life. But I don't disagree with anything you guys are saying about calling a game. I just think in college more than the NFL, it's more important about what happens before you get to call a game.
Yeah.
Call a game, and like last year, perfect example is the Fiesta Bowl. what could Tommy Rees have done play calling wise in the second half to answer the problems they had? None, because they weren't taught how to play. Right now, does Tommy Rees bear the responsibility of that as the offensive coordinator? I think he would tell you, yes, I'm the OC. The buck stops with me. But he can't coach the O-line. He can't coach the receivers, right? So it's like, if you don't know how to play, I don't care what play calls you have to know how to play. And that's why Oklahoma State was able to literally turn an offense for Notre Dame that they literally could not stop in the first half into one that could not move the ball with one flip and adjustment, walk the corners up. That was it. That was it. That's the only adjustment they made, guys. And
it's because they watched
Notre Dame could do anything.
That Notre Dame couldn't get off press coverage. So
there you go.
That's what it is.
You have to ask them, why didn't they do that going into the game?
Seriously.
But
that's
I would say, though, just to fight back here a little bit, Brian, I would say that if Charlie Weiss was the offensive coordinator and he was coaching for somebody like a Marcus Freeman, let's say, just for argument's sake, right? And he had a really good staff around him, okay? I think that might make up for some of the lacking points of Charlie Weiss. So then all he would have to do is call plays. All he would have to do is be the offensive, brainchild, and the fundamental stuff would be taken care of by the other assistant coaches. I realize he would have to coach a position, and that position might not get coached up properly. I get that too. But if I'm bringing in Charlie Weiss as the head coach, and I'm the head coach, I'm bringing him in as my OC, I'm making sure he's surrounded with guys who know how to coach the fundamentals.
Did you say brainchild? I like that.
Thank you.
I'm going to steal that.
Here's one from Tommy Guns. Ryan, we'll start with you on this one. Of the preseason award watch lists, who do you think has the best shot to bring home their respective trophies?
Ooh.
What would you set the over-under at for how many of those Notre Dame players win? So obviously we've got the things we've had so far, like the Mackey, the Bolitnikoff, the Doak Walker. There's been the Lombardi, the Nagurski, and Walter Camp, Maxwell. There was the
Thorpe. Or
the
no?
Thorpe has come out because Brandon Joseph was on there, and then Lou Groza are the ones that, off the top of my head, that we have seen come out so far.
I would.
I mean, and they'll all eventually come out. So, like, just name all the different awards. I mean, there's not a Heisman Trophy watch list. That's the only one that I don't think has a watch list. But like the Ronnie Lott has a watch list. The Paul Hornung Award released a watch list yesterday. All those. So anyway, those are all the different ones. So question is, what one player has the best shot to bring home the respective trophy, and what's the over under for how many of those awards Notre Dame players win?
I was going to start with a joke, but I've been making too many jokes, so I'm going to move on here.
That got a bigger laugh from Vince than your jokes.
I know. I was going to say
Ryan, take your shot.
I was going to say the Lou Groza, but then I didn't want to make.
That's
a
just
joke,
mean.
So I know it is. I know. I'm a mean guy sometimes. I would say the Mackey is number one for me. Michael Mayer, that top tight end in college football. Absolutely. My second one, Brian, would actually be Jim Thorpe with Brandon Joseph. That would be my second one. And Cam Hart, I think, has a chance to. I don't know if he made the list, but he has a chance to contend.
I'll they'll add a midseason. Don't worry.
Yeah, exactly. So those would be my two. I would set the over under on 2.5. 2.5 would be my number.
That'd be a lot. Yeah, I was going to go 1.5 for me because just kind of because I think Mayer, Vince, is your pick. Was that for your pick for the Mackey?
100%. Yeah, and my next one would have been Patterson at center for the Remington, but he's not going to play center. So that kind of I know he's on the watch list, but probably not going to play center. So that takes him out of the running for that.
Yeah, I Ryan, I'm not going to completely poo-poo your 2.5 idea because I think when you look at like Foskey with the Bednarik and the Nagurski and some different things there, I think the Outland, or is that the one that's that? No, the Outland's just interior players. You look at like you said, Cam Hart, Brandon Joseph. I mean, Brandon Joseph comes in with some notoriety. I think a lot of this has to do with you have to have some level of notoriety, right? Yeah, because let's be honest, the voters for these awards aren't sitting there watching all these kids play. It's stats and are you on a good team, right? That's just kind of the reality of it. So Joseph has the advantage of coming in with some reputation. And then I also think it's one of the offensive line awards. If Patterson does in fact play center, Vince, let's just say that happens, then I think you go in there. I think some of the Notre Dame offensive linemen might have a shot at that too, because Ryan, you had noted something on Twitter the other day about the NFL draft it's not a strong offensive line year in college football this year. And I could see one of the Notre Alt, Fisher, Patterson, somebody kind of stepping up and like, oh, that dude, yeah.
Well,
So.
I think we overlooked the fact that Audric Estime already claimed the Doak Walker.
Correct.
So that one's already in the bag, which is good.
That's over. He's going to get that one. I think 2.5. I would take the under on that, but I'm comfortable with that.
The 1.5 though would be the bet. Like that's where I would place it too, because what's that second one going to be? And could they do it? Yeah, they could do it, but that's the 1.5 is the better spot for me personally, because I think that's the marker. Like I think they'll win one. Will they win that second one? I don't know. So that's where I would set it.
Mm-hmm. And that, I mean, if they're plus 1.5, it means Notre Dame's probably a playoff team this year.
That's good.
Because unfortunately, that's just the reality of it. I mean, a lot of these awards are very similar to what the Heisman Trophy Award is. So anyway, let's get to the next one. Here's a question, Ryan. I'll kick it to you. Is there a top 10 team in 2022 who doesn't match up well with what we think Notre Dame will be this year?
I mean, I think – look, I think that the secondary is going to be very much improved in Notre Dame, and I think that the wide receivers are going to surprise us a little bit, right? But I think right now you have to say that Ohio State has a clear advantage at the skill positions, right? Like, I mean, that's one that if you're playing an in the trenches game with Ohio State and Ohio State is dumb enough to play that back with you, then I feel great about Notre Dame's chances. But the fact of the matter is that they're going to spread the football. They're going to try to take advantage of their advantages that they have out wide. So I would say probably Ohio State. USC. I was thinking USC for a second, but I'm like, but their disadvantages in the trenches is so much that I don't think it's going to matter as much.
So you're counting USC as a preseason top 10 team?
Well, they were. I mean, they were named.
ESPN had them as one. Yeah, I'm just asking.
So I'll use them in there. Yeah.
So the question I think is more of who doesn't match up well against Notre Dame, not who Notre Dame doesn't match up well against.
Oh, I completely misread the question.
That's why I read it the first time, and then Ryan started answering. I'm like, oh, I got to find my answer.
Yeah. This is why we got to pay attention when I'm reading questions, guys.
I was paying attention.
Yes.
North Carolina is my answer then.
They're not in the preseason top 10 this year.
Oh, then there's no team then, Brian.
Okay.
I don't know what
you got Utah as a top 10 team that consistently. You've got Texas A&M is a pretty consistent top 10 team. Michigan's a consistent top 10 team in a lot of these preseason top 25s. My first one's Texas A&M. I don't think Texas A&M matches up well against Notre Dame at all. I mean, when was the last time Texas A&M had a good wide receiver? Mike Evans? Right. So
they had a good one going into this year, but he just got arrested for gun violence or something.
They have a fast one. I don't know if I necessarily would call him good yet. I mean, I think he's got a lot to prove. And I like Mac Johnson as a quarterback. He's a nice player, but he's not like this dynamic guy. I don't think their offensive line losing Green is going to hurt them a little bit, in my opinion.
For sure.
I mean, the point about Anais Smith is he had 47 catches for 509 yards last year, right? I mean,
pretty bad quarterback play though.
I get that. Yeah. But that's not changing, right? I don't know if Max Johnson just walks in and all of a sudden they're a phenomenal passing team, right?
I hope he's better than Zach Calzada. I hope.
Yeah, it's not saying a whole lot.
Yeah,
and I don't think their O-line's great. They also lost their O-line coach to USC. He went to USC, and I think their defense, which wasn't great last year, lost most of their best players, in my opinion. So A&M, first of all, shouldn't be a top 10 team, but since they are, that's a bad matchup for them against Notre Dame. And I think Utah would have a hard time stopping the Notre Dame offense. Because, like you pointed out to Ryan, even when Utah's healthy, they have issues in the secondary against a team that can throw the football. And that's why Oregon was they were a bad matchup for Oregon last year because Oregon couldn't throw. I mean, Oregon beat Ohio State completing less than 50% of their passes. You can't do that against Utah because you can't run on Utah the way they could run on Ohio State. What Ohio State was able to do against what had been a good Utah defense all year was Ohio State could just get them in space and just say, we're going to shred you. Now they don't have Devin Lloyd, linebacker. Like I said, Clark Phillips is a heck of a corner, but if they only got one good DB, you can avoid that guy.
Sure.
And I know Morgan Scalley's a good defensive coach, I think, but they're going to have some issues, in my opinion, against teams that have any kind of speed on offense on the perimeter anyway. So I think that's another one that I think would be a top 10 team. And yeah, look, I don't want to say Michigan because that would just be me hating on Michigan, but there's some areas where I think Michigan's going to have a bit of a tough time if they were matched up against Notre Dame. But I think there might be some areas where Notre Dame may have a couple issues where they got to how are they going to Michigan's got decent receivers this year. They got balance at receiver, no great players, but with Ronnie Bell back, they got some speed there. They got some size there with Cornelius Johnson and a couple other guys. You got Blake Corum coming out of the backfield. If JJ McCarthy's their quarterback, I'd be more concerned about that offense because he can run around and scramble. But if Cade McNamara is their quarterback, then I have no issue defending Michigan if I'm Notre Dame.
That's fair.
There's no doubt. And I think their defense would have some issues against the Notre Dame offense, though.
I do too.
The speed.
I don't think they're going to be able to get in the quarterback's face enough.
Yep. All right. Sean Kane asks, how would Lou Holtz's coaching style translate to today's game and today's players?
Well, his coaching style is fine, right? It would be his. I think the bigger issue would be his offensive philosophy. I mean, that would have to be updated, right? But his coaching style, look, he is I won't say he's the definition of a player's coach because he's not. That's not what I'm saying. I'm saying he's a motivator. That still resonates in college football. Okay, he's a motivator. Just look at IU, for example, right? That resonates. Okay, so I think that would fit just fine. He's a disciplinarian. Okay, that's okay too. If you've got the right guys that are playing for you, and since you're recruiting those guys, I don't see that as being a problem either. He is a captivating person in the living room as well. Mm-hmm. So he would be a master recruiter, even this day and age. I have no doubt about it. So I think his coaching style would translate no problem to today's game, but he would just have to make sure that his offensive philosophy translates to 2022.
I mean,
Brian would love if the triple option was back.
I know he would.
You're just trying to tick me off today. You're just trying to get me going.
No, I was just going to say though, Brian, I do agree with Vince. I think Lou Holtz touches every side that you need to touch, right? Like he's a motivator, to your point. He is also very heavy on discipline. There's a balance there, which I think parents are going to love both sides of the coin. Players are going to like both sides of the coin when you really kind of look at it. And I think that he would be able to recruit in today's era. It's just the question of how quickly he can adapt to different schemes. And that's the main question, obviously.
I think Lou Holtz is a smart coach. He would know there's certain things that were okay to do back then that Nick Saban is. I mean, guarantee you Nick Saban snatched up many a face mask in his career. Many a face mask.
Right.
Can't do that now. Right.
Lou Holtz literally put a referee in a headlock. I mean, he was joking, but like,
really funny.
But he still did it, right? You can't do that.
Lou Holtz wouldn't. There are certain things physically that he wouldn't do that he did then. You talk to players because it was okay back then, and I think it's fine now. It's just we're sensitive people now. But the only question for me is, would he be willing to go modern with how they play the game?
Right.
My only fear with Lou Holtz, if he was like, let's say he was still coaching, is would he have like this really old generic pro style? Like, I don't think he'd be trying to run the option anymore, right? I think he would have evolved out of that because I don't remember him running
he didn't run it at South Carolina.
That's what I was going to say. I don't remember him running it at South Carolina.
They were more of a pro style system because they had like Sidney Rice at receiver.
Right.
And what was that? Blake Mitchell at quarterback was an okay player. And
So I don't think he would still run the option, but I still think it would be a run the ball, conservative, try to win 27. Like that would be my concern.
Sure.
Would he embrace the need to say, hey, we got to be able to score like Nick Saban? I think he would because we saw Nick Saban do it.
Yeah.
I mean, the way, and Ryan, I think you and I have talked about this, the way that Nick Saban's recent teams have competed for and won championships is a 180 from how his first few teams competed for and won championships. And that's the mark of a great coach. And so, and that's something that I think hurt Urban Meyer and why Urban Meyer didn't win as many titles as he should have with some of the talented teams he had is because he wasn't willing to adapt his offense, and I think that hurt them at times. Some more questions here. Let's see. We've got this one, Ryan. I'll kick this one to you. This is definitely a good recruiting question. Thanks for being here. You're welcome, Domer Grizz. With all the fans focusing on Peyton Bowen and Caleb Downs, it seems like people are sleeping on Adon Schuler. How do you compare the games, floors, and ceilings for those three? I'm going to kick this to Ryan for two reasons. Number one is he's our recruiting guy. Number two, Ryan is very high on Adon Schuler and will appreciate this question. And not just because he's from Jersey, because he's a good football player. Doesn't hurt.
Even though
Doesn't
I am going
hurt.
to get up to a couple Irvington games this year, though,
Love
just
it.
to watch Adon. But yes, I would say that he may be Domer Grizz, in my opinion. Adon Schuler might be the most underrated recruit that Notre Dame has in their class. I feel like no one talks about him because, like you said, they talk a lot about Peyton Bowen, and for good reason. Fantastic player, incredibly gifted. He's like a high 4.3, low 4.4 type of athlete, like incredible upside. They talked a lot about Caleb Downs before he committed to Alabama because Caleb Downs, in my opinion, is one of the top 5 to 10 players in the 2023 class. Fantastic football player. Adon Schuler hits, I think he's one of those players that I think some people call him steady, but I think that would be underrating to the athlete that he is. I think he is just good in every area, right? Like if him and Peyton Bowen are playing together, Peyton Bowen's going to be the true free that's going to play a little more on the roof, a little more from depth. But Adon Schuler can come down in the box. He can play in the slot. He can do some stuff working from depth. He is a physical dude, runs the alley like a bat out of hell. There is so much to like out of Adon Schuler. And I think his floor is incredibly high. And I also think that some people underrate his ceiling a little bit, right? Is it as high as Peyton Bowen's? No, it's not. But is it low? I wouldn't say it's a low ceiling. I wouldn't personally. I think that his ceiling is higher than people give him credit for. Not as high as Peyton Bowen, but I would also say his floor is also a bit higher than a Peyton Bowen is because there's technical issues that Peyton Bowen needs to continue to get better at. When you're comparing him, though, to Caleb Downs, I think Caleb Downs' floor and ceiling are both higher because he's an elite prospect, in my opinion.
Yep. Finch, anything you want to add to that? I mean, I think Ryan pretty much nailed it. He's just a good football player. Kid's just a good football player.
Why is the recruiting
That's
guru.
right. That's right. Paul Rose says, glad to see Notre Dame finally offered Dylan Edwards. Hope it's not too late for him since he is committed to Kansas State, but him on campus this fast has to be a good sign, right?
It's a good sign for sure. I would also say there is a little, like, you also have to realize that we're hitting the dead period, right? So, like, he had to make, he did have to,
yeah,
exactly. If it was going to happen, it had to happen right then, right? Like, he had to make that visit. So there is a little bit of context to the visit, but also, yes, he wouldn't have visited. I don't think if there's no interest, if there's not any intrigue, absolutely. So it's a good sign for interest on both sides of the coin. We've talked a lot about it, Brian. You know, there's a lot dependent on Ronan Hannafin here. If Ronan Hannafin's in the class, then I think that the conversation comes, do we take the fifth receiver in the Micah T's role that we wanted before? Because that's what this player would be. Either way, I love that Notre Dame's in on him because he's a legit 4.3 athlete. I mean, he literally just ran that recently at the Future 50. Very talented player who I think has gotten very overlooked because he's out of the state of Kansas. But yes, I mean, Paul, for some context, the visit had to happen. But the fact of the matter is that he did make that visit. So that means that there is interest on that side.
I think for me, I don't see him flipping now. I'd be a little surprised by that. It's going to be, can they convince him to come back for a visit?
Yeah. Because it wasn't an official visit, right? It was an unofficial this time around.
Yeah, you can't take an official right now.
Yeah,
right?
Okay.
Yeah.
Gotcha.
Yep.
Let's get to some more questions here. Really, really good stuff here today, everybody. Loving these questions. Domer Grizz asked this. He said, you've said this in the past. Buckner's production may be lowered by blowouts that give opportunity to backups, but in order to blow someone out, wouldn't he have to rack up tons of yards and TDs before they pull him? No, because it's a different offense, right? Vince, why don't you? I mean, I'm sorry, Vince.
Well, no. I was going to say he doesn't necessarily have to rack up the yards and the points and all that, but the offense does. I mean, that would be the definition of a blowout, but it doesn't all necessarily have to sit on the arm and the legs of Tyler Buckner, right? Now, some of his passing numbers could be inflated because it could be a look screen that goes the distance. I mean, that's a definite possibility. And then the quarterback is obviously the recipient of those kind of yards. But would he have yards? Would he have stats? Yes, but they would still be not as big as if he played a full game. I mean, that's just common sense, right? And I'm hoping that Notre Dame is in the position to pull him after the third quarter, for example, so that he has the opportunity to sit down and let other guys get some opportunities, have Drew get an opportunity to work with the ones, that kind of a thing. I would love that to be the case, but it doesn't necessarily mean that Tyler Buckner's numbers are going to be off the charts after only playing a half of football. That's just, I don't think that that's the case based on how the offense is going to go. It's going to be spread out. He's going to be handing the ball off. He's going to be, there's going to be some jet sweeps. There's going to be things of that nature to get the ball in the other guy's hands. And I also think this defense is going to score some points too, Brian.
Ryan, you got anything to add to that?
Yeah, sorry, I thought he was kicking it to you. I would
No.
say this. I agree.
I want to give you guys more of a chance to say things, to answer
Appreciate
questions before I jump in and
I would
and dominate the conversation.
Yeah, I would say that there's two sides to it. I mean, to Vince's point, I do think that it doesn't necessarily have to be a Tyler Buckner show for it to get to that level. There could be just, they're running the football down their throat and, Tyler Buckner scoring touchdowns in the red zone and the numbers aren't as gaudy. Like there's context to that. But I would also say that there is another side that if you are getting to that level, it's probably because Tyler Buckner's creating some explosive plays in the passing game, right? So I think that it could be an either or. I don't think there's a yes or no to this conversation. I just think that it's going to be different each and every game against different opponents.
The other thing too is like for me, you guys have to understand is not you guys, but people in stands is like if Bryce Young's getting pulled out in the end of the third quarter, he's going to have over 300 passing yards most likely.
Sure.
And 4 or 5 touchdowns because the offense is built entirely around him. Vince's point was spot on that Tyler Buckner, because of the type of player he is, Notre Dame some of their blowouts may actually be because the other team is so focused on 12 that Chris Tyree rips off 3 50-plus yard touchdowns and Audric estimates at $120 by halftime. And Tyler Buckner's production isn't really there because they're so focused on stopping him that it opens up other things. And it may open up some big play opportunities in the pass game, Ryan, but even a 50-yard touchdown pass doesn't get you to 350 by the time you get pulled in the third quarter if your offense is just different than what we see like in Ohio State or Alabama. It's just a different type of offense. So that's kind of what – and a player like Tyler – like C.J. Stroud, for example, this isn't a criticism. This is just a reality. Bryce Young's another example. For them to impact the game, they need to produce because of the style of offense they play in and the style of quarterbacks they are, meaning if Bryce Young's impacting the game, he's getting the ball out to his playmakers and all those kind of things, and his production will be there. Tyler Buckner, because of the style he plays, there will be games where he dominates the game, but his numbers aren't great because he dominates because he pulls the ball on a handoff and 3 guys run with him, like we saw from Wimbush several times in 2017, and Chris Tyree or Audric Estime or Logan Diggs are splitting through that gap, and no one's paying attention to them, and they're off for 50-yard touchdowns. Tyler Buckner impacted that play.
Right. Sure.
It's just different than Bryce Young or C.J. Stroud because the only way they impact games for the most part is by getting the ball out to somebody else in a way that enhances their statistics. And that's another difference in it as well. And again, not better, not worse. It's just different style of offenses. They're all great. They all work.
Yeah, right.
It's just a different style.
What's the end game? Like, what do you need to do? Score points. That's what Notre Dame needs to do. And I don't care who's scoring the points, man. It doesn't matter to me as long as those points are getting scored.
That's right. All right. We got some more here. Father David Penny, obviously you want to limit the offense entirely, but if you're out Golden, are you focused on trying to shut down the OSU run game or pass game? Vincent, we'll kick it over to you first on that one.
This is a tough one because normally I would say the Ohio State pass game because that's what is super dynamic. That's what you see on the highlight film and all that. But Ohio State has a pretty darn good run game too. And the key is going to be to make Ohio State one-dimensional. That's the key. So you got to make a decision. Is it the run game that you want to slow down to prevent big plays in the run game? Or do you want to slow down the pass game and let them beat you with the run game? It's kind of a toss-up because Ohio State's offense is so dynamic. I guess if I had to choose one, I'm going to say I'm going to try to take away the pass game because there's so many weapons out there. But I don't think there's a right or wrong answer here because both are so dynamic. The key is to make them one-dimensional. So you got to pick one. You got to pick one. Whatever one that is, once you've gone through all your film study, okay, we got to take away one or the other. You got to do one. And for me, I guess I would go with the pass game.
I would stop the run. That would be that's where I would go for it because I think for this offense, like it's going to sound weird. I'm not as worried that Jackson Smith and Jigba and Emeka and Marvin Harrison Jr. are going to create long explosive plays. I'm worried that they're going to, create chunk plays for sure. But Travion Henderson's the guy that really scares me as far as like he can hit a crease and he's gone, right? Like that's where the home run speed is on the offense, in my opinion. And then also I want to make them one-dimensional, like Vince said, because I think the strength of Notre Dame's defense is their defensive line, and I want them to be able to kind of pin their ears back and hit CJ Stroud, because we just talked about it. he's not the most mobile kid in the world. He moves solidly in the pocket, but if you get after him, and you're able to create that pressure, interceptions can happen, fumbles can happen, sacks can happen. A lot of negative things can happen in the passing game. A lot of positives can happen too for the offense, but there's more negatives that could happen in the passing game than there are in the run game, in my opinion.
I think Ohio State's run game can hurt you. I think Ohio State's pass game can hurt you. The reality is you can't let them do both. I think Vince is right on that. Ryan's right on that. I just feel like that you got to take away something, right? What's the thing that you can take away? I think this is Ryan's point. What's the thing you can take away that then impacts the other part the most? And to me, it's stopping the run game, because the way to stop the run game is to dominate in the trenches, whether it be physically or schematically or a little bit of both. If Ohio State comes out in that game and they are genuinely balanced, and when I mean balanced, I'm talking about number of passes compared to, but they're running on you when they want to, and they're passing when you want to. You have no chance. No chance. The chance you have is to say, look, make them one-dimensional. Because I've always believed, I'm not most people's like, oh, you don't want to throw the ball because something bad might happen. I hate that conservatism, but that comes from reality of there are more bad things that can happen in a pass play than in a run play. In a run play, what's the worst can happen, right? You fumble the ball. It's pretty bad.
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
But in a pass play, you can fumble, right? You can get stripped and fumble. You can have a ball tipped and intercepted. You can have a ball caught. Guy runs, he fumbles. You can have a missed throw that gets sails. I mean, there's so many bad things that can happen in a pass play. Good passing teams aren't going to have that happen a ton. But the point is if you can make them one-dimensional, you have a greater chance of creating a mistake there than you do the other way around. Because, but here's the key. You have to be able to do it, guys, without over-committing to the run game. Because if you over-commit to the run game, now you're getting a bunch of one-on-ones in space, and that's not where you want. That's
not what you want at all.
Right? And that's kind of what makes it a challenging one. But for me, you got to figure out a way to shut down the run game without it being a thing where you overcommit the way that teams have done to Notre Dame in the past. It's got to be about, what are the O-line matchups that we think we can dominate and get our guys there. So like, may say, look, we're field boundary defensive line, but we think Isaiah Foskey can just eat up DeJuan James's, lunch, right? You may then say, hey, let's put him in more of those matchups, even if it's not a field boundary matchup. Or you may say, hey, look, we like the matchup against Paris Johnson, or we like Jason Ademilola against such and such, or whatever. Maybe it's something like that. Maybe there are some things you can see, and then you do that in the run game, not just the pass game. And so what you're then doing is, you're just taking away half of that line of scrimmage because you think you can dominate with that matchup or something like that, right? There's all types of things like that, but it's going to be about being physical at the point of attack, resetting the line of scrimmage in your favor, and then the backs have to be clean when they rally to an attack. Travion Henderson, that's just going to be the key. And the other way is success on early downs. Stop their runs, got to be 2 yards or less on early downs if they do run, and you've got to create some incompletions, because the other way to limit the run game is Ohio State's going to throw the ball on first, second down. Create negatives, create incompletions, get them into downs and distances where they can't run. Then you don't have to worry about them running the ball.
Right.
If it's 3rd and 12 and they want to run the ball to Travion Henderson, let them run the ball to Travion Henderson, because I think Notre Dame has enough speed on the back end and linebacker especially where they can rally before he gets to 12, right? So those are the things that you look at too, is early down success is a huge part of it, whether they're running or passing. So let's get to the next one. Good conversation, guys. I love football talk. We need more of that. Less recruiting, more team. I always feel that way when we're a week away from fall camp.
I know, right?
Stonador, in your opinion, what would be the best for CJ Carr to do in 2023? Ryan, I'll kick this to you. Prepare for the 2024 season. What would be best for CJ Carr to do in 2023 to be prepared for the 2024 season? Starting for his high school as a senior, or reclassifying and possibly playing as backup at Notre Dame?
Starting for his high school team as a senior. I want him to have as much experience as possible. I want him to continue to develop. I do not want to force a reclassification. I want to keep it very simple. Let CJ Carr be a 2024 recruit. Let him be a kid, because the minute he gets into the college campus, he is 100%. Well, not 100%, because you have to be a student athlete, but you are a football player, and that's going to take up a large portion of your time. So enjoy your time now. Keep developing. Play for your team.
Yep. I could not agree more with that. I think that makes all the sense in the world, because a month after he's done with his high school team, he's going to be at Notre Dame. Like, he will be an early enrollee. I have full, confidence that will be the case. So all he's going to miss would be the 23 season in the fall
Playing
when he's
scout
not going to
team.
be when he's not going to be playing anyway. He's going to be playing scout team. Exactly.
Right.
He's not even going to be on the varsity. He's going to be running the opposition stuff. So no, come in the spring, because in the spring there is no opposition. You're learning Notre Dame stuff. And so I would rather have him kick off his Notre Dame career learning Notre Dame stuff as opposed to learning the opposition stuff all season. And he has an opportunity to play his entire senior year. Let the kid be a kid to a degree.
There's no greater benefit than playing.
Right. And
now,
I don't think that there's going to be an opportunity for him to start as a reclassified freshman in the fall of 23.
Because what they would do is if something happened where Tyler Buckner got hurt in the spring or summer or fall, or he hadn't panned out, they would just go get a transfer.
Right.
Exactly. That's what they would do.
Absolutely.
So yes. And I think the other thing too that we have to think about is CJ is does not live very far away from Notre Dame. There's going to be a lot of opportunities to be on campus and be in some of those meetings, right?
Absolutely.
If he's visiting for a game or he's visiting for a spring workout and next spring, there's going to be opportunities for him. There's nothing against the rules to say you can't on an unofficial visit sit down in meetings with players.
Yep.
He'll be at spring practices. He'll be in meetings as a young kid. He'll get some of that mental knowledge. And to your point, Vince, that's what's so great about early enrollees. He's going to get a whole off season to prepare before the 2024 season.
And I have no doubt that he's going to be an early enrollee.
Right.
I mean, we're talking about him reclassifying. He's definitely going to be an early enrollee.
Exactly.
Right.
Exactly.
So yes, I do think that I like the question. I mean, because it's out there and the reclassification is a thing. I just feel like playing is better than sitting. Now, the other thing too is CJ's not exactly a big kid yet.
Also agree with
right?
that. Yeah.
So if he was an advanced physical kid, then I would maybe say, okay, maybe let's do it. But I'm not. I've said this before. Personally, I'm not a fan of reclassifying. I really don't like it.
Right.
For football.
Sure,
I actually have a little bit of a different view for basketball, to be honest with you, because the way the NBA draft now is that they're taking projects in the lottery anyway. And, and it's almost like if by the time you hit like that 2 in front of your name, that's like considered like a negative going into the NBA draft. Like he's already 21. The guy's like about to retire. He's got, cranky knees and grandkids now. That's how the NBA a lot of times treats like these kids that have the audacity to stay in high school or college for 3 or 4 years, So it's just a different animal, different game, different type of sport. I think football is such a more physical grind and physical sport.
And there's so much physical development that occurs when
baseball,
you're 16,
I would have a different
17,
opinion
18.
in. Right. Football is just a different animal for me. So it's not just the whole let these kids be kids thing for me. It's also the aspect of, it's a different animal. And a lot of these, 99.9% of kids are not prepared to handle the physicality of college football, the physical requirements of college football when they're supposed to be seniors in high school. It's just rare. Right. It's just rare. So very good question.
Yeah, really good question, actually.
Ryan, Brandon Plensner says, B. Ryan, do you think Notre Dame should push for a 5th defensive lineman in 23 or save the scholarship and take a bigger D-line haul in 24? The board seems to be pretty deep next cycle. What say you, Ryan Roberts?
That's a great question, honestly. I don't think there's a wrong answer to it, Brandon, necessarily. Like, if they like Blake Purchase enough and he's interested to come to Notre Dame, for instance, or, they just added another defensive end out of Tennessee to the board as well. So, like, if there's a guy that they like, I'm not against pushing it to 5 because you were interested in pushing it to 5, obviously, with Jason Moore. The question is, do you like anybody near to that degree, right? If you do, then sure, I'm good with you adding another guy. Like if you looked at Blake Purchase and you're like, that's a dude, we would love to have him. Like, yeah, that's fine. But I'm also not against. So I'm kind of doing a cop-out answer a little bit. I'm pulling a Brian here, but I don't think there's a wrong answer to this question. I'll just wait for a reaction.
No, I'm sorry. The reaction is going to come. You were expecting during the show? No, it's not going to happen during the show.
No.
I think he's cataloging. Didn't wear any IB gear. He's throwing shade at the boss.
Wasn't paying attention to when I was reading the question, starts answering exactly the wrong way. Yeah, so. Button up. Get yourself right, Roberts.
I got you, man. I got you. But the point is that I don't think there's a wrong answer to the question because, Brandon, to your point, I do think it's a really deep class in 2024. So if Notre Dame is evaluating right now, and they're saying there's a player in 2023 that they like as much as they like maybe a kid in 2024, then I say take that kid. But if he's not a player that you don't love, then I would save that number for 2024.
That's a good. The last part of your answer, I think, is the best part. Like, if it's somebody you love, you can't do without, you take them 100%. But if it's somebody that then you push it, and I have no problem with that.
Yeah, I think the only mistakes would be things like that. Not taking a kid you really like because you think you may get a kid next year.
Right.
If you evaluate a kid as a potential difference maker, or I think this is more of the case for the offer to Blake purchase, a guy that fills a niche that we just don't have right now that we can't wait for 2024 to fill, then I could see a situation like that as well.
Right.
But yeah, you don't take one just to take one. You take one because you really feel this guy can be a difference maker for us. I think that I'd be okay taking that because you don't know for a fact you're going to get Elijah Rushing or Jayshon Ross or Nigel Smith or the Smith twins. You know what I mean? Like, yeah, the board's impressive, but it doesn't guarantee that you're going to get there. Like what if the current class comes in, Tyson Ford's balling out this year,
right?
Gobira or Burnham are balling out. Gabriel Rubio or Onye step into the mix. The freshman class steps into 23 and they're just ballers. And the kid in 24 is like, yeah, I like Notre Dame a lot, but I'm going to go over here where the depth. I think that's what kind of impacted Jason Moore a little bit. And it's not a bad thing. Kids should look at the depth chart to a degree. It just shouldn't be the only factor, right?
Oh, yeah.
Sure.
But if you're Jason Moore, like, two great programs, blah, 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 blah. But I see a much quicker path where the top guys that I'm going to be battling against Ohio State are going to be kind of in their last year or gone when I get there.
Right.
Where the guys in Notre Dame are a year ahead of me or in my class.
It's legit.
Sure.
So I think, and by the way, Notre Dame's already got one stud D-end in their class already in 2024. So yeah, I'm not one of those, burden hand things and all that because, sometimes you play the game, we're going to take that risk. Risk has to be a part of this to really build it, but I'm not turning down an impact kid just because I want to save a spot for next year. And that's just not how I would do it. But very good question, Brandon. Very good question. Sean Kane said, besides the Rocket, who was Notre Dame's best player in your lifetime to not win the Heisman Trophy?
Wow.
Manti. Came in second.
I was going to say Harrison Smith. I don't know if that's Zach Martin. Zach Martin or Harrison Smith. One of them.
Well, I'm going to
Quentin Nelson.
Yeah, Quentin Nelson. I'm going to go with a guy that actually and your guys' questions are fair and you're answering the question. I'm going to go with a different answer. I'm just going to answer it more from the standpoint of who's actually a legitimate candidate for the Heisman, right? So quarterback, running back, receiver. I'm going to say Brady Quinn because I really felt in 2006 Brady Quinn should have won the Heisman. I thought he was just Troy Smith.
Troy Smith.
Yeah, and then Darren McFadden was the runner-up. Brady was third. And I'm sorry, Brady was just the best player in college football, I thought that year. I mean, Notre Dame goes 10-2 for one reason only. Brady Quinn. And he put up great numbers, 37 touchdowns, 7 picks. I mean, he just was a heck of a player that year. Notre Dame, he got so much hype coming in that all people did was just pick his game apart every week, But I'd say Brady probably of the guys that are legitimate. Some people may say Tony Rice in '89, but my whole thing is I don't know if I would even say Tony Rice was Notre Dame's best player in '89. I mean, he was dynamic and he was the leader and all that, but I mean, Rocket was the more dynamic player. Ricky Waters, those guys were actually better players. Tony was just the trigger man. So I'd go Brady Quinn of guys that I think are eligible to win it. If I'm just going to go best overall player, with all due respect to all the other guys that played in Notre Dame, there was a more dominant player in Notre Dame, in my opinion, than what Quentin Nelson was in 2017. And he was just the most dominant football. I mean, he was to Notre Dame in 2017, in my opinion, what Orlando Pace was to Ohio State in the mid-90s. Like, he was that dominant, in my opinion, his last 2 seasons.
He was the best player in the draft that year, too, but he was a guard. So,
yeah. That says a lot. I mean, that says a lot. TB12 for Heisman. What do your wide receiver and DB group looks like in your not too early? It's definitely too early. Your not too early 2004 mock class.
What?
So basically, right now, if you had to do like a mock draft class for 2024, who would kind of be on your receiver and DB wish lists?
Are we talking about? We're talking about recruiting here, right?
Correct.
We're not talking about NFL
Correct.
draft. Okay,
Yeah,
I'm just making
correct.
sure we're not talking about the 2024 NFL draft because there are some people that put out those mock drafts now.
Right.
So I'm just
for
24.
Yeah.
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 Some put out like 2025 are out there, man. It's crazy.
Like there was one last year I saw that had a bunch of high school kids on it.
Yes.
Yeah.
That's the dumbest thing I've ever heard.
So,
but for clicks, baby. It's for clicks.
Yes. So apologize to TB12 for Heisman. That was where my face was like that. I was like, are you asking me a 2024 NFL mock draft right now? Is that what's happening? Okay, I'm sorry. We're going back to the recruiting side of things.
Yes.
So the dream class, in my opinion, a wide receiver would be Ryan Wingo, Micah Hudson. You already have Cam Williams in the class. And then honestly, after that, take your pick. I got to
throw Emmett Mosley in there because he's a Notre Dame guy. Yeah.
Emmett Mosley, sure. Bredell Richardson, sure. Mylan Graham, sure. I'm good with whoever you want to throw in there at that point. Tyseer Denmark, sure. All I know is the best two receivers that I have seen, though, in this class are Micah Hudson and Ryan Wingo. And then, of course, Cam Williams is already in the class. So that would be wide receiver for me. Cornerback is an interesting conversation because I would have Caleb Beasley in that group. There are some dudes on this board, though, man. There are some absolute dudes. So I'm going to do 2 corners and 2 safeties. I'm going to keep it easy. I will go Caleb Beasley and Emilio Agard, I guess. It's tough, though. I mean, Aaron Scott's a really good player.
I'd go with one of the 2 Ohio kids. Honestly.
Yeah, I was going to say Aaron Scott is a good player.
Him and Bryce West are both very good.
Yeah. That's picking.
I'm going to go 3 corners because I do think Notre Dame wants a 3rd corner because I really think they like Eli Bowen in that like nickel role early on.
And if I'm going to 3 corners, and yes, I'd like Eli as well. Obviously in that department as well. Safety, Peyton Woodyard's an easy one for me. He's got Notre Dame ties as well. He's a fantastic player out of St. John Bosco. And then the other safety, man, is tough. You know who I really like, Brian? Again, we're picking hairs when we're talking about guys like Mike Matthews on the board and Gabriel Williams. That is a really talented kind of safety rover type.
I'd view him definitely more as like a rover type.
Yeah. Zaquan Patterson out of the state of Florida is a baller. I really like Ricardo Jones out of Georgia. Yeah. He's a long 6'3", 190-pounder. I really like his film a ton.
So since I'm going to give you a list of names at DB, I'm going to just pick my 4 at receiver. So if I had to say what would be a dream scenario, I would say it's going to be Ryan Wingo, Cam Williams, Micah Hudson, and Emmett Mosley would be my 4. The reason I'm going with Emmett Mosley over Mylan Graham is number 1, I think Milam likes other schools more right now. And number 2, I think the nice thing about Emmett is he does give you a player that can do he could go play corner if the need arose. I think he brings that to you. But if you're going to get Mylan Graham, I'm thrilled with that. It's just more of just don't think he likes Notre Dame right now as much as Notre Dame likes him is why. A cornerback, give me, obviously, as you mentioned, give me Caleb Beasley. And after that, give me Caleb Beasley and Eli Bowen. Give me those 2. Right, because Eli starts off as a nickel, and I think it'd be a great nickel that could also play outside. And everybody knows my stance on Caleb Beasley. After that, give me any one of Emilio Agard, the 2 kids from Ohio, which is Aaron Scott, Bryce West. I really like Braden Lee a lot as well, and then Kobe Black from Texas. Those are the guys that I would say. Give me one of those guys to go with that group, and I'm thrilled.
Kobe
at safety,
player. Yeah.
I like Peyton Woodyard a lot. That he's fine, but to me, it's just give me any 2 of Bronte Johnson, Ricardo Jones, Mike Matthews, Zaquan Patterson, Peyton Woodyard, and Kaj Sanders. I like Kaj Sanders a lot out of Bergen Catholic. I like him a lot. I haven't seen the kid from Adon Schuler's high school yet. So that's why I didn't mention him. I haven't seen Toure yet. That's why he's not on my list. So that's anyone like, he don't think I've never seen him play yet. I just haven't had a chance to get to him yet in my evaluations.
I think you'll like him, Brian. He's more free safety to Adon Schuler's strong safety. He's a little more range on the back end than Adon. Yeah.
Once we dive into 24, I'll have a chance to look at him, but I only leave him off because I just haven't seen him yet. And I can't say I want them to land a kid that I haven't seen play yet. So that would be my way too early list for 2024.
When are we starting to dive into 2025 is the question.
Oh my God.
I got a kicker for you in the 25 class.
Okay. Does he live in my neighborhood?
He lives upstairs.
Okay. That's my neighborhood. All right. Let's see here. Brandon Plensner says, is Notre Dame pushing hard for both Jeremiah Love and Dylan Edwards, or is it more of a battle for one spot? I would love to see them both in the class. Let me say this right now. Jeremiah Love is not battling with anybody for a spot in Notre Dame's class, right?
That's fair.
There is no doubt. Ryan, I'll just answer this one quickly.
Sure.
I think at the end of the day, we talked about this yesterday. I think Notre Dame would take Love, Hannafin, and Dylan Edwards. But if they got Hannafin and Love first, we don't have enough intel yet to know if they would still take Edwards. We just don't have enough intel. And I don't want us to kind of jump into the guessing game of they wouldn't take him if they got those other two guys. And then that gets back to Dylan Edwards, and we're not repeating intel that we are comfortable with that we've gotten from Notre Dame. So, but I do know this for a fact. Jeremiah Love and Ronan Hannafin are guys Notre Dame absolutely wants, loves, and would have a spot for at any time. Dylan Edwards, I think, is more of just like this kid is kind of broken out this summer. He's had great camp performances. His speed is tremendous, and Notre Dame is looking for more playmakers. And because of how certain things have gone in other positions, I think that they're kind of back to feeling like they may have room for a fifth receiver, and they're just evaluating if Dylan Edwards is that guy. And right. I think that's kind of where they're at this point in time. But he's not going to take he's not going to take Love or Hannafin's spot at this point in time.
And I think for this scenario, Brandon, I think what's throwing a lot of people off is that basically every recruiting platform has Dylan Edwards listed as a running back. Notre Dame is not recruiting him as a running back. They are looking at him as a slot receiver gadget type. So he would fit more into the 5 wide receiver
dynamic return man.
Dynamic. Yep.
Dynamic return.
That would be nice.
Yes, I know, right?
I think I say that though to provide the point of if Jeremiah Love doesn't land with Notre Dame, they're not taking Dylan Edwards to play running back. That's kind of why I said that.
Mm-hmm. 5 Burkhart boys. Thanks for the mailbags. You're welcome. What's your over under for rushing yards against Ohio State? I'm going around 175. Call me suspicious of the O-line play till I see them block for the first time. If you're suspicious of the O-line,
you're giving them
numbers 175. I mean, I'm digging that.
Because you got some high hopes. That's great. Can
I set the over under?
Yeah.
I love it. 149.5 is my.
Oh God, that's bad.
You think?
I mean, like if they go over and get to 150, I don't think Notre Dame can win that game. I don't think they can beat them with 150. I think it would be hard to believe that because I just feel like Notre Dame's going to have to run. I mean, just look at Ohio State's losses in the past. They don't lose often when teams aren't able to run the football. And I'll pull it up here real quick. Just some of their last several losses and what they've done run defense wise. But like last year, we know, right? Last year's obvious. They gave up 269 to Oregon, 297 to Michigan. The year before, their only loss to Alabama, they had 157. But Notre Dame doesn't have Mac Jones, Devontae Smith rolling out on offense this year for them. 2019, their only loss was in the postseason to Clemson. It's 158. Again, that's with Trevor Lawrence at quarterback, right? I mean, that's just the reality of it. 2018, their loss to Purdue, they gave up 161, but they were at 5.6 yards per carry. So, I mean, there's some losses where you've seen them but Iowa, 243. You just don't see it happen often. And especially with this current iteration of Ohio State that's so explosive, I guess what I'd say, do you think Notre Dame could get to 30-plus points against them, barring turnovers, special team scores, if they're only at 150 yards rushing? I guess I'm looking at it differently, Ryan. I'm sorry I should say this. I'm looking at the over-under as what would the over-under be to win, I guess, and that's not really how the question was asked.
That's true.
I think that's probably like a better way to
I would set the over-under at 175. That's where I would set it. If they're under, they lose. They're over, they win. I don't know if it's that simple, but it feels kind of that simple. Like Notre Dame, if Notre Dame is going to win this game, and they need to be balanced. They're not just going to win the game throwing the ball, and they're not just going to win the game running the ball.
Right.
They have to be balanced.
Right.
So I that's where they have to be, in my opinion.
Right. Response to that, Ryan, because I think I went a little bit different direction than what you're setting it. So I think what you set it at makes a lot of sense. But I just kind of had the immediate reaction like, oh gosh, 150. I don't know if that gets the job done. But that wasn't the question.
Right.
from Burkroyd boys.
I guess I don't know. I feel like 150 can still be a reasonable number depending on what the number of carries are. I get your point of like, you have to be a very balanced offense to run, but what if they run the ball 30 times for 155, for instance, and Tyler Buckner has a nice day through the air? You know what I mean?
Right.
Like, I don't know. I don't know. Just a little dependent, I guess. Yeah. I don't know. Just in my mind.
We shall see soon enough, right, guys? We're getting close. A little over a month away. Finally getting close. This is a great segue to the very next question from Thomas Lammers. Scale of 1 to 1 billion. How excited are you guys to talk about actual football once fall camp starts?
875,422.
Well, that's not even to 1 million.
It's not even close.
I said 800,000. I said 800,000.
Yeah, but it's 1 to 1 billion.
Oh, 1 billion. I was doing a million.
No,
Good
yeah.
grief.
So, dude, Vince clearly is not all excited about. My football analyst is not excited to talk.
I don't know
about
if I
football.
wanted to say it out in public, but I'm quitting now. So
I think Vince meant 800 million.
800 million. That would be
good save, Ryan. I'm at 1 billion. I'm so ready to talk about football.
July is the worst sports month on the calendar, and I need real sports back, and football is the top of the list, and I need it back, and it'll be here in a week. So this time next week, we're going to be actually talking about a practice that we witnessed. So that is so exciting to me.
Yep. All right. We got this question from Tommy Guns. This is a good, fair question. Brian, when you talk about generational players, do you mean at their positions or regardless of position? If it's the latter, do you think this type of guys come around more often? For me, it's always positional and relative to the school.
Oh, okay.
Right? Like, kind of a guy that you just don't often see very often. So it can be national, but like it also can be at a school. Right? Like we've talked about Keon Keeley as a generational player at Notre Dame. Is Keon Keeley the best defensive lineman to come out of high school football in the last 20 years? No. But is he the best defensive lineman to sign with Notre Dame in a very long time? Yeah, because I think he's better than Aaron Lynch. And I think prior to that, Aaron Lynch is the best lineman they signed coming out of high school. Prior to that, it's been a long time since Notre Dame got a truly elite defensive line. You have to go back to like Corey Minor in the early 90s, and as good as Corey Minor was, he's not like these guys. So it can be both, Tommy. But normally when I refer to it for Notre Dame, it's usually related to Notre Dame specifically. When I'm talking about other programs, it's usually more big picture national. So like I've referred to Trevor Lawrence a lot as a generational player. I don't view Bryce Young as a generational player, right? They're just different types of guys, right? And that's kind of how I look at it. So you guys have different takes on it. You're more than welcome to share them, but that's when I say it, that's what I refer to.
It's always positional for me. So if I'm talking about a generational guard or generational quarterback, I'd rarely ever say like this guy's a generational overall football player. That's just not really what I do.
And I like the specific about by school too, because generational. For example, a generational player from my baseball team at my high school would be a bench warmer at some other schools because that's just the way it is.
Right.
So I think that is a very good way to look at it, because a generational player at Notre Dame is going to be different than a generational player at a Clemson or an
Keenan Reynolds is a perfect example of that.
Right.
Keenan Reynolds is the best option quarterback I've ever seen at Navy.
Absolutely.
Generational talent. When he was there, they were a completely different program. I mean, he took teams that otherwise would have been 5-7 and won 10, 11 games.
Right.
It's generational talent. He does that nowhere else other than Army, Navy, or Air Force. That's it, because of the unique nature of that program, in my opinion. And if you move him to any other position, he's not a generational talent.
Yeah, absolutely correct.
Right.
Hey, don't forget about Georgia Tech under Paul Johnson.
Good point. But I don't know. Yeah, I don't know. I'd be curious how he would do in the ACC against more athletic teams.
It would be very difficult.
Yeah. Douglas Road Roundabouts. I listened to the defensive position battle show and wanted to hear a bit more as to how you think Justin Ademilola will be used, similar or different from last year. Vince, start us off.
Ooh, I didn't hear your guys' argument, but I will say
we didn't have a discussion about him.
Oh, okay.
I'm assuming we didn't talk about Justin yesterday. But just kind of thinking of different players and battles and how they're going to be used. And I think just kind of sparked him to be thinking about Justin.
Look, I think Justin is going to be one. I think he's going to kind of be the ultimate swing guy, I guess you could say. I think he could come in, he could play drop, he could come in, he could play big side. I think they're going to use him where he's going to be able to get on the field the most. And so that really depends on who's in front of him at those spots and how they do. And so I just think that you can use him all over the place as far as at the end positions, and you're going to see him at both. I think this year, he may be listed at drop or whatever, primarily on the depth chart, but he can play big end. I have full faith that he could play big end, and I think he'll play both throughout the year. So I think he's going to be kind of a Swiss Army knife at defensive end.
Yeah, no, I agree completely. I think that obviously on the depth chart, you're going to see him as the backup Viper to Keon Keeley. When Isaiah Foskey is not in the game, Justin Ademilola will most likely be in as the Viper. But when Foskey's in there, you'll see Justin sometimes to the big end side, sometimes to the Viper side. Like, I think they'll flip-flop those guys in obvious passing situations to try to get them both on the field. So he's kind of a moving chess piece on passing downs and, just third and longs, all that good stuff. But he's the backup Viper, technically.
And I think a lot of that has to do also with where does Justin Botelho fit the best? Does he end up moving down to Viper at times? Like, I think that could be a possibility in a drop situation. There's a lot of moving parts, but I think Justin is very, very flexible as far as his positional availability.
Mm-hmm. I think we're seeing him being used a lot more than just a rotational guy this year. I think he's going to be a guy that's going to be a very integral part of I think there's going to be times, and I think part of this is just because of how well he played last year and part of because of the schedule. There's Ohio State, there's North Carolina, there's BYU, which will spread the field, do some different things. There's USC, there's Clemson. There's a lot of teams in the schedule this year. They're going to really want to get in space, and those are matchups where even on first down, you can get Keon. Dang it, Ryan! You get Isaiah Foskey and Justin Ademilola on the field at the same time. So I think we're going to see him be used even more than he was last year. There's no doubt.
I wish there was a reality where we could see a Keon Keeley and a Isaiah Foskey on the field at the same time.
Wouldn't that be fun?
That would be
fun. It'd be a lot of fun.
The only reason I say that'd be great. The only drawback to that is that I think the only way that happens is if Isaiah gets hurt this year and has to come back.
Oh yeah, I meant like you take a 20-year-old version of.
I get you.
I get you. Of Keon and pop him up a couple years.
We got a super chat from Tyler Binge. What's up, guys? What is your top 5 college coaches of all time? Then 3 current offensive coordinators.
Whoa, geez.
I don't know if I'm able to get to you on the offensive coordinators ones. Because for me, some of the best play callers in college football are head coaches.
Yeah.
Like, I know Kevin Wilson's the offensive coordinator at Ohio State, but he's not the reason that their offense is what it is. It's Ryan Day. Right. So that's just kind of my thing. And then, but top 5 college coaches of all time. I don't know if I could give you a true, study the whole thing answer. I think Newt Rockney's in that conversation. Yeah. I think you have to put Nick Saban in that conversation. Guy won 7 titles, and he's done it at 2 schools. Right. He also took Michigan State from a dumpster fire to a pretty darn good program by the time he left.
Yeah.
He's done it for a long time. He's done it consistently. In his down year in the last 13 years is 10-3 in 2010, right? He's in that conversation for me. After that, I think it gets a little bit interesting.
Yeah.
I
had to look at their resumes. How many titles did they win? Were they, kind of go along with that Hall of Fame argument that we had? Yeah. Were they the best while they were coaching? Were they the best that was around then? You know what I mean?
Bear Bryant's going to get a lot of talk. I just have always kind of felt he's a tad overrated as a coach, especially with the way that Alabama looks at national championships. But, guy was top 10 for a long, long time. I think what I have to do is I have to reconcile the fact that I do think he's overrated as the greatest, but while still accepting the fact that he was still one of the greatest. You know what I mean? I think that's kind of, it's kind of like how the sometimes you can think a guy's great, but you just get sick of how other people talk about him.
Right.
LeBron James, perfect example. I think it's nonsense to say LeBron James is the best player of all time in the NBA for a host of reasons.
Right.
That has caused me to dislike him. Well, that and other things have caused me to dislike him even more. and sometimes I won't acknowledge the fact that he is great. You know what I mean? I think I had a little bit of that with Kobe in the middle. I thought Kobe early on with Shaq when he embraced it was phenomenal. I think Kobe later in his career when he grew up was phenomenal. There was that real immature period where like he wouldn't shoot the ball in the playoffs against Phoenix. Remember that? Because he was mad at Phil Jackson for telling him to pass more, so he just wouldn't shoot and all he would do is pass. Like, dude, that's childish. So like there's a period where I kind of felt that way about Kobe too. I think that's kind of how I am with Bear Bryant. I think sometimes I am too critical of Bear Bryant's legacy because of how he's viewed as like the greatest, which I think is just not accurate. But he's probably have to be in my top 5. That just the way that Alabama claims titles is just utter nonsense for me. It's just like,
Three.
Like they claim one in 73, same year as Notre Dame. Why? Because one of the title, some of the teams back, some of the polls back then would give titles out before the bowl games, and Alabama was ranked number 1. Well, they lost to Notre Dame in the Sugar Bowl, but Alabama still counts that as the national title.
Sorry.
So yeah, that's and like there's other coaches I think that don't get enough credit for how great they were because they just maybe weren't good guys or how their careers ended. And I think a perfect example of that's Woody Hayes. I don't think a lot of people realize how good Woody Hayes was as a coach at Ohio State because he was insane, and his career ended because he freaking throat punched a player. You know what I mean? Like on the other team.
He did.
So, like the guy won 5 national titles. That's, Michigan in the last 100 years won what, like 1.5? You know what I mean? So, it's an interesting conversation, but at the end of the day, I don't know. I mean, those are right. Newt, Frank Leahy has to be in there for me. Nick Saban has to be in there for me. Bear Bryant has to be in there for me. I don't know if I have a 5th.
One of the chatters said that Leahy won 2 as a player and 4 as a coach.
Yeah.
That's crazy.
I mean, come on, man.
I mean, guys, Frank Leahy had a 4-year stretch at Notre Dame where they didn't lose a game.
Right. That has to be taken.
They didn't lose a game.
That has to be taken into consideration.
Now they had some ties, right? They had 2 ties. But look, and here's the thing. There was a stretch where he won 4 titles in 5 seasons for Notre Dame. Now, I say seasons, not years, because he took 2 years off during the war, serving the war, right? So he didn't coach in 44 and 45. But they won in 43, won a title in 43. He was gone 2 years, came back, won a title in 46, 47, 49. And the year that they didn't win a title, they went 9-0-1. They didn't lose a game that year. So, he has to be in there for me, in my opinion. And he coached 2 years at Boston College, and they went 20-2, won the Sugar Bowl, and finished number 5. So the only knock on Frank Leahy is the longevity or lack thereof. He didn't coach for very long. He burned out real quick. Yeah. So I think that would be. I mean, he began coaching in 39 and stopped coaching in 53, and missed 2 seasons because of the war in there. So that would be the only knock on Frank Leahy, is just the longevity of it. But, I mean, what he did,
I was going to say he won a lot.
Really impressive.
Amount of time.
Yeah.
So.
And he took over a Notre Dame program that was struggling, too. It's not like he replaced Newt Rockne when Newt passed away and just kept him rolling. I mean, he stepped in at a different time than that. But I don't know if I could think of a 5. I'd have to. Those are one of those ones, Tyler, that I got to sit back and think about.
To really do some homework, I think.
I found a list that had Eddie Robinson at number 5 with 408 wins and 165 for Grambling.
It's hard for me to have him in that conversation, because otherwise I got to put Larry Karras in there.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, he didn't. The reality was Eddie Robinson a great coach? Yeah, but he wasn't a Division I coach. I mean, look, if we want to go there, that's cool. Put Eddie Robinson in, but then put Larry Karras in. The guy went 332, 24, and 3. Won 11 national championships.
A lot of winning.
And he had to win championships in the playoff with a playoff system.
Right.
So they had to win 4 or 5 games every year for him to win a championship.
I mean, people just claiming championships back then?
Huh?
People were claiming championships?
No, just because they felt like it.
I mean, if somebody made a good point in the chat. I mean, if Alabama claims their championship in 73 because they were ranked number 1 and blah, 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 and then they got beat by Notre Dame, then shouldn't Notre Dame have been national champs in 12?
Right. Pretty much.
So,
well, the difference is that Alabama claims it because somebody gave it to them.
Right.
Sure. They awarded championships before.
Right. Notre Dame was ranked
bowl
number
games.
1 going into that game.
Yeah.
So,
Yeah.
national title. You heard
Right.
it first.
Right. So, I mean, so again, if we're going to put Eddie Robinson on there, and I'm fine because, again, longevity is an important thing. I think also Eddie Robinson had a big impact on the game beyond just coaching.
No question.
Right. Which matters when it comes to greatness. And Grambling was really good for a long time.
I loved watching the Grambling
Right.
game back in the day when I was a kid. Like, it would be on NBC, and that was a fun game to watch.
Maybe he would be more appropriate for like a top 5 pioneers of college football show instead.
Yeah.
You know?
I mean, you're talking about a guy that won 11 games in 1972 and also led Grambling to a 10-2 record in 1992. That's a long stretch.
Yeah.
Went 408, 165, and 15. That's tremendous, right? But again, if we're going to have that conversation, then Larry Karras also has to be in there. From 1992 to 2012. It's 21 years. Am I doing that correct? 21 years. The worst season Mount Union ever had was 10-2. They had 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10 undefeated seasons. They had 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 seasons of 14-1. So, I mean, all right. So if we're going to go non-D1 coaches, that's cool. And then we got to look at John Gallardi from St. John's, who coached for like 93 years at St. John's, a D3 school. So, you know, I just feel like for me, I just always tend to keep it at the FBS level for me.
Right.
But it gets easier to get your top 5 if you're going to include all levels, because it's Larry Karras is no question in there, and Eddie Robinson's no question in there.
Yeah.
Well,
and then it's Newt Rockne, Bear Bryant, and
Nick Saban. That's
right.
5.
What was Larry Karras' overall record, if you don't mind me asking?
332, 24, and 3.
It's gross.
He coached from 1986 to 2012. I have to do the math how many years that is, but he had 24 losses in those years. So
he had over 300 more victories than losses.
Yes. Yeah, that's pretty good. Is that good? Is that good?
That's a lot.
Yeah, he coached.
Do you think he got bored after a while? Do you think he got bored? Like
he coached more seasons than he had losses. He has more seasons coached than he has losses.
Wow.
Yes. So yeah. So fine. So if we're going to include non-FBS coaches, I'm cool with that. But that makes it super easy. Larry Karras, Eddie Robinson, Newt Rockne, Nick Saban, and Bear Bryant. And I'm only giving Bear Bryant the edge over Frank Leahy because of longevity. If you wanted to say Frank Leahy over Bear Bryant, I'm cool with that too.
Yeah.
So
that's where coaches on there.
Yeah, just wish there would be some on there from like this
after 19
millennium, right? Yep.
Seth Clark, the great generation.
Yeah. Seth Clark, what are your top 5 teams in college football this season? So preseason top 5 going into the season. Who do you guys have? Vince, you want to start off?
Ohio State, Alabama. I would still put Clemson up there just because.
Just because.
Georgia.
Real thorough analysis, Vince.
Just because. Well, I've explained this in other shows. I still think that they deserve the recognition, but I don't think that they'll be there when it's all said. Yeah. But going into the preseason, I will put them there. So,
okay.
So Ohio State, Alabama, Clemson, Georgia. That's 4. There's got to be a 5th, right?
I'm having a hard time with 5.
Okay.
So that's why I am okay putting Clemson in there, although I don't think they're going to be there either. But it's just more of a they're the only one that has anything that they've remotely proven, and their down year was 10-3. So I just think, to me, I think there's 4 teams in the country, and then there's a distance between everybody else a little bit, in my opinion.
Okay.
So, obviously Alabama, Georgia, Ohio State, and I think Notre Dame is a preseason top 5 team. My question is, the problem is a lot of the teams that I thought were really good last year lost a ton.
Yeah.
Oklahoma State lost a ton. Yeah. Baylor lost a ton. Utah lost a decent amount, and I just don't think that they were a top 5 team last year. They're getting a lot of top 5 love. I'd be okay if somebody wanted to put Utah in there. I just wouldn't. Michigan lost they didn't lose a lot in numbers, but they lost a ton in value and production. I mean, like, I think there's a lot of teams that have a lot to prove this year, in my opinion.
No, absolutely.
And we're going to do an IB top 25, so we need to start thinking about this.
Are we now?
Yes,
okay.
we are. Yes, we are.
I will say that, I'm looking at Lindy's right here, right on the front page, right? And they've got a top 10 on the front page. They've got Notre Dame at 8. And they've got Alabama, Ohio State, Georgia, Clemson. And then they've got Texas A&M, Michigan, Utah, Notre Dame, Oklahoma State, Oklahoma. I would not put A&M, Michigan, and Utah above Notre Dame. And so that by default puts Notre Dame 5. But, 5 to 8, whatever. Like preseason, whatever. That's fine. They're in the neighborhood. They can make it up with the
I'm putting Notre Dame ahead of Clemson this year. I'm sorry. I mean, they were a better team last year, and they play each other at home. And Notre Dame has quarterback issues. Yes, so does Clemson. My thing is with of those teams you mentioned, Vince, the only team that I think has a legitimate claim to be a team in there is Michigan, because A&M was 8-4 last year. They lost a ton of talent,
right? And
their defensive coordinator. Why are we thinking they're a top 5 team? Based on what? They signed 32 defensive ends in last year's class. Is that why? You know what I mean? Like
the people that have been predicting for years have to be right eventually. It's
right. When they thought I've said this before. They did that with Michigan for a long time. The first year they stopped predicting Michigan to be high is when Michigan went to the playoffs. Here's the reason I say Michigan deserves a beef over those teams. Number one, they were way better than those teams last year. They did lose a lot of very important players, but they didn't lose a lot of players overall. I mean, almost their entire offense is coming back this year. Yep. They lost the running back, Hassan Haskins, was very good, but you've still got Blake Corum back, and I really like Donovan Edwards kind of stepping into that role this year. I don't love Cade McNown. I don't love Cade McNamara, but he did just lead him to a playoff game last year. I think the receiving core is going to be even better because Andrew Anthony is going to be a sophomore. Cornelius Johnson now has another year under his belt. Eric All, I think, really emerged as a really quality Big Ten tight end last year. You get Ronnie Bell back, who's going to be dynamic. You've got a really good freshman coming in Darius Clemens. So, and they bring, I think, 4 of their 5 starting offensive linemen are back from last year, right, Ryan? And then they get in the transfer from Virginia, who is, along with Jared Patterson, considered the best center in college football returning last year. We can debate that if that's true or not, but that's the perception. Mm-hmm. And even though their defense is not quite as good as it will be last year, it's not like they returned bums everywhere. So I think they're going to take a step back on defense, theoretically, but I think there's a chance they could get better on offense, especially if Harbaugh is willing to make the tough call and bench a quarterback that just took you to the playoffs. That's the thing for me. Playoff, that's the thing for me. Because I think J.J. McCarthy gives them the best chance, in my opinion.
They asked him, I don't know if you guys watched the Big Ten Media Day, but they asked him about the quarterback position, and he said, we have a good decision to make. Cade McNamara is going to be tough to beat out as a starter. J.J. McCarthy is going to be tough to beat out for the starter. I'm just like, okay, guy.
Okay. Look, it just depends on how good he wants to be, right? I mean, Cade McNamara is not going to be – you're not going to be able to repeat last year, and that's what great coaches don't do that. Coaches that are good but aren't championship coaches do that. We're going to find out what Harbaugh is this year. But really, really good question. Zachary, here's a good one, Vince. What is the biggest sleeper game this year other than BYU? I wouldn't even really call BYU a sleeper game. I mean, they were 10-3 last year.
Right. It's Boston top 20 football team. Okay. Boston College is the sleeper game for me, just because of where it lands on the schedule, what it means to 2 of the Boston College kids coming back into Notre Dame Stadium. It's Boston College. That's the biggest sleeper game for me, or trap game, however you want to label it. It would be BC if we're not talking BYU.
That would be my pick as well. I was going to say Boston College. It's, you got the Phil Dracovic thing. You got to, hopefully he's healthy at that point. You have Zay Flowers coming back, who's a dynamic player. I think Boston College is a sneaky good football team on the schedule.
Yeah, me too.
Mine's North Carolina. The reason I say that is because by game 11, we're going to know that BC is a good football team or not, right? They'll either – the O-line's going to be a problem and they're 6-5, or 6-4, 5-5, whatever it is going to be, or they're going to be a 9-1 team or 8-2 team that we're like, you watch out for that team. For me, it's North Carolina. And I agree with everything you guys said about Boston College. The only thing I would say is it's just the lateness of the season. Sleeper going into the year, agree. Mm-hmm. By the time we get to that game is where so I'm just looking at it from a different angle. I think I agree with everything you guys said. I'm just looking at it from a different angle. I think the North Carolina game for me is the sleeper team because look, it's a game Notre Dame should win. I mean, they should win minimum 10 of the games in their schedule.
No doubt.
But I think North Carolina is going to be improved upon last year. And I know that sounds crazy as much as I love Sam Howell, but I just thought they did a poor job last year of putting too much on his plate. I think they've got some really talented weapons coming back, but I think their defense is going to be a lot better this year. Now, it's still going to be mediocre overall, but mediocre is a big upgrade from where their defense was the last couple of years. And I'm not just saying that to take a shot at Jay Bateman. I mean, their defense was atrocious last year and wasn't very good the year before that. So I don't think the new quarterback's going to have to do quite as much. The only thing that makes me concerned about that pick, guys, is the fact that they did lose a couple really good offensive linemen for what they did. That, that with the quarterback is a little bit concerning for me, but being at North Carolina, it's early in the season. Notre Dame is still kind of developing. You got a bye week coming up. You're still having the emotional reaction to Ohio State, win or lose.
Right.
That's a game that to me it could be a little bit of if you don't bring it today and you guys think you're just going to sleepwalk through this one, it could be a little bit of a tricky game. And I don't think North Carolina, App State, they play App State before that. I don't think they would have played a team that if you're Notre Dame and you're prone to overlooking North Carolina, that there's a game on the schedule that they will have played that you're all of a sudden like, oh, they beat App State. We better be ready for that. I don't think that's the case in my opinion. All right, let's get to some more here. Gideon Rosa, is Caleb Herring a possible Jason Moore replacement? Just quickly, no and yes. No, because he's not replacing Jason Moore's specific position. Jason Moore's a big end 3 technique. Caleb Herring is more of a Viper hybrid type of player that could maybe grow into a big end. Maybe. Mm-hmm. But yes, in the standpoint of the potential for the 5th defensive line spot. Is that fair?
Yeah, no, it's very fair. He's a really interesting player, Brian. I don't know if you've watched the film on him. They play him like in space a ton, man.
Yeah.
Like he's like that Sam like overhang guy.
They play him a lot like Jordan Patelho. I mean, that's
there you go.
Except he's 6'6", 220. Like what?
Exactly.
Right?
Exactly. Exactly. Oh, that's a yes. He's pretty twitchy. He's pretty athletic.
Oh, he's talented.
Yeah,
he's very talented. I hate how they use him though. Hate it.
Oh, I know. Yep, I felt that way about Jalen Snead as a junior. I understood why Coach Payne had to do it, but I still hated it. Tyler Bedwell, Coach, I've noticed that Marcus Freeman has been doing a lot more media-related stuff than the previous head coach. Do you think this could be a distraction for the team? I don't think so, because I think they like the stuff. So here, the problem with the previous coach is he wasn't around, and it wasn't because he was doing media stuff. He just was not around.
He's not there.
Marcus Freeman's around. Like, so, for example, he's in New York City right now. They were in New York City yesterday with Foskey and the Ademiolas and some players. The thing is, though, summer ball ended yesterday. Kids went home yesterday.
Right.
So he waited to do this stuff until after summer practices and summer workouts were over.
Exactly.
Right. And a lot of stuff that he's done before this were Zoom meetings and interviews and stuff like that. Right. So he's now, I think, the Ademiolas are going to be on one of the big channels this week. And Foskey was on ESPN yesterday. Coach Freeman was on ESPN. But now that's after the kids have all gone home.
Right. It's their free time now.
Right.
And that's what it is. It's their free time. If they choose not to go home and they choose to do this instead, so be it.
Right.
You know what I mean? And
he did the thing with Ryan Day, but wasn't that draft related? I mean, he was there with Kyle supporting him at the draft when they had that thing where him and Ryan Day were sitting side by side and they asked him, right? Wasn't that for the draft?
I think so.
When they were there for the draft.
He was out in Vegas. Yep.
Yeah. Mm-hmm. So it's only a distraction, honest. And Tyler, this is a very fair question. I'm not coming at your question. And Tyler's not looking at it from a negative. He has a follow-up. Other the top head coaches in college football do similar things. So I like the way Marcus Freeman is going and promoting the program on national TV outside game day. I was just curious since he was so new to the head coaching game. Because I think it's a fair question is, does Marcus Freeman know how to juggle those things? I think that's the premise of the question that I think Tyler nails. But I think the answer is why what we just said is so important, because the time he understood, hey, when it's summer workouts, I'm here. As soon as they're over, let's go do our New York City media tour. Right. So I think that shows us that he is juggling that. And then, the thing they did for the Vegas thing, I mean, clearly but it's not like they were out there for 2 weeks. He took 2 of his players with him, right? That's something they knocked out pretty quickly, I would imagine. So, and I think the kids like that stuff because they all say he's around. We see him all the time. He's in there. We're coming in. He's in there working out, and he's at every workout. I mean, you heard what Michael Mayer said in the interview with Will Compton the other day. It's like, look, he's in us with us. He's in it with us. And we see him
and I believe, didn't Michael Mayer in that one interview say that it's not just Marcus Freeman, it's like the staff, like they're in there working out with these guys, and like that's different.
Yeah, and we've talked about that here. I mean, and people have told us those type of things.
Right, exactly.
And then Ryan Loftus with the super chat. Ryan's the one that put out that intel earlier.
There
that you're talking about. Frankly, he won 2 national championships as a Notre Dame player and 4 as a Notre Dame coach. This likely won't ever happen again.
No, probably won't happen.
I mean, the number of players, it would have to be some. I mean, if we're going to talk about someone, in the last 20 years, I mean, it'd have to be someone from Nebraska in the 90s or someone from Alabama. I mean, nobody else has won. Or someone from Clemson. That would be the other thing. Someone who played from 16 to 18 would have to be somebody like that. Hunter Renfrow, first name that pops in my head. Right? I mean, would it shock you guys if Hunter Renfrow was the head coach at Clemson in 20 years?
After like a 20-year NFL career,
63 too. At the time.
Yeah.
Because he was at Clemson as a player for 9 years. I'm kidding. But it's just so rare. And it's an anomaly. Yeah. And just, are you going to see another coach win 4 titles, period, much less at his alma mater where he also won 2 titles? So the number of players who that could be is so astronomically low.
Right. That the odds are terrible and it's never going to happen.
Yeah,
Sorry.
I don't see it happening.
Did AJ McCarron win 2? That's my pick.
He won in 11 and 12. Yeah. Yeah.
There we go.
He was the starting quarterback in 11 when they beat LSU.
Is he coaching?
No, he's still playing, isn't he?
I thought he was
still
a backup
playing
somewhere.
He might be.
So.
Going around somewhere. I don't know.
Yeah.
I don't remember what happened to him after the Bengals. Wasn't he with the Bengals for a while?
Yeah, he was. Yeah.
Ryan Schulte asks, situational question. Notre Dame has a 4-point lead with 4 minutes left. Ohio State ball at midfield, 3rd and 8. They have 10 personnel on the field. 10 personnel is 1 running back, 0 tight ends, 4 receivers.
So lots of receivers.
Who is on the field for Notre Dame? What's your D-call? Send heat, play coverage.
That's a loaded question.
There's a lot going on.
I love
there.
this question because what do we always
very specific?
Yeah, that's the thing we always say. Well, I'd have to know a lot more, right? Well,
Sure.
Ryan did it. We know the opponent, we know the game, we know the personnel grouping, we know the down and distance, we know the time, and we know where the ball is. He nailed it. I mean, we can't cop out of this one, guys. So, for me, I'm a big believer in those situations, you do what you do.
Mm-hmm.
And I think this is a football team that's going to be about, we are going to attack the quarterback. So for me, I'd have my nickel package in the game.
Correct.
That would be 4 down linemen in my scenario. And Maris Luafau is going to be on the field some way, somehow. I'm protecting against slants, and I'm bringing 3 linemen and Marist on a blitz. I'm dropping one of my linemen into coverage. I don't know who that would be. Probably Justin, because I actually like Justin in coverage. But I'm bringing Marist and Foskey off of the same side. And I'm protecting against – because what Ohio State does really good in those scenarios is they do really good at layers where they bring somebody under, catch, and run for a first down. I'm protecting like heck against that. If they beat us on a one-on-one outside, good on them. But that's what I would do. That's what I would do is I would protect against the quick in stuff, and I'm bringing pressure, and I'm basically saying we're not going to give you enough time to throw this ball beyond 8 yards.
Yeah,
that's what I'd probably do.
I assume if you're bringing Maris, you're playing some type of man coverage, maybe like 2-man or something.
Probably, yeah. Now here's the other option would be is if we're dominating. Here's the one scenario you didn't address. If we've dominated at the line of scrimmage in that game, I'm going to then say, okay, Marist, Jason, Justin, Riley, whatever our 4-man pass rush has been, do it, right? Do it. Because like I did say bring Marist, but I drop a lineman so I can still get 7 into coverage. So I'm not going like cover 1. I'm not going cover 0. I'm just going to try and overload pressure. But if I felt like we had been winning the battle in the trenches, I'm going to – because, again, do what you do. So if Justin and Jason and Isaiah and Riley have been dominating Ohio State all game, then I'm riding the horse that got me.
Yeah. And I will also say that with 4 minutes left, it's not the end of the game. Like this isn't you're getting towards the end of the game. But let's just say Ohio State goes down and scores on this drive, right? There's still going to be 2 minutes left. I got a lot of faith in my offense over there too.
Now, but for me, I'm going to win the game there.
Absolutely.
Right?
No question. But I'm still going to do what I do. There's still 4 minutes left on the clock.
Sure.
You still got time too.
Right. But whether there's 30 seconds left in the game or 4 minutes, for me, I'm trying to win. I'm trying to win that game right there. My faith in the offense is going to be more geared towards we can run the next 4 off the clock than I'm putting Tyler Buckner in a situation where we're now down 3 in Columbus with 2 minutes left, and he's now got to lead us to victory. Right.
Mm-hmm.
I would much rather say, hey, O-line, our best unit just did what they do. Now our next best unit needs to do what they do. That to me gives you your best chance to win. If Ohio State scores, does it mean game over? No. But I think your best chance to win is make a stop there and run the clock out. And that's why I say do what you do. Rush the quarterback, protect against these stuff that Ohio State likes to do there, which is those in-breaking routes in those scenarios, right? And if they can beat you at a 10-yard out, go for it.
You said you're going to be in the nickel too, right?
Nickel, personnel, yeah.
Gotcha.
Yep.
Okay.
Yep. I mean, so like you're going to have Foskey on the field. You're going to have Ademilola on the field, Justin on the field. You're probably going to have Jason on the field, and either Riley Mills or third and 8, you may say, hey, put in another end, something like that. I mean, I'd consider, who else I'd consider in that scenario? And I'd put him right at the nose, either Riley Mills or Alexander Ahrensberger. I'm going to say, Alex, push that guy back as much as you can and then get your flipping hands up, right?
Takes away the middle of the field, just like that, because you're right in the quarterback's face.
I might try to get Botello on the field as a rusher. Yeah. I might try it. I don't know. I'm thinking in my mind.
I'd be okay with him as my 4th. I'd be okay with him as my 4th.
Because I was thinking, honestly, like Foskey and Riley Mills inside. Well, I don't want to take Jason off the field, so forget that.
Well, Foskey's rushing off the edge. Put Riley inside with Jason, and then either Justin or Botelho's coming off of the edge. Yeah. Unless Botelho's your nickel linebacker instead of Bo Bauer.
Yeah, that's the question. Because I almost want to have like a linebacker. I'd love to see
him play this year.
Yeah, that's a good point. That's a good point.
Because let me ask you this, Ryan. Imagine if this is sort of your third and long personnel. You've got Foskey and Justin Ademilola as the edge players. You've got Riley Mills and Jason inside. Your 2 linebackers are Marist and Jordan Botelho. And then you get your nickel personnel. You got Tariq in the slot. You've got, Cam outside, and whoever your third corner, your other corner is, Clarence Lewis or Barnes or whoever. And you got Brandon Joseph and your number 2 safety back there. You got 2 linebackers that can flat out run and blitz. And I just think that presents a lot of mental problems for your offensive line, because I got 6 dudes in the box in my nickel that can come from somewhere. Yeah. And I think that just that can create they think this. And that's where you got to trust Al Golden is like in third and 8. This is the protection they like to use, and this is what we've done a lot of. So they're gonna be prepared for that. So let's bring this. We've been bringing this pressure off this side, so they're gonna slide to that. So we're gonna bring Botelho off the field edge or something like that. You know what I mean? So and that's also a great time to use your best player as a decoy, not as a decoy, but like knowing you're gonna put him here, knowing they're gonna pressure him there. And then we're going to bring this off, So maybe you put him to the field, knowing they're going to put their protection there, and now you've got a shorter edge to kind of come off of from the boundary with Marist or somebody like that. That's another option too.
Yeah, with that personnel grouping, I would love that, especially if Notre Dame is. I know this is for Ohio State specifically, but if they're playing like a more athletic quarterback too, that can move a little bit, I would love having Botelho in that role, almost as like a spy, like a mush rush kind of spy. You know what I mean? Just to try to have an extra eye on him. So. It's interesting, man. I like that stuff. I love it. Ryan, this is an awesome question.
Yeah, very much so. Yep. Reza with a super chat. Thank you very, very much, Reza. If you were a top college recruit today and had to pick a program to play for other than Notre Dame, who would it be and why? It's a great question.
It's a great question.
I think I know who I would pick. Who would you pick, Ryan? Because I'm a quarterback, right? You'd have to pick the position you play, right?
Ooh, good call.
Yeah, I played linebacker, so my immediate thought was Alabama or Clemson. So that was just kind of first thought there.
Here's what I know. I'm taking all 5 of my visits, okay, because I'm doing the recruiting thing right. But no, I mean, if we're talking right now in the current state of college football, I mean, I would look very hard at Clemson. I think that would be I feel like I would enjoy playing for a guy like Dabo Swinney. I feel like I would do well with a guy like that, right? So that would be a high choice for me. I hate to say it, but I think Texas would be a high choice for me. So I think it would come down to those 2, to be honest with you. something about Texas has always intrigued me, and I think they're on the way up. I don't know how far up they're going to end up, but I think they are on the way up. And man, if you go down and you do it right at Texas, you are a legend. You're a legend. And, there's the eye candy down in Texas is pretty good too. So I think Texas might be my choice. It's
funny you say that because that's mine as well.
Oh,
as a quarterback, if I can't play at Notre Dame, right? I would say who's going to develop me, who's going to do a better job of developing me as a quarterback. Number one, I'm not going to USC. A, it's USC. B, it's California. C, I don't like Lincoln Riley. So
definitely not going to USC. I can't do it.
There's literally nothing endearing about me going to USC.
No, can't do it.
And for me, when I look at the type of quarterback I would have viewed myself as, I would have much rather have played in that system than like an Ohio State system, right? That's just me. And since David Cutcliffe is no longer coaching, I mean, I'd want to play for Sark. I think it's the same reason Arch did. Who do you think is going to do the best job of developing you to be an NFL quarterback?
Yeah,
it'd be Sark, right? So, because in this scenario, if I was a recruit today, I'd also be 6'3", right? Because that's why I'm getting recruited by these schools.
Yeah, right.
As a quarterback, I'd play for. Again, Notre Dame's not an option. They didn't offer me. Coach Rees looked at my film and made the wrong decision not to offer me.
You got that chip on your shoulder.
That's
now.
right. I got that chip on my shoulder. I'd probably go to Texas, to be honest with
you. Yeah.
And you're a quarterback, so go with that NIL money too,
Yep. There you go. So good question, Reza. Vince, do you got to take off? I got a couple questions here. I'll see if there's. I got to get this one for you. Okay.
Okay.
This is a Ryan question. So we'll just kind of real quick, we'll answer this one. I got one more for you, Vince.
All right.
So Gideon Rosa says, is Xavier Worthy a Kevin Austin type, long and tall, but 4.3 speed? I'd say only one of those things is comparable to Kevin Austin.
Yeah. I don't see the comparison. Xavier Worthy's a lot more of a flexible player on the field, right? Like he's a guy that can line up all over the place.
He was like a $160 last year. Kevin Austin hasn't been a $160 since his freshman year of high school.
And Kevin Austin's also a vertical centric wide receiver. Like Xavier Worthy can run routes. He can do things after the catch. He can also be vertically oriented.
He's more Will Fuller than he would be Kevin Austin. And even then, he's, like you said, he does a lot more after the catch, all that kind of stuff. I think Will could have done that stuff in college, though, if they used him right.
I'd say Xavier Worthy's like a faster version of Devonta Smith from a physical perspective.
Sure.
We'll make that comp.
Yeah, not like Kevin Austin. So here's the question, and Ryan, I'll kick this to you second, but I want to give Vince a chance because this is Vince's guy. Will Claw says, hey, Ryan, and I'll ask Vince first. If Cam Hart has a season that we hope he can he be a first-round pick?
Absolutely.
Vince is the president of the Cam Hart fan club, so I had to give him a first shot.
He's got the measurables, and if he puts together a number one corner type season with Notre Dame, he's going to have plenty of film against top wide receivers that I think he absolutely could go in the first round. No question about it. And the other thing is you have to remember that, you look at the positions that go in the first round. Corner is one of those ones where guys sometimes get overdrafted, right? And so I think he could be a group of guys that could be in the first round at corner. Yep.
All right, Vince, thank you. I know you got to run, but Ryan, what would your answer be to that?
Yeah, it's possible. I mean, I can tell you from absolute certainty that if there's NFL teams or at least entities in the NFL right now that have second and third round grades on Cam Hart, and that's with the season left to go, right? So I think anytime you're talking about 6'2.5", 32 plus inch arms, 4.4 type of athlete potentially, that he could definitely make that rise. He needs to be more consistent. He needs to, just kind of play more consistently to his size down the field, at the catch point and do all that type of stuff. But the talent is certainly there. So the NFL already likes Cam Hart. And if he takes a step up, then I absolutely think so.
Here's D Troll Hunter coming with some comedy relief. Time for hard-hitting questions. Ryan, who is your favorite New Jersey recruit of all time? I think I know the answer to this, but I could be wrong.
This might be a dumb question. Is Brian Cushing from New Jersey? Isn't he? Yeah, that's probably it then. I used to love Brian Cushing growing up, man. Even though he went,
that makes sense now because he was a linebacker and
he was.
Did you also do steroids or?
No.
Okay, that's just a Brian Cushing thing. Okay.
I just wanted to smash somebody's face mask with no helmet on. That's what I wanted to do.
I thought you were going to say Jonathan Taylor. I really did.
Yeah. Now,
I
I,
really
mean,
did.
Jonathan Taylor is the best that I've ever seen in
But that wasn't the
person.
question. The question was favorite. Correct. You answered it
Yes.
correctly.
Yep.
Brian, could you throw a football over the mountain? Yes, if I was able to get started near the top of the mountain. So you didn't say where I'd have to throw it from. But yes, if I could go to the top of the mountain, I could throw it over top of the mountain. Yes. And no, Vince did not apply for the Notre Dame baseball coach position. So
Should have.
thank you, D. Trelawney. We needed the comedic relief today. DMND13. Who do you think is more likely to make the college football playoff? Utah or an ACC team other than Clemson?
So ACC other than Clemson. So we're thinking Miami's of the world, right?
Wake, NC State, Miami, teams
I
like
think
that.
I think Utah's more likely than any of those teams. I mean,
agree.
I saw somebody that had I think it might have been Mike Farrell that had Miami in his early college football playoff thing or something. I'm just like, based on what? What are we basing that on, right? Like
The
I
need
think
for
Miami's,
clicks.
Yeah, I think
I
Miami's
started a new company. I need to get clicks to have
Right.
people.
It's a very fair point. It's a very fair point. I mean, I've talked about this a bunch. I do like the hires they made this offseason. I do think Miami can get to a pretty good spot, but like this year, nah, I'm not buying into that. So Utah, I'm kind of on the same wavelength as you, Brian. Like, I don't think Utah is going to be as good as they were last year, but if that's my options, them or an ACC team other than Clemson, I'll probably take Utah because at least I've seen it, you know?
Right. Utah for me. Be mine. I don't see it. I think that Utah is going to have the stronger reputation. They've been on the cusp before.
Well coached.
Yeah, well coached, tough, physical schedule that I mean, Utah's schedule this year, I guess part of it depends on how you think the Big 12 or the Pac-12 is going to be this year. Do you think USC is going to be a team that is going to give them the kind of win needed, that type of thing? But the reality is if Utah is 12-1 and has a season opening win at Florida, right?
Mm-hmm.
That's that kind of statement win. And I don't think Florida's going to be great this year. But I think Florida's going to be decent this year. I think they're going to be a good team. They're going to bounce back from last year. They're not going to be SEC title game good, but they're going to be a good team, 8-9 win team, I think, at least.
Sure.
And if Utah beats them, then that's a big out-of-conference win. Then you'd have a win over USC. Win at UCLA, hopefully, so between at UCLA, USC, at Arizona State, and then at Oregon, you've got to win all but one of those. I don't think a Pac-12 champ has to go undefeated to get in. I think what would hurt them, however, is if they lose to Florida and then run the table. There's going to be the perception all year of the Pac-12 sucks. You played one good out-of-conference team. It's probably the fifth best team in the SEC, and you got beat.
Sure.
Right. I think if they get upset by like UCLA in late September, early October, but they beat Florida, beat USC, beat Oregon on the road, and then go win the big Pac-12 championship, I think not only could they get in, they'd have a legitimate argument to get in. You know, I just have a hard time because for a ACC team to get to that point, that means Clemson's not that good. Right. And then like who would your argument be? Like, so I think those are some of the things I look at, Ryan. I just don't know because of look, the reality is perception is reality sometimes, right? And I just don't know if there's anyone in the ACC that would have the kind. I mean, I'll be honest with you. They're the only teams that I think would have a chance to have the kind of schedule to get you that point are not teams that I think are playoff caliber teams. Like I'm thinking of like Boston College. They got to play at NC State. They got to play Clemson. Got to play at Florida State, at Virginia Tech, at Wake Forest, at Notre Dame.
It's a tough schedule.
BC's 12-1 at the end of the year, and one of their wins is late in the year at Notre Dame. They would have an argument. I just don't think that's possible. I don't think they're going to be that kind of team. I don't think they have the talent, all those other type of things. So, you look at other teams like Wake Forest's non-conference schedule is embarrassing. VMI at Vanderbilt in Liberty. That's their non-conference schedule. Unless they're 13-0, which they're not going to be, they're not getting in. So NC State's non-conference is at East Carolina, Charleston Southern, Texas Tech, and UConn. Like that's bad. Oh, I'm sorry. I left one of Wake Forest's non-conference games off. They play 4 in the ACC. I left off Army. My bad. right? So that's the thing is a lot of these teams that could be contenders play joke non-conference schedules. NC State, ECU, Charleston Southern, Texas Tech, UConn. So let's say NC State goes 11-1 in the regular season, loses to Clemson, and then plays Clemson in a rematch and goes 12-1, beats Clemson. Clemson would have probably at least 2 losses on their schedule, right? And so then the Clemson loss has lost some luster, right? So then you look at it and say, how does that schedule, that non-conference stack up to a Utah non-conference where they have a win at Florida, right?
Right.
So I don't want to hear any complaining from the ACC this year if their champion has a loss, because there isn't one other than Clemson if Clemson beats Notre Dame. If Clemson goes 12-1 and beats Notre Dame, let's say they lose to Wake Forest or BC, September 24th against Wake or October 8th at BC, and then they still run the table and go 12-1, Clemson has a playoff resume because they would have a win over the other team at Florida State, Miami, South Carolina, and they would have a win at Notre Dame. Right. If they go 12-1 and their only losses to Notre Dame, then I don't think that's a playoff resume. I'm sorry. So, the ACC is kind of screwing itself over. I mean, I guess you could argue that maybe, the only other team that plays, in my opinion, that is the legitimate non-conference schedule is Florida State, because they play Florida and LSU, but they're not going to go 12-1 this year. So, that's the other thing is I just think the ACC schedules this year for the top teams are just a joke, an absolute joke for the non-conference.
I just hope Florida State takes a little step this year, man.
I do too.
Not been good. I just hope they're a solid team this year.
I actually want Florida State and Miami to take a step forward this year. I really do. I think it's good for college football for them to be good. I do. I think it's good for Notre Dame for them to be good because, number one, those teams are on the schedule in coming years, so it gives you quality wins. But number two, those teams start recruiting like they used to. That's that many more players that aren't going to Bama and Georgia and teams like that. So, yes, it's good for Notre Dame when this talent is spread out because Notre Dame is still going to get theirs, right? It's just they're going to hurt those teams even more than they're going to hurt Notre Dame, in my opinion.
100%.
So, very, very good questions. We have some great questions. That's why this show is 3 hours long and it feels like we're an hour deep. Chris Davison, where would you put the over-under on Notre Dame players that make it to the NFL next year? This is drafted or undrafted. So, current Notre Dame players, not like all former Notre Dame players, just from this year's team that make it to the NFL, make an NFL team next year, drafted or undrafted. He said it at he said it at 8.5.
Right.
So, what would you say, Ryan?
So I'm just working through the list in my head. So Brandon Joseph potentially, Cam Hart potentially, Isaiah Foskey obviously, Jason Ademilola. Justin has Justin will definitely play in the NFL. He maybe won't get drafted, but he'll definitely play in the NFL. JD Bertrand's a tough one. I don't know if he'll be in the draft. So that's where this conversation comes in. So I'm going to leave him off for now. Jared Patterson is one. Josh Lugg will get signed as a UDFA, if nothing else. That's it on the offensive line. And then wide receiver, Brain Lindsay will get a shot. Avery Davis will get a shot. So that's 9 right there. So I'm going over for guys that are going to get a shot at the NFL at worst. That's not including JD Bertrand or,
I'm going
Chris
over
Tyree
because, like you said, part of it depends. My over is also assuming that Avery Davis is fully healthy.
Sure.
Because I think he'll make a team, whether it's 7th round draft pick, 6th round draft pick, or whatever. Between him or Braden Lindsay, one of those two will make a team. Right?
Sure.
Is that fair?
Yeah.
Then that's one. Then you got Michael Mayer, Jarrett Patterson.
I forgot Mayer, so that's 10 that I had. Yeah.
So one of the receivers, Michael Mayer, Jarrett Patterson, Isaiah Foskey, the Ademiolas, both of them, Cam Hart, Brandon Joseph gets you to 8. So then you need either Lugg or Houston Griffith or DJ Brown or Maris to go out early, or Bo Bauer or JD Bertrand or somebody like that to make a team. And I certainly think that's possible. That's possible. So, yes, I would go over. Now, again, not all those guys are going to be high draft picks, but as far as just making an NFL team, yes.
Yes.
And if Braden Lindsay is just good this year, he makes a team, I think. I'd be surprised.
Talented
and then
enough.
And Avery Davis is just about health. So that's the key.
Especially if we include the practice squad, because then that's a whole different animal, right?
Right.
So,
right. Because that's technically being on a team, right?
It is.
That's kind of how I looked at it.
You're on the team. You're at practice every day, 100%.
Got another question here. If Tobias Merriweather beats out Deion Colsey and Jaden Thomas, how would you view that? I know it's dependent, but is it more of a sign that Tobias Merriweather is great or that the sophomores are struggling?
It can be both.
Yeah.
But I would hope, again, that it's that Tobias Merriweather's just too good to keep off the field.
Yeah. If he's starting, it's got to be about him breaking out, unless Avery Davis just isn't eligible to play because he's injured. Because if he's starting and you've got Lindsey, Styles, and Avery Davis plus the sophomores, the other sophomores, man, I got to think that means Tobias just broke out. Now, I think that Tobias breaking out, it would also mean that Deion didn't have a similar breakout. Because if he had a similar breakout, I still think Deion would start because he's a year older and a more natural boundary. And if Tobias also broke out, then I would want Tobias to be able to move around more and he would play some. But yeah, I think it would say more about Tobias than it would the other way around.
Yep.
Jay Henry asks, in other news, who's a current player or prospect that all or two of you have a very different opinion of? So now it's just the two of us.
Mm-hmm.
So is there anybody, a player or prospect that you and I have a very different opinion of? So I don't, running back, I think we're pretty much on the same page. Receiver, I'd be with Deion. We have similar opinion of Deion Colsey. I think maybe JD Bertrand, perhaps.
Yeah, I guess so. I guess.
Yeah, I think
that's one. I guess I'm a little lower on JD than you are.
Yeah. I think we have a different opinion on his athletic skills as well. I think it's probably the first on the top of my head because I mean, a lot of this is we have difference of opinions to degrees on a lot of players, but we're still on the same page, right? He may think someone's a top 10 pick. I think he's more of a top 20 pick, but we both think the guy's really good type of stuff.
Right.
I don't think we have a strong difference of opinion on a lot of other guys that we've really dove into at this point in time. So what about recruits? Is there like a recruit that we have a really strong difference of opinion on?
It was Jaden Greathouse, but I think we've kind of come a little closer together on that one than we were.
And there's a couple guys that I was higher on early than you, and you've kind of come around as well. Right. I'd say right now, would it be fair to say Austin Novosad right now?
A little bit, yeah. I mean, you're higher than him than I am. I'll be fully transparent about that.
Yeah,
I think he's a good player. Just
right. We both like him. Both want Notre Dame to get him, but just difference of opinions on how good he can be.
Sure.
Michael S. says, shouldn't we fault Coach Washington's loss of defensive end Jason Moore at Ohio State? This was a litmus test for his effectiveness in coaching high-grade recruits. Michael, by the sheer definition of what you're asking, yes, because he lost Jason Moore. I guess I'm a little uncomfortable with the term fault him because you're going to lose kids. The best recruiters in the country are going to lose kids because Notre Dame also beat Larry Johnson in Ohio State for Brendan Vernon, a guy that they wanted, right? And so, look, every recruiter, Nick Saban's going to lose guys. Alabama's going to lose guys. Georgia's going to lose guys. Ohio State's going to lose guys. Notre Dame's going to lose guys. So you're going to have some losses. I don't think a singular player is necessarily a litmus test at a position where you have multiple guys. Because otherwise I'd say, okay, well, he did get Boubacar. He did that. I think the thing that hurts Al Washington is because he didn't get Keon Keeley because he wasn't here yet.
Right.
So I understand it. I think for me, where I would question Coach Washington as a recruiter would be if he doesn't get Jason Moore and loses Keon Keeley when it's all said and done.
That's fair.
That would be where I'd say that's a bad first year with all due respect.
Yeah.
Those are the two dudes. Those are the two elite players that you'd have.
And to the point with the timing of everything, he comes into the fold with Keon Keeley already aboard. So part of his job is also to
don't screw it up.
Exactly.
Don't screw it up.
100%. 100%.
Right. So yeah, I'm just not there yet. I think they did a great job recruiting him. I think the issues that Notre Dame had with Jason Moore were not necessarily related to Al Washington. I think they were related to more just there were aspects of Ohio State that just I don't think Notre Dame could overcome. But here's the thing about me is what's going to frustrate me with Coach Washington is if I find out he is not recruiting Jason Moore anymore if I found that out. Because, like, hey, people are still recruiting Keon. Why'd you stop recruiting Jason Moore? That would be the only thing I would find fault in, to be honest with you. Like, there's some guys that they've lost on, they've stopped recruiting. I'm like, fine. Stop recruiting Rodney Gallagher. With what I know of that situation, totally fine with that, right?
Mm-hmm.
Stop recruiting Carnell Tate. I'm actually okay with that, right? But there's some other guys where it's like, I'd still recruit that guy if I'm them. And, we'll see if it works out or not. Bart Adams, hey, from Southern Ontario, welcome, our Canadian friend. Not often I catch you guys live. In a previous show, you mentioned Notre Dame had a good record with a bad team. What is giving you more confidence about this year's team? This is a great follow-up question because this is something that came out yesterday, and I believe it was yesterday's show, right? And the thing that we had said was, and Ryan, I don't know if I gave you a chance to comment on this, but I made the comment that I thought that I don't think Notre Dame fans understand how bad of a team Notre Dame was last year. And when I'm referring to, there are different aspects that define your quality as a team. There's talent, there's coaching, there's fundamentals, there's strength and conditioning, there's your ability to respond to adversity, your leadership. And in a lot of those areas, Notre Dame was not good last year. I think they responded to adversity pretty well. Sure. I think they had decent leadership last year, but at some spots. But I thought fundamentally they were a poor team, even early in the year on both sides of the ball. I thought offensively, as a team, I thought they lacked physicality as a team. I think they lacked toughness as a team. As good as the defense was down the stretch, they still didn't tackle very well. They still gave up too many big plays. Their special teams was mediocre last year. And yet they still went 11-1 because they had one thing going for them. They were talented.
Sure.
And to me, what gives me confidence, Bart, and this is a great question, and Ryan, and I'd like for you to respond to what I'm about to say. The reason that I think Notre Dame should be considered a playoff contender is because the talent is even better than it was last year because of some guys that have arrived, some guys that have left, to be honest with you. We're going to see big improvements from a talent standpoint. In other areas, we're not going to see an improvement in talent, but we're going to see improvement in character and leadership. But also there's some young guys that are now going into year 2 that we think can be really good. But the other part of it is, even though I expect the talent to be better, it's not going to be astronomically better. The difference is going to be, I think this is going to be a really good coaching staff. Better special teams, way better line coaching, way better receiver coaching. The 2 losses you had on offense and the 1 loss you had on defense that you didn't necessarily foresee, Mike Elson leaving, John McNulty leaving, and Lance Taylor leaving, you at the very least equaled those coaches and perhaps improved. And then you significantly upgraded special teams, O-line, and receiver. And I think that even though you lost your D coordinator, which was the best aspect of your team last year, you replaced him with someone that I have confidence is going to do a good job. Now, we need to see it, as I said. But that, to me, is the reason why I think this team is going to be good. They are way more talented than I think people realize, and they're actually going to be coached this year. There are not many teams that could have played the way Notre Dame played last year, almost the entire year, and still gone 11-1 in regular season. Like, even some of the games they won late in the year, right, they didn't play well. They just were way better than the team. They played like crap against North Carolina. Had a 95-yard touchdown run on a play where the guy get hit 4 yards behind the line of scrimmage. Why'd they win? Because Kyron Williams is better than anybody have on defense, and so's Michael Mayer. Because you go watch the block he had down the field, blocked like 2 guys on the play. That's why they went 11-1. They had way better players than everybody they played against, including Cincinnati. Not way better than Cincinnati, but I'd say that they had better players top to bottom. But the difference is Cincinnati was better coached and is the one team that they played in the regular season that could match them at the top. That's what I would say. Ryan, what's your response to that?
Yeah, the last thing that you said is the most important thing to me. It's the coaching, right? Like that's because I've been consistent with this, right? Like talent has never been a problem at Notre Dame, and I especially don't think it's a problem right this second. Like there's been problem at spots, but like an overall perspective, it's a really talented roster. And when you have a wide receiver group that's going to be coached better, when you have an offensive line group that's going to be coached better, I mean, I just don't understand how you don't think that they're going to be improved just overall from a coaching. I mean, it's hard to imagine the wide receiver position being worse than it was last year, if I'm being completely honest, right? Like, I would be shocked if the wide receiver level was not at a much higher rate. So the fact of that, and then you mentioned, like, you lost your defense coordinator. Well, he's still on the staff though, right? So he can still have some inflection into what you're doing, right? Like, it's still philosophy perspective. There's still going to be an influx of what Marcus Freeman wants to do. So I think the coaching is the biggest thing for me. You have a lot of talent. You're going to be a better team than last year because you're going to be better coached at positions that really matter, in my opinion.
Yep, agree. Very, very good answer. HB Badger, story time with Uncle Brian. Hearing the T. Shepard and Denbrock story yesterday, what was the best recruiting story win and worst recruiting story loss under the BK era? I would have to chalk up. So here's the crazy story. So the craziest win story had to involve Aaron Lynch. And so what happened there basically was, and there's a lot I can't share, but essentially Florida State was so panicked about Notre Dame that they screwed up. If they would have just said, hey, if they just would have chilled and been like, guys, we're fine, let's just remind Aaron why he's coming, he would have come. They started like bad mouthing Notre Dame. One of their coaches told him, you can't make it academically at Notre Dame, which really pissed Aaron off. And then they went behind his mom's back and they worked with someone close to him. I won't say who. And when he was in San Antonio for the Army game and the rumblings about Notre Dame started to come, they went, because he was going to be an early enrollee at Florida State, they went and changed his flight without his permission or his mom's permission to try to fly him from San Antonio to Tallahassee to enroll there. And when that got found out, it really upset his mom and it really upset Aaron. And they just started saying things to him to try to negative recruit against Notre Dame, as opposed to just reminding him why he was going to Florida State. And when they started doing that like really crushed it for him. And there was a lot of things that I can't share, to be just completely honest with you, about the situation even now. But there was a lot of craziness in that recruitment. I mean, just a lot of craziness. So that was probably the best win, because it was just watching Florida State implode, and you had Notre Dame coaches up in the hotel room. It was like Diaco and Chuck Martin and Brian Kelly and Mike Denbrock and like all these, Tony Alford, all these Notre Dame coaches were up there. And, they're talking to him and all this, and they're selling their pitches, and it was working, but I still think he would have picked Florida State if they just didn't act so insanely. I mean, it was like, you can't make it academically at Notre Dame. Like, that's going to inspire a kid to, want to sign with you because you told him he's too dumb to go to Notre Dame. Like, you didn't know Aaron Lynch very well if you thought that was going to work. You go behind his back to try to change his flight so his mom couldn't go home to see his mom. You don't know Aaron Lynch if you thought that was going to work. And so that was just a really, really wild story. The worst is, honestly, it's hard. It's because it's Ronald Darby, it's Jalen McMillan, it's Lathan Ransom. It's a dozen dudes I could just list that you lost because you didn't work, right? Why did they lose Ronald Darby? Because the guy that was recruiting him stopped talking to him, just stopped responding. It was just like every now and then would reach out. And then when he got called on it, tried to kind of go back and change the narrative a little bit because he knew he was going to get in trouble. Like, they blew it. It wasn't that Florida State came in and offered him money. It's like Notre Dame just stopped engaging with the kid. And the head coach had no idea until it was too late. It's just, I could tell you dozens of stories like that. Like, I had a coach tell me, he's like, if Kelly would have just picked up the phone and called Jalen McMillan just one time, right, towards the end, they thought they were going to get him. I could tell you a ton of stories like that. And it was just all the guys you missed, not because of money or academics, because you didn't work and your head coach didn't hold people accountable. And your head coach didn't work, which is why he didn't hold people accountable in recruiting. There's so many stories like that. It's why I am not surprised at all that Notre Dame's recruiting like they are right now, because they're working. Kids have always wanted to go to Notre Dame. It's just you didn't give them a reason to. And now you have some. Now you are. So those would be my negative stories. But, yeah, Ronald Darby probably takes the cake because he so wanted to be at Notre Dame. It's just about he didn't feel like they wanted him because they just stopped talking to him. And it
so talented.
Just allowed Florida State to kind of get in there and convince him that it's where he wanted to be. So There's a lot of sad stories like that, to be honest with you. A lot of sad stories like that. All right, let's get to another one. Sean Ziegler, Brian, can you explain the wideout positions? I've heard you refer to them as W. I think X. I think Z. I've watched football my whole life and never heard that until I started listening to you. So just so you know, that's not what I call them. I'm just telling you what Notre Dame calls them. I've never called a boundary receiver a W. That's always been the X for me, right? And the Z was always the outside guy for me. And then the slot was something else, right? Different places. The W is the boundary receiver. So basically that is the split end in the old school term, the split end in an offense. And then, so he's going to go to the short side of the field. So ball's on the left hash, he's going to be on the left side. Now, sometimes it won't be the case if the ball's on the left hash and they go to a trips formation with tight end to the boundary and it's three receivers, he'll be the number 3 usually in that scenario in a trip situation. The X is the outside field position. So that's where so W, that's Miles Boykin. That's where Chase Claypool played his last year. That's Kevin Austin played W. The X is the field outside position. So it's what Braden Lindsey played last year. It's what Will Fuller played in previous years. He's usually going to be a field guy, and he lines up out wide. Again, there's certain formations where maybe he's stacked or whatever the case may be inside, but he's usually just in theory, he's the outside guy. And then the Z is your slot. It's Avery Davis. It's Amir Carlisle. That's the position that is the Z. So in past alignments, so in 2018, Miles Boykin was the W, Chase Claypool was the X, Chris Fink was the Z. In 2015, Chris Brown was the W, Will Fuller was the X, and Amir Carlisle was the Z. That's kind of those positions. So it's just what they call them. And so boundary receivers W, field X, field outside is X, slot is the Z. And the slot can go either side. That's the other interesting thing is he's not by base alignment, he's a field guy, but there's a lot of calls where they'll put him to the boundary as well. So yeah, that's that. Did I get that? Did I get that, Ryan? Did I leave anything out?
Nailed it.
Get that pretty good. All right. Justin Carlson. Here's an interesting one, Ryan. It says Notre Dame is trending towards LBU with recent recruiting. My initial go ahead.
Yeah. I was just going to say, I mean, you put out the stat yesterday, right? That was like they've won 3 Butkus Awards in the last 10 years.
Only
right?
team to do it in the last 10 years, yeah.
It's a great start. And I mean, Justin, to your point, if they keep recruiting the linebacker position like they are, it's hard to imagine that it's not going to get even better, if we're being completely honest. Like there's so many dudes. So yeah, I think that you're definitely trending toward it. I think that you have a claim for it right now in the last 10 years, just by that fact alone.
So I agree with your point of what you're saying, but for me, because this is also what we talked about, I can't go there because of the fact that the drop off from the number 1 guy to the number 2 and 3 guys has been so stark. What I will say, however, is I do think Notre Dame could quickly claim that mark if the recruiting turns into on-field. So if Maris Luafau this year turns into a dude, right? And then Jalen Sneed and Drake Bowen, and if they get Jaden Ausberry and Junior Chula, and those guys turn out to be what they are, Ryan, then I think you're in a situation where you could say, hey, they could quickly do it because of the past success, because to me, they produced 2 generational linebackers in a decade. Not many teams can, Bama could say maybe they did that, right? But not many teams can say that. I mean, Notre Dame had a Heisman Trophy runner-up and a guy that is arguably the most physically gifted linebacker the last 20 years in Jalen Smith, right? And Jeremiah Usu-Cormo wasn't exactly a bum, right? And then in 2018, you had Drew Tranquill and Tavon Coney, really good linebacker tandem. So the baseline is there where they're at least in the conversation already. If recruiting turns into production of the current group, then yeah, I think they could be there. I think they could be there. So his point is they're trending, and I think that's an accurate statement. It's just you just have to coach those guys up to play to their recruiting level.
You certainly have a couple good former linebackers on the staff right now. So
yeah. What's that guy's name? Laurinaitis, pretty good player.
St. Louis Rams all-time leading tackler.
Marcus Freeman. Yeah, exactly. Yeah, and then the other guy who didn't play linebacker on defense coached linebackers in the Super Bowl last year. So there you go. Tristan Paul, any Samuel Mpemba news from IMG Media Day today? We had a little something on the message board today. Samuel talked glowingly about Notre Dame. He is still all set to take his visit to Notre Dame. He did say something that we put on the message board where he does have 3 schools that are kind of standing out a little bit. He wouldn't say who they are. We have some guesses on who we think they are, but we'll leave that stuff for the behind the paywall type of stuff. So here's a question from TRAM28. Ryan, for you, what does the 2024 running back board look like? Corey Smith's name has been brought up on previous shows. What other elite guys are the staff looking at? Tavani Mazzell, Taylor Tatum, etc.
Yeah, you named the guy that I like the most, I think, at this point is Corey Smith out of Wisconsin. They've offered Aeneas Williams, out of Missouri, who's kind of was a little bit of a late rise. I don't want to say late riser because he just got off his sophomore year, but he didn't have a ton of offers until this spring and summer, and he really lit up like basically every circuit he's been on. He's been he's got Ohio State now, Oklahoma. He's really kind of packing up a lot of offers here. They have Brian Jackson that's on the board, Nathaniel Palmer. They're both Texas guys. Davion Gauze is a player out of Florida that's on the board, as well as Jarrett Gibson. They have Stacey Gage on the board, although that's kind of a pipe dream at this point. Anthony Carey out of Florida as well. And then they're still recruiting Cameron Davis out of Florida State, but he is committed currently. But I think that the players that I think that Notre Dame has the most traction with right now, and I think it's still really early for the running back board, is I think Corey Smith is very intrigued by Notre Dame early, and Aeneas Williams, the spelling is throwing me off because I remember Aeneas Williams, the former quarterback. I think Aeneas Williams also really likes Notre Dame as well.
Next question is Paul Benoit. This is for Ryan specifically. Who do you think would win among the O-linemen in a 110 hurdle race? Does adding a full contact steeplechase immediately afterwards change your answer? I'm glad that's for you only.
If anybody doesn't know what a steeplechase is, you should go right now on YouTube and Google steeplechase fails, because basically a steeplechase is like 5,000 meters where you run around. There's water pits, there's barriers, there's hurdles, and you have to go all over this stuff, and you get wet, and it's nuts, man. So go Google steeplechase. It's bizarre. So we're talking about hurdles, though, Brian, especially the 110s. We need some straight line speed, obviously, right? You also need longer legs because you got to get over those hurdles. So I think I'm going to take. I'm going to go Joe Alt here. I think Joe Alt. He's got the combination of height, and I think he's a really good straight line athlete. I was thinking Blake Fisher, but Blake's got an extra, 25-ish pounds on Joe Alt. So I think Joe might be a little more aerodynamic, just slightly. So I'm going to go him, unless I can count the incoming freshmen that are not on campus yet, because that he is on campus now, but has not been a part of Notre Dame's program yet, and that's Emil Wagner. That would be my actual pick. But if it's just players that are currently suiting up for Notre Dame or have this past spring, then it would be Joe Alt. And does it change my point of view, Paul? I wouldn't pick any of them, because if I see any of those guys finish a steeplechase, I would be very, very impressed. We'll leave it at that.
Yes. Interesting question, but it is free for all Friday. So here's one. We'll throw our boy Archer a bone here real quick. It says mailbag question: top 5 Buckeye fans of all time. Okay, so I will say Archer, my uncle Marty. I'm gonna start naming family members. Okay, that's my cousin Vanessa, but I have since converted her to a Notre Dame fan, so that makes her probably number 1 because she's now a Notre Dame fan. I don't know. Pick 2 other family members of mine that are Ohio State fans. That's the only good Ohio State fans that I know, and I only love them because they're my family members. And so, but I thought he was going to ask who are top 5 Buckeyes of all players of all time, but there's not enough people to fill out my top 5 favorite Buckeye fans of all time.
I thought he was talking about the desserts, the Buckeyes, which are also delicious. If we're being honest.
Mom makes those every Christmas, so I have to have her send you some this year, Ryan. So she makes them very, very good. I did want to ask this though, and this is my question: who are the top, in your opinion, top 5 Ohio State players of all time? Do you have a thought on that? I actually do. So
of all time,
when I say all time, I'm talking about like people that I have lived to watch play. Okay. So like I'm not talking about like Jack Tatum, because I never saw Jack Tatum play. Right?
I was going to say Archie Griffin would have to be in there, right? He's only 2-time Heisman Trophy.
He's the only guy I haven't seen play that I'm throwing in there because of the 2 Heismans. But after that, it's Eddie George, Orlando Pace, Chris Spielman, and AJ Hawk are my 5. Would be my 5.
Yeah, Orlando Pace was
little before you.
Incredible. No. Okay. I remember him with the Rams, and I even remember him a little bit with Ohio State. So I'll say Orlando Pace is definitely in there. Eddie George was a monster. I remember
Yes.
more Tennessee days than Ohio State days, but like he was just an
Oh, he was
animal.
that guy in Ohio and at Ohio State as well.
Oh, I know. I've seen the highlights and the stats. I know. He's pretty darn good player.
Yes.
Malcolm Jenkins was a fantastic player for the Buckeyes. Fantastic. AJ Hawk was a really good player for the Buckeyes. That comes to my mind quickly.
Yeah.
And then, I mean, Nick Bosa, Chase Young, like I guess one of those guys might be on that list as well. Like you could pick your guy at that point.
Good question. All right, let's get to some more. We've got Connor Patton with Super Chat. Who are the teams who could surprise everyone by winning a national championship this year? Sean and I
Notre
did
Dame.
a little bit of yeah, that's a great, I mean, that would shock everybody.
Mm-hmm.
Who other than Notre Dame would be your pick? We talked about this in one of the RTCF shows recently. You know, who could be sleeper teams this year? And I don't know if anybody that I know is a sleeper to win it all.
Yeah.
Like, you know, because I predicted LSU to make the playoff in 2019. And I thought maybe they could win it all, but I didn't. I didn't think they were going to be what they were. I mean, but I don't know. I don't see a Joe Burrow out there. I don't have a feeling about a transfer quarterback like I had about him. But the other thing is, I thought LSU had great talent. They just didn't have a system in place to get it out. And when they brought in Joe Brady, I didn't know anything about him other than what I had read from the spring, what they were going to open it up, throw the ball more, all that kind of. I was like, okay, they're finally going to have a coach that's going to play to their talent, because there's been no program in college football, in my opinion, the last 10 years that's wasted more elite receiver talent than LSU up until 2019. I mean, I think of all the guys that came through that just had elite receiving cores and they just didn't use them to their full potential than LSU. And, you know, so I just felt like they were going to be pretty good, but I don't see anybody like that this year, you know? So I just,
if I had to throw a team out, I guess I would just throw out Texas, like not to win a national championship, but like they have a lot more offensive firepower. They should be, you know, a year under Sark, they should be better. There is some defensive talent. They just, and the Big 12 is also not a great conference, and Oklahoma, I think, is going to take a little step back. So like maybe they're the team this year. We'll see. I don't know.
So for me, I'd probably go Oklahoma for the Big 12. And here's what I think. What you said was correct. I think Texas could have a great offense this year, but I think their defensive talent is still not very good. I actually think Oklahoma has decent talent on defense. I think they weren't coached to get the most out of them. I really don't. I mean, they've got guys like Woody Washington, guys like that. I mean, look, they had 4 guys drafted off their defense this past year, and the defense sucked. You know, they've recruited defensive play. Like, they've recruited some guys. I'm like, man, I would love if that guy would have come to Notre Dame. They just haven't coached those guys up. They don't put them in position to be successful. And it's like when I say that to people, they react just like you did. And I'm like, that's exactly the response I got when I told people LSU's offense is going to be scary going into 2019. The question I have with Oklahoma is I just don't think they have a quarterback that can get – I'm not a huge Dylan Gabriel guy when it comes to that level. I think the talent around him is good, but it's not as good as it's been in the past, right?
Mm-hmm.
Like, I love Marvin Mims, but he's not CeeDee Lamb. He's not that kind of guy. He's not Hollywood Brown dynamic. And their offensive line is good, but they don't have the same running backs they've had in past years. So actually their offense is the side of the ball that I don't know if it's going to be good enough. But I think their defense, if their offense is like what it's been, right, if they can get the offense going, this is my point. If the offense can look like it has in the past, I actually think Oklahoma will be good enough on defense this year to compete, because they've been atrocious on defense in past years. Because I do think they have some talent. So if I had to pick a Big 12 team, and I'm not, that would be my pick over Texas, because I think Texas's defense is going to be really not good this year when it comes to playing against the best teams. But we'll find out in week 2, right? Week 2 or 3, they play Bama. We'll find out, because I really like their D coordinator, though. Like, that's why I would not necessarily say that I disagree with you about Texas. It's the combination of I question the talent on defense, and I just have a hard time seeing Quinn Ewers having the maturity to go out and win a championship. If that, you know what I mean? But man, you could argue they have the best running back receiver tandem in the college football. They could potentially have that with Bijan and Xavier Worthy.
They could.
And so this is what we talked about when I did the show with Sean, is they don't need Quinn Ewers to be an All-American to be really good this year. They just need him to just get the ball where it needs to go and run the offense.
Sure.
But I think Texas could be scary. I just don't love their talent on defense. Even though I love Coach Kwiatkowski as a D coordinator, I just don't love their talent on defense. So that'd be my only concern. Plus, the Bama game scares me. You know, because if they get blown, because it's so early, if they get blown out, how's that going to look on their resume when they're trying to get in the play? Could they even get in if they get blown out by Bama? are they going to have a shot to get in with the perception of the Big 12 being what it is?
Sure.
You know, that's the other concern that I have. Now, if they can play Bama tough, then all of a sudden we're having a different conversation. So who else would it be that could surprise everyone? I really don't. I mean, there's not a Pac-12 team that I think can win it all.
No.
You know, it would be something like, I mean, other than Notre Dame, I mean, I don't see anyone in the ACC. I don't see anyone in the Big 10 outside of Ohio State. I don't see anyone in the SEC outside of, you know, I don't see it. I really don't see it. So
Penn State, if they had a good quarterback, maybe.
Yeah.
But, I mean, you know, whatever.
Yep. That's kind of my thing. So yeah, if they had a better quarterback, Penn State's got they could surprise some people.
Tennessee's going to be a tough out for people this year if that's a team that you want to just. Again, they're playing in the SEC, so I don't imagine they'll have I don't think they'll be able to be the top of the SEC. So I don't think they'll be able to crash the party, but they'll be a tough out in the SEC, in my opinion.
Yep, agree. Chief Brody with a super chat. Thank you. When will Notre Dame retroactively claim 1993 and 2012 championships? Was this the one you were responding to? Guys responded to earlier. I appreciate that. My only thing is, as stupid as it is that I think Alabama does that, Alabama doesn't claim a title in a year where no one gave them one. It's just they claim these like obscure titles, like, you know, like whatever the coaches poll was back in the 70s that handed out titles before bowl games. Like that, it's dumb stuff like that. That doesn't exist now. Those polls don't exist now. So that's the only caveat. But I definitely appreciate the shade and the sarcasm. And if that was possible, I would love for Notre Dame to do that. I'd be curious if Notre Dame did have anybody, because there were still in 93, there were other polls, I believe, than just the AP and the coaches. I would be curious if anyone gave Notre Dame the number one ranking that year. I'll have to go look that up. This is another one of the days, the many, many days where I really wish we had loose emoji around, because I could literally have the answer in the next, well, however long it would take him to see the text that I would send him, and then to respond would be, you know, who I would want to go with. So Felix Fournier, had Kelly left a year earlier, do you think Tom Rees still goes after Jack Cohn or another transfer, or would he have gone with Pine and Buckner? Ryan, I think he would have gone with gone after Cohn still.
I think it definitely would have been a grad transfer. I mean, we've put a little intel on the board before that Notre Dame was actually trying to look at a different quarterback even before Jack Cohn. So I think they would have went the transfer quarterback route, though. Yeah, I think it would have ended up with Jack Cohn, probably, most likely. I don't think there's any other attractive of options out there aside from Jack that made sense.
And I don't think they would have wanted to go with a true freshman quarterback, or that they felt Drew Pine was ready to be the guy. Now, if there wasn't a Jack Cohn, Kenny Pickett available, I don't think they'd have taken a grad transfer just to take one and then stuck him into the starting lineup no matter what. I think that guy would have had to win the job. And then maybe Drew or Tyler would have taken over, but they would have still pursued a grad transfer. And Jack Cohn, once Notre Dame got involved with Jack Cohn, it was over. He was going Notre Dame. There was no question there. Hunter asks, since y'all are talking about other teams, how do you think Cincinnati will do this year? I like to hear an outside perspective. Ryan, I'll let you get a first crack at that one.
They're an interesting team. I think they're a little bit of an enigma this year, because this is a big test for how far that program has come in a very short amount of time, because you're losing a lot of talents, right? Like both starting corners. One is the Jim Thorpe Award winner, and the other one went top 10 overall in the recent draft, right? So you're losing both of them. You're losing a really good linebacker in Darian Beavers. You're losing a really good pass rusher in Myjai Sanders. You're losing your quarterback, Desmond Ridder, who was a 4-year player. You're losing your running back, who was a really good player, former transfer from Alabama. You're losing Alec Pierce. There's a lot of turnover on this roster. And I'm hearing that Prater is probably going to be the starting quarterback, most likely. We'll see, obviously. I mean, he was a really high recruit for them.
He's got some ability.
Yeah.
It's very similar to Desmond Ridder. Big, talented, big-armed, athletic, but raw.
Exactly.
But raw. Yeah.
So I think it's going to be a big test, Brian. Like I honestly would think like a 9-3 year or a 10-2 year would be a big success for Cincinnati this year with how much turnover they had, because they lost a lot of dudes.
Yeah, they did. And they also lost coaches. I mean, that's the other thing too, is they lost a lot of coaches. They lost Den Brock, the offensive coordinator. They lost Brian Mason, their special teams coach. They lost, was it Tim Walton? Was he the guy that left? The Ohio State had hired two DB coaches, and one of them was a guy that came from Cincinnati. So they lost him too. They hired Kerry Coombs, who's a good recruiter. I don't know how much coaching he has left. So they've definitely had some turnover. Will Gino Guidugli be able to replace what Mike Denbrock did? We'll see. And Gino's a smart young coach. The concern I have, though, Ryan, is I don't think Tressel did a great job last year. I just think he had phenomenal players.
Sure did.
And they lost almost all those guys. Kobe and Cook are both are in the NFL now, right? Didn't they both leave? You lost Sauce Gardner, who's probably the greatest player your school's ever had. You lost Myjai Sanders. They lost Beavers too, correct?
Yes.
And they lost the other interior defensive lineman they had. It was a pretty good player. They got
Curtis
drafted,
Brooks.
right? And then of course you lost your running back, right? Jerome Ford's left the NFL. Alec Pierce is gone. I just don't know if Cincinnati's the type of team that can overcome that, especially when you have teams like Houston returns a lot of players. SMU returns a really good quarterback. Now we'll see, what their coaching is like. Obviously, they lost Sonny Dykes. I think the ACC is going to be AAC is going to be decent this year. But when you look at Cincinnati's schedule, I mean, they start things off at Arkansas. That's going to be tough, right? I mean, that's going to be tough. If they can somehow, weather the next month where they got to play Indiana at home and at Tulsa and UCF, I think they'll be okay. But then they get in the final stretch, at SMU is not going to be easy. At UCF, not going to be easy. After that, I mean, Navy, they should win. ECU at home, at Temple, Tulane. So if they go into November with 1 or 2 losses, they're going to finish with 1 or 2 losses. If they go into, but it's going to be early part of the season. So I still think they've recruited well enough, Ryan, where they still should be in contention for the AAC championship. I just don't think it's going to be dominating and blowing people out and just kicking people's behinds. And I don't think they can play as bad as they did at times last year and still win.
Sure.
You know what I mean? Because they had a couple ugly games last year, but they were just so much better than the teams that they played that it didn't matter. If you play against Indiana this year like you did last year, you're going to lose. Right? I mean, that's the reality of it. I mean, if you play against some of the teams this year like you played against Tulane and Navy and Tulsa last year, you're going to get beat. They just were so much more talented than everybody else. And I don't think they have that type of gap this year, Hunter. But I still expect them to be a good football team.
Yep.
So next question, John Klimek with a super chat. Thank you, John. He goes, reverse it. This is from earlier, this scenario. You're down 4, 3:30 left at the Ohio State 35. So you're going in. 3rd and 8, 189 rushing yards, 220 passing yards. Tyler Buckner, 17 of 27. 12 personnel has had its way. How do you play it? Well, I don't think you can be in 12 personnel on 3rd and 8. So that's kind of the question that I have there. I don't know if you can be in 12 personnel on 3rd and 8. I guess part of me, I would want to know who my 12 personnel person is. Is it a tight end? Is it, is it Kane Barong? Is it Eli Raridan? Something like that. I would think that you'd be in 11 personnel. I would hope that one of your guys is a bigger guy, Tobias Merriweather, Deion Colsey, something like that. So I would probably go 11 personnel, even if 12 personnel has been killing it. In that scenario, 3rd and 8 at the 35, the reality is 3:30 left. I'd want to know how many timeouts I had. But honestly, I'm probably not in that scenario putting the game on my defense. I'm probably not going to say, hey, defense, you got to stop Ohio State from getting a first down. I think at that point in time, if a touchdown can win you the game, there's 3:30 left, you're in Ohio State territory. Field goal doesn't do anything for you at that point in time because I'm not going to put my defense in a position where they have to make a stop. I think what I'm doing is I'm going 11 personnel. I'm probably going with some sort of trips formation. I would probably put Michael Mayer into the boundary because I would want to see, are you going to single cover him, which gives me a one-on-one? Or are you going to have 2 people over there, which then helps me get some numbers? I would probably have some scenario where I do one of 2 things. I would either go, some sort of either an empty or a free release to try to get Ohio State out of the box, or I would put some kind of movement throw, some kind of rollout type situation. The reason I would say that is, Ryan, is I'd want to have a scenario where if Ohio State bails, Tyler Buckner can run for the first down. Because here's the thing, if I'm down 4 and it's 3rd and 8, I'm not in a have to get a first down territory. I'm in 2 down territory at this point in time. Because that's what I'm saying. I'm not putting this on my defense. I'm not going to punt it and pin them and try to get the ball back. No, I'm not doing that. I'm going for the win. And so I'm in 2-down territory. So the reason I would do some sort of empty with a potential RPO draw is because if I get steal 6 yards, now I'm in 4th and 2, and I got a lot more stuff on my plate. So you don't need to go for the first down. And that's also the reason I kind of like moving the pocket. So if they play you man, maybe you get somebody one-on-one. And if I'm in a 3-by-1 with Mayer backside, I can have him coming streaking across on a drag if I don't like, if I'm doing some sort of rollout. The other option is to put Mayer in as the number 2, run him on some sort of deep cut where then they're going to fly deeper, and then maybe my trips guy can kind of come on a delay out where maybe he can outrun. If I'd put Lorenzo there, actually probably think about it, let him outrun that inside linebacker or safety coming from distance. They're probably going to buzz underneath Mayer, and maybe I can get a little cheap something to Lorenzo that allows him to kind of catch and run and get me more yards. But then if they really drop and cover, or I catch him in a cover 1 or cover 0, and those guys turn up, Buckner can keep that sucker and run it and get you at least 6 yards, if not pick up the first down. So I would still be in a situation where running is an option, but it would be running with Buckner in some sort of, QB draw RPO type of thing. You know what I'm saying, Ryan? Like that would be kind of where I would be, or I would move the pocket. That's kind of where I would be in that scenario. Because again, I'm in 2-down territory. I would not want to do a pure drop back, because if I'm Ohio State in that scenario, I'm coming at you, because I'm trying to create a negative and get you out of 2-down, because Ohio State knows they're not in field goal territory. They're not going to punt it to us. We can't let them get 5-6 yards and put them in 4th down. We want to create a negative now. And Ohio State has the flip thing true for them, Ryan, in that I would have more confidence that my offense can go down and get the ball and go get a score. So if I can take a risk, because if that risk doesn't pan out and they end up scoring, I'm okay. I trust my offense because that's their best part of their team, whereas for Notre Dame, it's the other side. I'm always going to put my best part of my team in position to win the game. So I think they can take a chance there. And if Notre Dame does a pure drop back there, then there's a chance they turn somebody loose and get a sack or create an incomplete, and all of a sudden you're in 4th and 8. I would want to put myself in a high percentage positive yards scenario. And that's why I think the RPO, the quarterback draw, and some sort of movement where worst case scenario, Buckner tucks it and runs, is really where I'd be most comfortable in that scenario. Thoughts on that?
Yeah, no, I think anytime that you have a player like a Tyler Buckner, I'd like giving him options on the play, right? So, to your point, if it's 3rd and 8, I don't have to. If I'm in 4-down territory, I don't have to force anything. I mean, the only other thing I was thinking is if I'm in some type of 3-by-1 sets, maybe trying to work a little bit of levels action, like maybe even outside guys running let's say outside guys running some type of slant, and then I have my 2 inside guys running sort of a vertical, but I can make it almost like a smash concept and have the number 2 run the corner, like makes it look like he's running off, and then just snatch right to the corner, maybe like a Michael Mayer, and get the easy first down, some type of thing like that too. So I agree with you though. I would not make Tyler Buckner a stationary player if I don't have to. Like that's
right.
Something
not in that scenario. Right.
You're cutting off the best parts of your team, right? So I mean, even if like I'm a 3-by-1 set, maybe I'm going to, 3-by-1, but I'm going to roll towards the trips, you know what I mean? To like try to give us some options. So I agree with you. I don't think taking away a big part of what Tyler Buckner does as a great athlete is advantageous when the game's on the line.
Yep. Agree. That's the nice thing about this situation compared to last year. Is last year you're not moving the pocket. I'm heating Notre Dame up. Sure. And I'm going to, because they didn't have, I'm pressing, like it was easy in this scenario last year. If you're a team like Ohio State, press them and blitz, because Jack Cohn's not making somebody miss. And if you press them, they're not getting open right away. So unless Michael Mayer just beasts you, which is possible, you're not successful there. Yeah. And that's what makes this team so much more dangerous, Ryan, is because you do have that option of things could break down, but you got number 12 back there that could still go do something. Exactly. And that's kind of what makes you makes you dangerous, in my opinion. I was having a conversation with somebody yesterday, and I'll have some intel about this, but there's a lot of people around Notre Dame that are like, I don't think people understand just how dynamic this kid is, talking about Tyler Buckner. And the great thing is you don't always have to have the right play call when you got a kid like that. Right.
Yep.
And
he can make you look good.
Yep. He can definitely make you look good. There's no doubt about that. Great question, John. Great question. Another recruiting question. What are the thoughts on the Branch Texas A&M situation? Any chance it might change the recruitment of Novosad? I think that's what the kid that's committed to USC is visiting. The receivers visiting A&M, as is Malachi Nelson. I know
Nelson is.
It's Zechariah, right? I get the two brothers' names. Zion is the older one that's there now, right? And then Zechariah is the one that's in high school now, is the receiver. I get the two brothers' names mixed up. I don't think it changes the recruitment of Novosad at all.
I don't think so either. I was given a little bit of insight that I think that Texas A&M is set on Novosad being the top option at quarterback. That's the guy that they're pushing for. So I know they got Malachi
also the
Nelson.
Most realistic. Right.
100%. Yeah. I know they have Malachi Nelson coming in this weekend, but from what we're told, that's going to take a lot to make that flip happen. So,
yep. I agree. And honestly, I don't think Novosad, if Novosad's going to make a decision on what receivers are to school, he's going to Notre Dame because he knows because of how close he is with Jaden Greathouse and Braylon James. And Branch is an elite 5-star player. You could argue he'll be ranked higher than all the Notre Dame guys, rightfully so. But he's one dude. Notre Dame's got more than that. And so, yeah. And now they had a really good receiver class last year. Mm-hmm. But I really believe that this is going to come down to Notre Dame and Baylor. Ryan and you and I think are on the same page there. I think this is going to come down to Notre Dame or Baylor. I don't think A&M is going to be the team that gets him. Because I don't think it's a situation where they can just throw a bag at him, because I don't think that's something that Austin's looking for at this point in time. That's not what's going to decide where he's going.
I agree. I think it's much more likely he stays with Baylor than ends anywhere else than Notre Dame. We'll just leave it at that, I guess.
Right. Yep. Agree. Michael asks, Ryan, aside from the obvious of winning on the field, what changes or improvements could Notre Dame make to improve recruiting, also retaining commits and combating poaching and so on, if possible?
I think you're seeing it already, Michael. I mean, with the video that Marcus Freeman made for the Shamrock series, and the fact that he's just kind of doing the circuit right now of shows, I think it's one thing that I have talked about a lot is that Marcus Freeman is the symbol of the program, and he's a really good one, right? Because he's young, he's enthusiastic, he has a great just kind of personality about him, and he can sell the program, right? So I think that having a person like Marcus Freeman at the top and the coaching staff that you have kind of, put into the fold, because it's not even just like the cliche stuff of like trying to get him in front of the camera and stuff too. It's the authenticity, of the coaching staff as well. But I think that right now we're seeing it. Marcus Freeman is not afraid to shy away, and he's like, I'm going to put my face out there because I know that recruits like it. And also I have that kind of that personality that I think does sell for the program.
I think Ryan speaking to something that I think is big. I think Notre Dame has to, we've talked about Notre Dame being the biggest brand in college football. And when we talk about that, we're talking about influence and money. What I don't think there's big of a brand is when it comes to the perception amongst young players. Right, Ryan? I mean, so like when you talk about Notre Dame and how they stack up against an Alabama and Ohio State, for players, the branding is about winning, NFL, the hipness of the program. And Notre Dame has been a very stale program for a long time in that regard. Kids have valued the academic piece. They value the national schedule. Kids like the fact that Notre Dame's not in the conference. All those things help Notre Dame. The facility has gotten better. They don't win the level they need to, and they've been considered a stuffy, stale program. Some of you need to read the comment that Samuel Mpemba had about the current coach compared to the old coach that's on the message board, and it's going to stay on the message board behind a paywall. But it's what we've always known, and that's what Ryan is talking about. There was something that came out from Fox Sports, and they took a poll of like 1,000 high school recruits or something, and in that poll, it was like ranking the brand recognition. Notre Dame was 12th behind LSU and Texas. LSU they won a title. They're behind Texas A&M.
Wow.
Right? Why? Because A&M's considered the throwing out. Notre Dame is not considered a hit program. That's what Marcus Freeman is changing. That's why you do the video in Las Vegas, right? For the Shamrock game. That's why Marcus Freeman's in New York City this week and why Notre Dame players are going to be on different national TV shows, because you're changing the perception of your program. Whereas Brian Kelly would want to go talk to boosters and people that are going to tell him how great he is. Marcus Freeman wants to get out and show everybody this is what Notre Dame is. This is what the brand can do for you. And I think those things are going to start to change the narrative of what Notre Dame is. And those things then lead to, we're not going to pay you to come here. But if you really understand about becoming a legend, you're going to come here and understand that you can become a legend. But because of this brand power that we're building, you're also going to make some money along the way. And that's a big part of it, right? And so I think that's where Ryan's coming from. But at the end of the day, Ryan, it won't matter if they don't win games. And I'm talking big games. Yeah. They've won a lot of games the last 5 years. We're talking big games. They got to start winning the big games. You want to not lose Keon Keeley to Alabama and somebody else made Ohio State? Here's what you do. Beat them. Produce high NFL draft picks, because that's the only reason that Alabama's getting those kids. It's not because they want to live in Tuscaloosa, just like kids don't pick Notre Dame because they want to live in South Bend. Kids, most big-time players don't care about stuff like that. It's short-sighted. They are looking long-term. I want to go somewhere that's going to develop me into a high NFL draft pick and prepare me to make a lot of money playing professional football. That's what kids want to do. And if Notre Dame can get to the point where they can match teams for that, then that's when you can say they're going to be able to beat anybody. And it's going to be like Alabama. Once a kid commits to Bama, you don't think, well, maybe we're going to flip the kid. No, nobody thinks that, right? That's how Notre Dame can get to that point. And they're not there now, which is why people are freaking out about Keon Keeley and Peyton Bowen. Understandably, right? Because Alabama is that juggernaut in the areas that matter to young people. It's a different conversation than the brand power conversation we've had in the past, Ryan, about TV rights and conferences and all that. That's more grown folk talk, right? That's more, media people and CEOs and people like that. That's not what a 17-year-old cares about, right? Sure. It's a different brand. The brand discussion is different when you're talking about those two, because that has more to do with what's happening now. The brand we're talking about, where Notre Dame is still number one, is more of the big picture conference. What TV deal, shoe deal, and stuff like that are you doing? They're two different conversations, and Notre Dame's brand power is not as strong in the one that matters to high school recruits. And that would be it, Michael. It's a great question. Yeah. Great question. Here's one, Ryan, and we're going to wrap up here soon because this show's been very, very long. He says, if you guys could change only one play from the past 20 years of Notre Dame football, what would it be? The one that comes to my mind is the huge pass play in the fourth quarter of the Bush push game. Boy, that's a good one. I mean, 20 years, so that goes back to basically
2002.
I mean, it's 93 is outside of that outside of that scope. So you're basically going to the end of the Bob Davie era.
Yep.
I mean, so the 4th and 9 is one. Yeah, that's one. I think I would go to
the offensive pass interference against Florida State.
Yeah, I still think that team would have kind of not won a title that year, but yeah, you'd have a big win under your belt. I don't think they'd have lost to Louisville and Northwestern. I think they still would have lost to USC because they were just so beat up by that point. I mean, they were putting Jacob Matuska out there start at defensive line because they were so banged up. But I still think they would have beat Northwestern and Louisville because of that. And I wonder how Ever Golson's career would have changed had he hit that pass, and didn't lose that confidence. So the other one that I could think of, and I want to get your immediate reaction. So as soon as I say it, I want to get your reaction.
Okay.
Instead of fumbling the ball in the 2018 Cotton Bowl, Ian Book climbs the pocket and bangs Miles Boykin on a post route on that second drive.
Can you say that one more time? I'm talking
about?
You broke up on my end.
I know you're having internet issues.
Yeah.
I think second drive of the game against Clemson.
Okay.
2018 Cotton Bowl. Instead of dropping back and not being willing to throw the ball and fumbling, Clemson recovers, goes down and kicks a field goal to go up 3-0. Instead, Ian Book climbs the pocket and actually bangs that post route to Miles Boykin, who was open. Notre Dame gets first and goal if they don't score. All of a sudden, instead of being down 3-0, you're up 7-0. And Clemson can't defend your run game the same way because Ian Book just threw a post route over top of your head. Sure, I would have loved to have seen how that game would have played out if that play would have happened. That's the only other time I could look at and say that team could have played for a championship other than – and here's the only other one that comes to mind besides the 05 game. If Brandon Wimbush hits Equanimous St. Brown
That's
on
what I
a
was gonna
post
say.
route.
Against
Oh,
Miami.
see, I'm sorry.
Yeah.
Yeah, go ahead. Because I think
No, I
that
was gonna
season
say
turns out completely differently, man.
Yeah, no, I was gonna say against that. Because it's a touchdown, man, and that Miami game, I felt like everything just went right after that. You know, it's just like okay, then pick 6 happens, you can't stop the run, and it's just ugly after that, right? But if you take a little bit early momentum, it might be a completely different football game.
Yep. Here's an interesting comment from the Ryan Roberts fan club. He says, I wish we had Marvin Mims. Man, that would change the entire game on offense this year. This right here, this comment is exactly what we were talking about earlier. Marvin Mims at one point in time was committed to Stanford.
Yep.
How did that kid not give Notre Dame the time of day? Because we know why.
They were afraid to go to Texas for a wide receiver.
We know why.
Yeah.
And who would have been recruiting him. But that's the kind of kid that if Notre Dame had this staff then, I think he's at Notre Dame. I really do. And that's the frustrating stuff because he's right. If Marvin Mims, do you think he could play boundary in your opinion, don't you? Not in the same way Miles Boykin did, but I mean in the same way Lorenzo Styles can.
He's a little small though. He's a little small.
Well, so was Devontae Smith, and he played a ton. He played a ton in the boundary.
Isn't Marvin only like 5'10"? Am I wrong?
It's like 5'10", 5'11". Yeah. Okay. He's a good sized kid though. He's 184. I mean, again, he's a good sized kid. I'm talking about like in the Lorenzo Styles type of way.
Possibly.
Or you could just move Lorenzo there and you have him and Braden and Avery to the field. But for me, that type of kid, you put that type of kid on this year's offense, Ryan. But here's the thing. Would Marvin Mims be Marvin Mims if he would have come to Notre Dame and played for Dell Alexander the last 2 years?
Probably not. Because that's the best part about Marvin Mims, I would say, honestly, is Marvin Mims is a really good athlete. He's got good straight line speed and everything, but like he's a technician as a route runner, man. He gets in and out of breaks. He's a really good player, man. He's a really good player. As a high school senior, Marvin Mims set a national record with 2,629 receiving yards on 117 receptions with 32 touchdowns in one season.
It's pretty good. I'd say that's pretty good.
I've never heard of anything like that in my life. That is 2,600 yards in one season receiving.
That's pretty decent, right? Would you say that's good?
32 touchdown catches.
Yeah, that's pretty good.
I couldn't do that in Madden if I tried, like on rookie mode. Like that's insane.
That's just what's so frustrating. It really is because it's those kind of kids that Notre Dame should have been getting all these years. Like Ronald Darby. I mean, just shouldn't have lost him. I'm sorry. Like that's just the kind of kid you should have landed. It's frustrating because there's been all these excuses about why Notre Dame can't succeed. And it's because of academics and blah, 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 all this other kind of stuff, right? And it was never about, if Notre Dame goes out and wins 2 of the next 3 national titles, they're still going to lose kids for something. You're always going to lose kids. But it was the fact that they were losing kids for things that were entirely 100% in their control.
Right.
Because the head coach didn't work, because he didn't hold coaches accountable, because he had a staff filled with a bunch of mediocre recruiters, and this team still went out and went 50 whatever and 9 the last 5 years. And that's the stuff that frustrates me because it was controllable. It was fixable. It wasn't the school. It wasn't the institution. It wasn't South Bend sucks. It wasn't the weather. It wasn't the girls. It wasn't the academics or admissions, like all the other lame excuses people use why Notre Dame can't recruit top players. It was always because you weren't willing to put in the work.
Self-inflicted. Yeah.
And that's what's frustrating because there's so many kids like Marvin Mims. I mean, think of all the kids Notre Dame has lost to Stanford the last 15 years. You know what I mean? Like, think about that. And it's just so frustrating. Like, imagine if Justin Reed comes to Notre Dame instead of Stanford. I believe, what year was Justin Reed? Do you know what I'm talking about?
I always confuse him and Eric Reed.
Right. Eric Reed was definitely earlier, but I thought Justin Reed, I'm going to look. Yeah, he was a 2015 kid. Imagine if you had Justin Reed, Alohi Gilman, and Jalen Elliott all in the same backfield trying to play Clemson in 2018. Or if you'd had him even more, if you'd had him in 2017 instead of starting Nick Coleman, who was a nice player that year, nice player, but Nick Coleman wasn't going to beat Georgia and Bama and teams like that year, right? Imagine if you had Justin Reed on that team. Imagine if you had Tom Carter's son.
Yeah.
Who I think would have been on some of those teams as well. So it's stuff like that that frustrated me so much over the years. There's things about Notre Dame you can't control, and that's fine. It's going to be the case. It's just I'm just tired of those type of things. It's just I'm tired of the things that you struggle because of your own decisions, not because of anything else. And Jason Chalanik has one. The Notre Dame blocked punt that touched a defender in the beginning. It was why am I drawing a blank here? The linebacker that transferred to Toledo, Jonathan Jones. Remember that Bo Bauer blocked the punt early in the game? I mean, they were rocking Michigan on offense. They were shook. And then that gave Michigan the first down. And like the whole energy of the stadium changed at that point in time. And then Michigan went down and scored and the game was over. I mean, not only the game the route was on. That's an interesting one too. It's a lot more recent. That's an interesting one too. You could pick a couple games from the Georgia game. What if Terry Godwin doesn't catch that ball? That one-handed catch he made. What if he doesn't catch that?
That was an insane catch. It was an insane catch.
I'd still go with Miami.
A very average player.
Yeah. I'd still go with Miami because you still would have been in the playoffs if you beat Miami and Stanford, even with the Georgia loss. Right. So I still think that because I think that was a young and front-running Miami team, in my opinion, and crowd especially. If you hit that post route on that first drive, it would have, and he was open by several yards. That's a touchdown. I mean, that's a touchdown, and that crowd quits. I mean, because that's what they did. That's what Miami fans do, right? Mm-hmm. So, it's just that those are the frustrating things for me about where this team has been. So I hate that that's the last question because I hate ending on like a negative note, but hey, it is what it is. Here's an interesting
the positive is that those times are behind us.
Yes, that's true.
Now.
Here's a question from earlier that we didn't get to. John Wayne's Winchester. He says, Brian, long gone are the days of quality sports journalism on a national level. No longer are we getting pieces with quality of imagery and storytelling like Blue Gray Sky from Grantland Rice. Why has the level of journalism on a national level declined so significantly since then? Because TV replaced newspapers. Yeah, it is really what it boils down to, and the 24/7 news cycle. Because and then the third piece to this is when the media became the rights owner, essentially, to the sporting events. Once ESPN became what it is now, there is nothing in it for ESPN's journalists to go find cheating going on at the big time programs that they have signed contracts with. Think about that. Why, like we talk about like the stuff that they talk about, like, oh, the media says this, they know, like, hey, my company's trying to sign this huge deal with the Big Ten or with the SEC. Why am I going to go out and write a negative article about the fact that a lot of schools in the SEC don't care about education, don't make their kids go to class, do this wrong thing, do that wrong thing? Why is there any motivation at all to do those things? Why is there any motivation at all to stand out there and say, hey, this whole big mega conference thing, this is hurting the game. This is going to ruin the game. Oh, hold on a second. My company's doing that? My bad, guys. Sorry about that. You know what I mean? Like, so to me, journalism is no longer independent in that regard from a national perspective, because they are now tied into it is good for us to be signed on because we are now playing all those games. That's where all the money comes from. Because media people are getting paid not because people care. ESPN's reporters don't get paid because of the revenue they produce. Their ratings aren't good. It's the same problem with the newspapers. They are employed and make the big salaries they do because they have contracts with all the major sports. That's why. Right? And so once your job was tied into that, you are no longer going to get honest journalism, because we're not going to go out and write an article criticizing our meal ticket. Right? I mean, that's the reality of it. Why have they always been so willing to bash Notre Dame? Because they don't make money off of Notre Dame in the same way they make money off other teams. They make money off Notre Dame when they play a road game at their thing, but they're not making the money off of it. So it's easy to go after Notre Dame that way. If Notre Dame would have signed with ESPN instead of NBC, the the coverage of Notre Dame since 1991 or whatever for Notre Dame would have been tremendously different, because there'd have been a incentive to hype Notre Dame up. That's the reality of it. And so that's why it's not journalism anymore. It's entertainment. And that's what it's become. That's what it's become at the national political level. It's no longer honest journalism. It's politics. It's my side versus your side. It's what do I got? Hey, bashing this guy is, if I'm on the right, bashing Joe Biden is going to make me a lot of money because people on the right hate Joe Biden. If I'm on the left, I'm just going to do nothing but bash Donald Trump all the time because people on the left love bashing Donald Trump. So it's no longer about journalism. It's about sensationalism. It's the same thing in sports. Why do people keep putting these rumors out that within 24 hours, you and I you're able to go out and talk to a kid directly and say, well, that's bull crap. Well, how many clicks did they get in that 24 hours that sold advertising that made them money? That's what journalism has become. It's no longer about the quality. It frustrates me all the time. I could write a long breakdown of the quarterback position or cover two, whatever, and it's not going to get a lot of clicks. I put a story out with a video of Notre Dame's epic. That's the most read story we've had this month is a story I wrote about the uniform reveal. That's frustrating. I could just continue to write stories about stuff like that and choose not to. But the reality is that's different because we're a small company. We can afford not to make this kind of money. But these bigger companies that have these big, bloated employee bases, they can't afford to do that. They have to write the sensational stuff because that's how they make money. And that's what journalism has become, in my opinion, Ryan. And I don't know if you have something you want to add to that, but that's, to me, what it boils down to is once they got in bed with the people they're supposed to be covering, it stopped being journalism. It became entertainment.
Yeah, it's bias at that point. I mean, because
Right.
it's bias because it's benefiting you, right? I mean, like it's benefited bias. So no, I think you kind of symbolized everything pretty well. Like it's unfortunate because I would love to just sit there and just write something that I'm legitimately proud of, but unfortunately, it doesn't always get the clicks, and it's very unfortunate.
But we'll always be that way. And
Sure.
I hope that if we ever go away from that, the people will hold us accountable because that's not who we want to be.
Sure,
whether we're right or wrong about something, I always want it to be to where you're going to get our honest opinion. And we're going to be wrong about things. We're going to be right about, I hope, a lot of things. But the reality is you don't ever question if we're giving you our honest opinion because we are. We may be wrong, but we're going to give you our honest opinion. So that's that. So anyway, that's where we're at, everybody. So thank you. It's close to our longest show ever. So I want to thank everybody for joining us as Matt D jumped in. I don't think Mace has kind of given us his going away yet, but Matt D says jumping on for a minute to remind everyone to hit the like button, hit the subscribe button, hit the notification bell, share this podcast so that you never miss a live show. Check out boards.irishbreakdown.com for all the intel that we've referenced during the show. And, of course, check out irishbreakdown.com for all of our free content pieces that we were referring to earlier. We do not make anybody pay for our articles that we produce. Only thing that people pay for is the community and, of course, some of the intel. But every story that we produce at irishbreakdown.com that's published is free. So you definitely want to check that out for sure. So for Ryan Roberts, I'm Brian Driscoll. Thank you all so much for being with us today. Really kept a good audience until about the 4-hour mark, and then we saw a dip. But, man, you all hung with us big time. So we appreciate you very much. We'll probably be back tomorrow. I've got to get with Sean Davis about that and find out for sure if we're going to be able to do a show tomorrow, if I'm going to have time to do a show tomorrow as we get closer and closer to fall camp. Next Friday, we will have a part practice recap and then mailbag if we have time. We'll do a mailbag as well. So next Friday, Ryan, when we're here, we're going to have a practice recap of the first practice of Notre Dame's fall camp, which is going to be a lot of fun, which will come the morning after we have a second show where we talk about whatever decision Jaden Alsbury is going to make. So tune in for all of it, everybody. Have a great rest of your day, and thank you so much for joining the Irish Breakdown podcast.